레볼루까지 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 탱글드랍이 X가 내가 하필이면 지금 얼치 있음.
저긴 안 돼요. 저거 진짜 쇼도 높거든요. 이거 잘못하면은.
예. 자 그런데 보는데요.
근데 나름
자 이거
퀸이 됐습니다.
퀸이 맞고.
이거 쇼도 녹을 수도 있어요. 조심해야 돼요. 와 이거 니키 있었으면 쇼도 그대로 녹았거든요. 다행히도 달았습니다.
자 빠르게 회복을 해야만 하는 상황.
그렇죠. 자 카티아 궁극기 들어갑니다. 한 대.
그래도 지금
두 대.
밸류가 상당했기 때문에
와.
이거 빠질 수밖에
이어서
없고.
리우리가 따끈따끈하게.
자 이거 서로 진출 대전이에요. 이게 진짜.
저 이거 탱글답 X 기세가 밀리지 않습니다. 자 근데 이거
근데 살았어. 이건 또 뭐 하는 거죠?
자 그러면 여기서 노더날
서로 주거니 받거니.
와
살벌합니다.
정말 살벌하죠.
근데 이렇게 되면은 탱글라브 X 좋은 위치 잡는 데
잠시만요.
성공을 했거든요. 이거 얼티밋은 자리를 뺏으려고 스킬 소모를 한 번 더 해야 되는 상황이고, 근데
탭3가
연못에서
오는데요?
두 팀 올라오거든요.
탭3가 오는데요.
네.
그렇죠.
탭3가 이거 자 다시 한번 탭3가 이거 계율조까지 가지 않고 다시
자,
한번 더
결국
나이트
이렇게
포크.
제가 말했잖아요. 저 녹는다고.
자 근데 인생 단한데 인생
자 그런데 문제는 얼티밋. 이상한 대화예요.
대혼란.
철 선수까지도 잡을 수 있을 것
이거
같은데요.
얼티밋 여기까지 있네요.
마무리가 됩니다. 자 여기서 이긴다면 자 유정미를 거둘 수 있는 팀 어느 팀이 될까요? 뭐 트라이넥 스펙트 들어가고 오우 날카로워요.
서로 지금 무빙이 너무 좋아서 스킬샷 안
네.
맞아주고 있는데, 그렇죠. 이제 NCB 선수도 지금
기적실현
뺐고.
자 한 턴 빠집니다. 팽의 에스텔. 자 이어서 헬교출로 자 NCNB의 펠릭스에게
와.
내려가고요.
서로 궁극기를 한 번씩 잘 빼줬고요.
그렇죠. 자 분과의 아디나 굉장히 기민하게 움직이고 있습니다.
이게 NCB 선수가 반월참을 정말 잘 쓰는 게 니키 궁극기 같은 시치기 타이밍에 반월참 쓰면서 한 번씩 저줄과 비슷하게 써주고 있거든요. 그리고 다들 쳤긴 했습니다만, 자 팽선수에게
버텨요.
펀치를
팽
달렸고
잘
이러면 안티팩트로 버티긴 합니다.
NCNB의
쟤네 끝까지 뺐어. NCB. 와 이거 진짜 NCB 미쳤어요.
해피까지 계속.
자 마무리 한 명 나르비까지 처치하고 다시 한번 체크메이트. 카르텔이 연속으로 두 번 최종 생존을 가져.
네.
자 그리고 이쪽은 고급 상자를 놓고 토함주와 데몬 드라이브고요. 자
유효자 대결.
오펠릭스. 자 빈틈 익스클루시를 한번 빼내고 치우드를 켜주고 있는 상태에서 태경 들어갑니다만은.
근데 폭풍 안 당했고요.
자 동해 그리고 실. 자 다시 한 번 더 도발 들어갑니다. 자 이어서 에어샷.
2인 도발 너무
에어샷?
좋았고요.
그렇죠.
하지만 여기서
정리하고.
로컨의 칼퇴로
와,
이대리를
잠시만요.
잡아버리니까.
네, 이게 3렘이 조금 긴장을 제외하고
오. 자 아이템 먹고 오히려
와,
깜빡이.
와,
카르텔.
NCM 선수 방금 외워도 그냥 두 명 넣어버리면서
네.
그대로 그냥 스킬 콤보가 다 들어가니까
오토함즈
이거
잘못하면 터미네이트 되겠는. 자 일단 마이가 벽을 자 넘어갔지만 블링크로 분과 선수가 쫓아내고
아,
태경까지 마무리. 카르텔.
생각하고 있는데 그렇죠. 이거 메렌도 생각해야 됩니다. 메렌을 아래쪽으로 보내주고 본인들이 묘지 쪽에 패드를 타는 것도 생각을 할 만한데 안 빠져요.
자 유진
이게
너무
근데
좋아요.
조금 늦게 터서.
자 엑스클루시브로 한번
네.
빼냈지만 자, 기적 실현 3명 다 들어갔고요. 자 뒤쪽부터 하나씩 잡아내나요?
이거는 좀 빨아들이는데 성공을 했거든요.
그렇죠.
결국에 샬롯 궁 타이밍에 뭔가 크게 이득 본 건 없어서
노도날이
자 노도날 여기서 도발 깔끔하게 넣어줬기 때문에
자 오늘 니키랑
못
땄고요.
자 이어서
자 아직 쟤네 패시브 있습니다. 그래도
그렇죠.
리우리 쫓아가고
근데-
이거 이러면 터미네이트 각이 나오는데요. 자 리우리 쫓아가나요?
이거-
쫓아가나요?
적용
치는데 그래도 성공은 안 되고
아, 네.
일단 아이템 밸류도 괜찮은 편이고, 그리고 이런 좁은 구역을 들어가려면은 이게 아드리아나의 장판을 다 맞으면서 들어가야 되기 때문에 탭들이 입장에서도 조금 부담이 되는 건데, 오
와,
심리전
이거
좋아요.
와.
나름대로
와우.
생각보다 많이 아픕니다.
네.
리우리 선수가 거의 죽을 뻔했고요. 데미지가 너무 아픈데 자 이것도 아파요.
뺐어요.
자 기적 실현 빠졌습니다. 샬롯 궁극기 없습니다. 치유의 바람
말도 안 되는
빠졌고요.
교전 능력이고요.
치유의 바람 빠졌고요. 자 이러면 먼저 니키 정리가 되겠죠.
와,
이어서
리오리.
자 이어서 갑니다. 자 다단데 나르비까지 다단데.
자 이거
리우리.
나름이 못 가요 이러면.
너나
아니,
이 마무리.
마무리.
럼프레이블즈 오른쪽 그리고 왼쪽은 세이버.
결국 아래 가야
가운데
되는데 이거
탱글잡이
너무 지금
X.
우왕좌왕한데요
자 이거
탱글잡이?
카티아가 조금 갈렸습니다.
네.
카티아가
이거
카티아
전장벽이 세워져서 뒤로도 못
못
나가요.
나가요. 인세인 마무리됩니다.
이거 빠질 거면 차라리 같이 빠지는 게 나았는데 좀 아쉽게 되었고요.
알렸죠. 자 그러면 세이버 럼프레이블.
근데 자 여기서 세이버가 킬을 올려야만 합니다.
자 사텐
안 그럼 시간이
사텐이-
부족해요.
저
이러면은
이거
잠시만요.
이렇게 잡히면
탱글WX 요거 도망가면
네.
어떻게든 살면 되는데
와콜 마무리되고요.
그렇죠. 와콜도 우리가
잠시만요. 잠시만요. 벨저 리우리.
벨저 잡았고요.
잠깐만요. 이거 살리는데요.
시간이 하필은 베어 선수가 조금 더 많아가지고 이러면은
한 명이라도 데려갈 수 있네요.
러프레베스가 오히려 갑자기 2등으로 올라갑니다.
한번 신경 쓰이라고 그냥 뒤에 살짝 해주고.
네.
결국 이 카운터 조합 이번에도 이길 수 없을 것인가?
진주의 굴림 들어갑니다. 이어서 기적 실현이 겹치게 들어가는데
남이긴 했어요.
이어서 치유의 바람 사용이 되고요. 세리.
근데 이게 밸류에서 힘에서 너무 차이가 나요.
맞습니다. 자, 체급이 차이가 나기 때문에요. 자, 순식간에 2명을 잡아낸 메리안, 이어서 세비까지 잡아내면 결국에는 7번째 필드킬로.
타이밍이거든요. 그래도 뭐 킬을 먹을 수 있다면 더 좋겠지만 조금 더 순위를 지킨다는 식으로 안정적인 운영을 해주는 게 조금 더 중요해 보이기는 합니다. 그래도 말씀해주신 대로 킬을 먹는다면 감지덕지로.
자,
근데 이거 아래로 내려가면은
기적.
탱글 잠시만요.
탭3
올라오고요.
맛있게 구워졌어요.
아니, 루미가 있으면
오토함즈,
뭐예요?
오토함즈?
루미가
네?
있으면 뭐예요? 루미를
못 가요,
터치할
못 가요?
수가 없는데. 자,
아.
그러면 이호진은 오토함즈와
시간,
카르텔과
시간.
딜다비 엑스와 자, 이거
소금
살아가지만 어쨌든
아하.
여기서 카르텔이 정리할 것 같은데요. 결국에는 자, 주모 선수 위쪽으로 나가고요. 이거 죽음의 연기로 끝난 이후에 제니 잡아냅니다.
펠릭스도 마무리했고요.
진짜. 일단 1킬전.
저 벨조 하지만 버텨내고요.
그렇죠.
자, 이어서 5대전 명왕진 들어갑니다.
자, 그래도 공포 안 맞게끔 호팀 선수가 뒤로 잘 빠져줬고, 하지만 사템도 여기서 거리 조절 깔끔하게 해냈기 때문에 빠지는데
벨조
성공하지만.
살아가고 이러면
자,
커리가
그리고
정리하겠는데
커리가
커리가
마무리.
정리하겠는데요.
와.
자,
와,
제니 잡아내고
커리.
샬럿까지 세이버 펄이 다난데
자,
정상?
다난데.
아니,
아니, 잠깐만. 이러면요?
이 스킬
하나
돌려도
와 마무리.
이러면은
이러면 그렇죠. 버프시가 야. 자, 근데 상황 봐야죠. 동해라도 잡을 수 있나? 잡을 수가 없습니다. 자, 결국에는 마무리가 되면서 에스텔 혼자 살아남아 있는.
네, 그렇죠.
그렇죠. 오래 가요. 버프가
네.
오래 갑니다.
이제 점점 공적으로 밀리고 있고요.
아우,
스킬 좀만 잘 보시면
변이고
그렇죠.
고만에 머리 찍혔어요 이거는.
이거를 정말 조심해야 됐는데 그 자리로 밀어냈거든요. 세이버가 밀어낸 겁니다. 라우라 지금 조금 가까운 건 세이버 쪽이긴 한데요. 데몬드랩도 시간이 없기 때문에 들어가야죠. 들어옵니다. 세비의 라우라.
한번 주고요.
근데 세비 시간이 없어서 들어오긴 해요.
자,
들어오긴 해요.
그래서 데몬드랩도
잘
내려갑니다.
이러면 세비 먼저 잡히고 3대3
저
도전.
근데 와 진영이 무너졌는데?
잠시만요.
수가
자,
자,
거기
시간.
근데 사태 선수가 너무 먼지하고요. 자,
시간.
시간도 부족하고요.
둘.
벨저가 버팁니다. 벨저가
시간이
근력으로
배적
버텨.
견뎌야 돼요.
버티죠.
3초 2초
버티죠.
1초. 자 근데
킬 들어가면
또
자,
7초 안에 한 명 더 잡아야 돼요. 근데
자,
이게
되게-
투사체는 방패가 또 기가 막히게 막아주거든요.
그렇죠.
저
시간이
4초.
4.
자, 밀어냅니다.
4.
5.
자,
사태?
이젠
비트?
들어가야 돼요.
동일?
이젠 하나씩.
4.
8, 9,
2
8.
자, 그러면 먼저 자리 잡은 탱글다비 X를 데몬드랩은 어떻게 상대할까요? 이게 다 뒤졌습니다.
그렇죠. 하는 거
오.
확인을 해요.
그래서 뒤쪽으로 크게 돌아보는데 이게 근데 소란이 뜨긴 뜨거든요. 그래서 소란 뜨자마자
근데
저기
옆에서
뒤쪽에 한 명이다.
하늘날이 타고
우리가
올 수도
한쪽
있고.
뚫쳐있는데 한쪽 뚫기가 그렇게 좋아 보진 않아요. 자, 지금 비트
자,
살았고요.
인세인이 밀어냅니다. 인세인 실드
자,
밀어냅니다.
와.
그리고
빈니우리가.
잡아냈어요.
판단이
이러면요. 자, 동해 선수가 안 잡혔거든요. 결국엔 살았거든요. 자,
그렇죠.
3대 뜨거만.
상도 아래쪽으로 내려가서 보급 상자 먹고 왼쪽에 고주 쿨쿨 엄청 모르거든요.
자, 랑크 레벨스.
너무
와,
이쁘게 들어갔어요.
진주의 굴림이 예술이었죠. 이어서 빈틈까지 잡아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 자, 펠릭스 잡아내면서 럼프 레벨드 3번째 필드킬을 가져가고요. 근데 루미를 세이버가 냅둘까요?
그렇죠.
꼭 봐야
붙잡을
될
수
것
인원이
같고요.
좀 많고요. 자, 그리고 이쪽은
기적
샬롯
실현, 기적
궁극기.
실현.
근데 제니 패시브가 빠지면서 또 샬롯 공을 받아버리면은 여기서 유지력에서 차이가 좀 많이 납니다.
배경
그렇죠.
들어오면 주모 쪽으로 주모의 니키 쪽을 자 로컬 선수도 블링크 쓰면서 앞으로 들어가고 두발 걸린
그리고 로컬의
나르딕.
프리딜.
자, 잡아내고요. 남아있는 샬럿까지 잡아내면요. 오토 암즈 터미네이트에 가까워집니다. 자, 시절 선수까지 잡으면 11킬이에요.
그렇죠. 자,
샬롯.
이건 충분히 잡아줄 수 있고요.
자, 터미네이트 만들어냈습니다. 오토 암즈.
때문에 오프함즈도 양각 잡히기 싫어서
그렇죠.
옆으로 크게 빠져주는
그리고
거거든요.
로컨 혼자
와.
있는 타이밍에
자,
노력을
사템
했는데.
그리고 커리가
와,
잡히고요.
거리 조절 로커.
와
이어서-
이거 로컬 사태도 정말 잘
근데
노렸거든요.
네.
럼프 레벨즈가 내려오잖아요.
이럴 때 웃고 있는 건 뭐라고요? 러프 레벨즈라니까요.
자.
벽이 막혀 있어서 사태는
못 가, 못
그렇죠.
가요.
그렇죠. 벨전 도망도 못 가요.
벨버즈도 거긴 못
일킬만
가요.
일킬만 먹으면
3위.
너무 맛있고요.
자, 이런 3대 3입니다. 오토 암주와 럼프 레벨 자, 진줄글림
시간은
사용해 주고요. 자,
럼프가
근데
더 많아요.
수아가 먼저 잡힙니다. 자,
다시
이거
한
로컬
번 더.
잡아내고 2대2. 자, 태경
하지만 태경이
야,
여기서 와
지배하는
ロ프
자.
기가 막혔습니다.
지금
그-
펠릭스 템이
와 템이 좀
오!
네.
와, 세상에
무기상 신발이 다.
아니 뭐 롱기누스, 버건디, 분홍신, 더데스, 네크로노미콘 그리고 마이는 아까 이 프로미넌스에다가
그렇죠.
네크로노미콘은
자.
저기 뭐 뒤에 꺾고 있고요. 이거는 좀
시네마-
일단 아이템 빈부 격차가
네.
좀 심하기는 한데
자, 그거
그래도
이겨내야죠.
오토함이라면
이겨내야죠. 오토함즈 이겨내야 됩니다. 물론 차이가 나지만 그래도 해야 돼요. 자, 슈퍼 플레이로, 슈퍼 피지컬로 이겨내야 됩니다.
자, 근데 분과 선수 지금 자리가 너무 좋죠. 코너에서 저렇게 이 위치를 통해서 포킹을 넣어주는 플레이가 너무 좋다 보니 이 팔이 짧은 두 실험체가 들어오지도 못하고 시네마가
그렇죠.
녹기 직전이에요.
자, 시네마 와 이어서 로컨까지 잡아내면요. 카르텔이 다시 한번
깔끔합니다.
체크메이트. 오, 한 팀 더 내려오네요. 카르텔이 하이퍼 루프로 고급시대까지
오,
내려옵니다.
근데 이거 빈튼 선수만 따로 떨어져 있는
진조의
타이밍이라서
타이밍 너무 좋았고요.
자, 근데 안 죽었어요. 하지만 분과 선수 이거 치우드론 버텨요.
네.
오, 잠깐만요. 이거 어그로가 너무 잘 빠져.
이거 오히려
여기까지 가요. 아, 이거 이거 나갈 거
자, 지금 사방이 적이기 때문에
네.
이 저격 무기 스킬도 조심해야 됩니다. 자, 맞는 장소를 써야 돼요. 글로브.
메렌.
그래도
버프가
위클
있어요.
먹었어요.
이때,
메렌
이때.
세거든요.
자, 근데 반피 이하로 깎아놓고
할 거야.
근데 사거리
네.
차이.
그렇죠. 리우리 선수랑 인생이 선수 카티아랑
자,
또
근데
아드리아랑
그래도
기적실현,
결국
샬럿 궁
기적실현.
다 뺐고요. 자,
자,
이때
이거
들어오면은
자,
자,
이거
이거
뺐어요.
반격해주면서
자, 인생
이때부터
완벽해요.
잡아버리면 되는데
불폭으로 피하는 것까지.
그래서
근데
노달,
근데
노달.
가드로 막았어요 클럽은.
노도날,
자,
노도날,
그리고 여기서
노도날.
한번 더.
와, 이거
NCB 선수가 이거 더블 기호팀까지 가지고 있는 것을 확인됐고 빠르게 깔아주면서 자리 잡는 카르텔이고요. 들어갑니다. 자, 주모 선수의
오,
니키.
근데
한번
가드가
밟았고요.
빠졌거든요. 자,
그렇죠.
가드 빠진 타이밍 카르텔 치고
아,
들어갑니다.
순식간에 정리,
기호티 밟은
순식간에.
것 때문에 가드 애매하게 빠졌거든요.
자, 이어서 팽 선수가 휘저어주고 있고요. 자, 앞라인 굉장히 단단한 에스텔. 자, 이거 HP가 너무 많이 빠졌습니다. 탭3는요 조금 부담스러운데요.
그나마
부담스러운데요.
샬럿으로 힐할 타이밍 한번 벌어주고 이후에
네.
다시 들어가자라는 판단이 날아온 것 같은데 자 여기까지 좋아요. 그럼 그 뒤에 들어갈 때 과연 일단
자.
김호 선수 체력은 다 채워놨고 가드 성공.
팽 한번
근데
물러나고요.
NCMB가
오.
옆에서
오래 버팁니다만은 결국에 시간이 부족한 건 탭3 쪽이기는 합니다.
그렇죠. 이러면은 저희가 흔히 하는 시간 순까지도 좀 노려볼 수
자, 일단
있거든요.
기적 실현이 한 번 더 돌아오기는 했는데 자, 시간 별로 없고요. 주모 들어가면서 자,
이제는
근데 가드 잘
선택을
막았어요.
해야 돼요.
그렇죠.
안 그러면
기적
내가 시간이 더 만내가 되기 때문에 자 선택해야 되는데 자 경직 이후에
끝났고요. 기적 실현 끝나면 그 이후에 조금 더
그렇죠.
체급이
버텼어요.
강해요.
시간을
카르텔
선택합니다.
나르비까지 잡아내고 체크메이트.
내 소속? 그런 걸 알아서 뭐하게? 모든 것은 그분의 뜻대로 빛보다 빠르게! 아, 미안. 다신 안 뽑기로 했었지? 눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 그건 부족한데? 집어내 갈시! 기억할 수 있다면 모든 것을 기억해 주십시오. 내 눈이 저지른 일들을, 내 손이 저지른 일들을.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to yet another day of Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Phase Number 1. I say another day, it is the last day. It's time for finals, baby. Let's go. My name is 1ㅅFinal. I'll be one of your casters for today. Still existing, still alive, still in the basement of the Nimble Neuron. Please send help. Over to Mariah Superior. This man is alive too.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be here today, Shuvi. It's been quite a long 2 weeks, right? It's been over 6 days. Obviously, today being the 6th day, and yeah, accumulation of over I think 28 total games throughout the whole tournament, and now we're down to our final 8 teams.
Technically, it's 32 because we had 2 different days of groups, right? 28 total days is the number that a team would have played if they managed to make it all the way here from knockout stage 1. But unfortunately, that is not meant to be, right? It is just not meant to be. So let's take a look at the format real quick just to see all the things we have actually covered. We have finished everything to the left side of the final stage, which means, yes, we are on the last thing to do for ERM Master Season 6 Phase Number 1. We've done it, everybody. It's been an arduous 5 days of Eternal Return, but we are at the end game. Finals for the checkpoint system is about to go underway.
Yeah, it's been quite the journey, and if you look at the phase circuit points, though, we are down to our top 8. So every team that did make it here for the final day, for the final stage, will be guaranteed to get at least 200.
Indeed. It's going to be a good amount of circuit points going into the season finals, but of course, just because you do good in phase number 1 does not mean you can take phase number 2 lightly. We'll have to see a lot of our teams that do well today, or even just play good today just in general. We'll have to see them back for phase number 2 if they want a higher chance to make it into either day 1 or day number 2. So let's talk about some of the teams that are actually going to be playing today. The teams that came up from knockout stage number 6, if you guys either weren't here yesterday or if you don't remember, were Cartel, Auto Arms, Saber, and Demon Drive. An extremely close scoreboard yesterday, but these are the 4 teams that made it, and they'll be joining the teams that made it into first place from group stages: Gwangju Slasher, Affirmation, Gyeongnam Sparkle, and Mira and Sejong.
Yeah, it is quite the stacked group. I think the only one who had a dominant performance yesterday was Team Cartel. They did have I think about a 20-point lead. So I'm wondering if they will be able to have that performance again going into the finals, because obviously we do have our top 4 teams that made it straight from the knockout stage as they ended up placing first in the group, so going all the way to the finals. So these teams are definitely the cream of the crop. Definitely have to watch out for some of these teams and how they team fight into each other.
Yeah, today's going to be an extremely fun day. We saw that starting from knockout stage 5, these teams were no joke, but now we are in the finals. The teams that made it all the way to that first place spot during group stages. We have not seen these players for a good chunk of our weekend so far, which means all their cards are going to be hidden. But at the same time, we talked about this just slightly yesterday, they haven't been playing until now.
That is true.
So I'm hoping that they're not going to be rusty or anything, because we're just going to send it straight into game number 1, right? These Korean productions are no joke. They want to go home early, even if it's the finals. Let's just send it straight in. First game out of however many we get for the checkpoint system.
I'm going to see our picks and bans here. Will we see the Mai pick? Mai was quite the prominent character we've been seeing over the weekend and over the past 2 weeks, I would say. So we do actually have 3 hovers. So I think Mai will be Mai will be off the table for game number 2. It's gonna see if these Mai picks are going to be locked in. We do have Yoa gonna be hovering it here. A little surprised JG Slasher is actually not going to be playing their Arda team comp unless they do end up swapping to it. Oh, no. Will be the My Fiora and the Felix going to be locked in for them.
I like this pick because we
wait a
have
second.
NCMB and Bin.
Yeah.
Right? We saw those 2 players yesterday. We gave a ton of commendations over on the NCMB. Nizika is also one of our resident KR Felix players. This is a really good chance, I think, of course, for all the teams that are here right now joining us because of their first place placement in the group stages. They had to have been watching yesterday. And if you take a look, Felix was a standout show. So Nizika banning out this character in game number 1, I think is a great way to kind of limit the ways that Team Cartel as well as Team Demon Drive can play out these compositions.
Yeah, Felix is going to be off the table as well with as Mai. I think there are 5 Mai's in this game. Mai again showing why she is the premier tank to be played in a competitive format.
Something that we did notice, right, is the fact that the higher and higher we go into the phase number 1, the more and more Mai's are going to become much more prominent. I think teams at this stage are just way more adept at utilizing this character, whereas the teams that are a little bit lower on the knockout stages are the teams that kind of start to join into ERM with the new format changes. So they're maybe not too used to using some of these higher... I don't know, higher meta comps just yet. A lot of those players are just kind of, yeah, we'll play our mains, we'll play our comfort picks and then make a team out of it. Yes, it works indeed. But once you start to get to this point, you gotta know how Mai works.
Yeah, but sometimes just sticking to your game plan is the name of the game as well, as long as you don't get banned out. But sometimes, you do run into those situations where, you're going to have to sort of prepare for those extra... I would say mishaps, or not really mishaps, but those extra situations where some teams might decide maybe we should just lock one of these players out of their character, or if there's too many of the same players of that one character in that game.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go though. Game number 1 is going to be underway. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it is checkpoint system today, so we have an X number of games. Obligatory 10 game for Shuvi in the chat, so you got to get that ready and locked, loaded. I told you guys to bring the copy passes yesterday. You guys better have some good ones today. Make me laugh, even if I'm going to despair.
Yeah, I actually didn't go over the overview this time around, but how it is going to work for a checkpoint format, if you guys are new to it, is basically teams will have to get into that 55 checkpoint breakpoint, and then they will have to win that game. So even if a team is 1 point away, if they're in 54 points and they get that win, the series will continue. And if a team that doesn't hit that breakpoint, if they do end up winning, the series will just continue to go on.
Well, a good amount of picks coming through earlier on the game this time around. Luckily for a few teams, will be able to secure themselves that. Affirmation, Liguri ends up actually stealing the kill inside of Forest, so that's an easy pickup for that Camilla this time around. Everybody else, now that the 1 minute mark is about to begin, Wolves are going to become a big priority target for these guys. Saw them picking up the Wolves inside of Forest. We saw a Nadine sitting inside of Fire Station. Should be able to pick that one up in just a moment. Whereas Nizika about to get taken down. Level 1, Magnetic and Bulls are not going to do enough damage, but the little bombs will definitely clear it up. Song Hanang picks up a kill for themselves and will continue to move on. Affirmation looking for a little bit of a 2v2 inside of Beach up against Cinema as well as Loken. Auto Arms needs to find a little bit of damage. For now, it actually works out, but the wall is actually perfect from the side of Busan. Loken was in trouble, but with Taegyong joining the fray, it's not that bad. Rakun trying to do whatever he can on the backside, but Taegyong is just locking down the Sylvia on the backside. Liguri will not be able to stay alive as Rozzy still doing more damage. Will get taken down. I don't think the Mai can do anything up against this.
Yeah, Tazia has way too many shields and way too much damage, so it looks like Busan is going to be able to kill Cinema very shortly here. Actually, no. Tiang is going to be in the fray. Maybe Tiang could look to peel for the Mai. It's not going to be it, as it will be Team Affirmation going to be able to pick up 2 kills. I think Taeyang will fall very shortly here. I don't think Taeyang will be able to escape. Does end up getting the speed gate, but the Sylvia bike, is it going to be enough? Ooh, great knockback from Taeyong, and the speed case is going to be taken once again. Busan!
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, gets the wall to deny Taeyong from running away, and I think that is going to be Taeyong following very shortly here. There it is. Affirmation, sitting on 5 field kills already for their team.
Busan's walls this game, I think every single wall, save for that one up against Taeyong just now, were directly on top of somebody. You can't react to those, right? If you just angle it right, then it is what it is. Busan just barely staying alive, does end up getting tagged by the Omen. He will get taken down. That's just Sato for you. So calm. This is just a regular Sunday for him. Landing those charms, not a problem.
Yeah, nice pick for San there, able to connect the pull and just getting those Charm of the Nomads on top of that Tazia. Tazia being a really slippery character, so it is a little hard to sort of hit the Tazia, but you know, as long as you're close enough, you basically can't miss with that ability.
Exactly. Peng in a little bit of trouble himself, stuck in the middle of 3, but NCMB is about to join the fray depending on how much time he buys. It might become a problem. Double dodge.
Oh my god!
From NCMB once again. NCMB is just knocking it out of the park. Nizika should fall down here in just a moment. Down he goes. My 1v1 up against each other. Peng trying to knock down Yoa. What's the problem? Exclusive comes out, and the Strut is going to be there to counter the catwalk. Nicely done. Auto Arms losing out on Cinema on the western side of the map. This is a game number 1. 5 kills for Affirmation, 4 kills for Gangnam Sparkle as we move on into day 2.
Wow, NCMB just showing why he is the better Felix, I guess, hitting that 3-man knockup and just instantly turning that team fight into Team Cartel's favor. Very, very nicely played by Peng. Gonna look to try to contest for the Tree of Life here. Actually, it looks like CMP is going to keep on in, but I don't think there's really anything to be found here. Peng already cut down half HP, and CMP going to get some damage. X-Boy going to be able to land that flechette there, and going to be able to kill NCMP.
I don't know why, but these Felixes have it out for each other. Sheer in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get taken dangerously low. There is the Tazia from Busan once again jumping onto some of these priority targets. Wall's not going to be needed as down goes another. Bin's going to get taken down. 2 members gone. Togi, the last one alive.
Oh no!
He's running back towards the entirety of Team Affirmation.
Oh no, and he's right in the middle.
He's got to live for about 13 seconds before the Reds can come back through. This Maya's in a whole heap of trouble. Exclusive is not available. He doesn't have anything. Oh my goodness, down goes Team Demon Drive. An early death for that team. 0 kills in 8th place. On the flip side, Busan will fall, but the devastation has already landed for Tongye. Oh my goodness, Demon Drive. They're just not going to be able to recover from that right now.
Yeah, just so unfortunate, just running into another team and just being caught in the middle because you have to walk away. You need to make sure you don't get caught when your 2 teammates are down, but yeah, you're just walking straight back into the hands of Team Affirmation. That's going to be it. Team Demon Drive going down in 8th place with 0 kills. Unfortunate start, but it is a checkpoint format, so it's not the end of the world. They just need to make sure they're going to be able to, you know, get those wins and secure some points back up.
This is rough, but you got to keep the mental straight, right? This is exactly the type of teams that you do need to keep that mentality up for, right? We haven't watched this team for quite a long time just yet. Demon Drive is a team that did join us in knockout stage number 6. So we'll see how well they're able to kind of last in this long type of format. We've seen these players actually quite a good number of times, but it's been a hot minute. We'll have to give them a little bit of a second to readjust back into this finals format as well.
One thing I want to comment about is actually 2 Sylvias. When was the last time we've seen a Sylvia in the finals? I don't think we've seen one in quite a bit here, but it looks like Tazia's gonna go down. Sylvia's gonna fall very shortly to Taeyong. Looks like the bike is actually gonna be able to get Raccoon out of there. The speed from that acceleration is gonna be a little too much, so it will just be 1 point going over to the side of Team Auto Arms here. There's a re-engage coming in from Yoa, but there's actually no follow-up on that, so looks like the Mai will just be the one to fall there. As looks like Slasher, looks like they had a 4-score in their inventory, and they definitely wanted to put that on.
Yoa sacrificing their life for the greater good. 350 credits locked in pat. Well done. These are the calls that I want to see. Right, that's a really, really good call, and it was made immediately instead of hesitating or anything like that. Yoa's like, "Take me."
Yeah.
He's like, "Take me."
You gotta make sure if you have a priority item like a 4-score, considering it's so much credits, like you do not want to lose that. So You're right, a great call coming out from Slasher here, but Peng actually completely caught out. Are they going to look for a turn here? NCMP just going straight in onto Curry and completely solos him. Satin trying to jump on forward, but going to be completely denied as Belzer is going to be the last one left of Saber, but it's still day 2 death, so a little over chase there, and great counter engage from Team Cartel, just recognizing that both the Rio and the Hyejin, I think they definitely overchased a little bit there.
Yep, over chasing during the nighttime as 2 squishy characters just to get face checked and spooked by Felix running straight into your face. Gotta suck, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, gotta deal with it. That's the kind of risks that you're gonna have to face when chasing people for a long time. And on top of that, it was inside the red.
Yeah,
I think 2 members of Saber are sitting on like mid-10s for their
yeah,
timer.
their timers are probably really bad now, especially since I don't think Team... Well, actually, no, I'm pretty sure Team Cartel probably did end up killing the bodies just because they did want extra credits. There is a Spark Grenade going to be landed onto Busan. Busan already chunked down to half HP. Laguri finds an angle onto the backline though. Romantic tries to blink away, but it's not going to be enough. Romantic's going to instantly die, but the HP bar is on the side of Confirmation are really low. One Circle is actually going to get a lot of damage with the wall. Laguri going to be the one to actually be forced to back away here as the sustain coming up from Theodore is just way too much. One Circle is just able to find these angles to blink into the perfect spot to deny any more engages. Will be a -200 for Mira Sejong, but they do end up picking that meteorite.
It was actually a really good initiation, I think, from Team Affirmation. The only problem is they ended up targeting down the Nadine instead of the Theo. A lot of times you see the Theo, as soon as they pop the Energy Blast field, he gets so much value out of the overcharge state. And while the initiation from Team Affirmation was good, a lot of their initial burst and crowd control landed onto the Nadine. So the Theo was just pumping out damage over and over in the overcharge state. These are not tanky characters, right? They need time in order to continue stacking up in the fight. Tazia needs some time in order to get those shields up. Theo didn't give her the chance. It absolutely didn't. Down goes 1, down goes 2, and down goes 3.
I think killing Nadine is fine there just because Nadine does do a lot of damage, and Dramatic was a little mispositioned, but the problem is Theodore just gets free reign, and I think just one circle. Yeah, One Circle just able to blink. I don't know if you saw, but One Circle walked around with the Sapphire Protocol, you know, getting an extra shield and that movement speed, and then blinking back into the Mai. So just very nice micro decision making from One Circle.
Yeah, he's probably by far one of the best at utilizing Sapphire Protocol in the middle of a fight. And if anything, I also think Team Vita and Sejong is just also good at utilizing that too. Okay, Paradiso down. It doesn't land onto anybody. There's a little bit of splash AoE damage that landed onto Taeyong and Loken, but the fight is already disengaged. Not that big of a deal. Blinks invested from a couple players. I think Raccoon ended up having to use the blink away, but good recovery and good disengage coming from the Tazia.
Yeah, but to comment on, you know, the fight before, I think just One Circle just has the, I would say, the best uses of their blink on Theodore. You could sort of see the difference between, you know, other Theodore players and how One Circle plays Theodore, where One Circle is able to just have the awareness to be able to blink back into his team, even though there might be enemies that are, you know, nearby his team, but just recognizing he's safer to blink maybe into his Mai instead of you know, blinking away, because if the Theodore does end up blinking away, then, you know, they would be completely isolated and there will be no more peel potential for from their teammates.
Yep, I love seeing One Circle's Theo, and you know, I think a lot of people in chat are also gonna know this man just refuses to die on this character. I don't know how he does it. He makes Theo look like a tank.
Yeah, he's just able to, or he just has the awareness of just always making sure that, you know, he is able to, you know, find those angles to make sure he blinks into like the spots where the enemy just isn't able to kill him. There is the ultimate. Energy Blast is going to be invested by One Circle. I think they do end up recognizing that there's another team nearby. Definitely should have saw the team on vision. But another fight here on the other hand, Team Saber is actually going to be doing infinite damage from range. Curry and Satin just doing so much, just pelting so many arrows, and the Charm of the Nomads from just across the wall from from so far back in the alley, and Bowser just able to tank so much damage.
Yeah, Belzer with also a tag on that coup de grace. Managed to
Yeah,
do
that
a
was
lot
a
of
great coup de
damage.
grace.
It's level 3. Look at that. Belzer's level 16 right now. That's a lot of value out of the coup de grace this late into the game. And of course, you're not cutting through as much health bar on the side of Affirmation, but that tag is going to hurt a lot this late into the game.
Affirmation are playing characters that are relatively squishy, but they do really well in sustained fights with their shields and their healing. But yeah, if you get hit by a coup de grace that just does max HP damage, it's pretty devastating. So unfortunately, Affirmation gonna go down in 7th place, but 9 kills for themselves is actually not too bad for them.
Yeah, funny enough, if you have less HP, the initial hit of coup de grace actually does quite a lot. At level 3, more so than the secondary damage tag.
It is an execute, right? I think.
Well, is the first tag an
it's-
execute?
I'm not too sure, but
Still does a lot.
yeah, it does
You
a
don't
lot of
have too
damage.
many
And it's true
defense
damage
stats.
as well, and does max HP damage. So it's just really hard to kind of live through a coup de grace. Here comes the Mai. Can they do their burst damage that we see time and time again?
Oh
No!
my god.
It looks like Scarlet is just going to instantly fall, not even going to be able to use their totem in time. Very nice burst coming out from Team Cartel to completely deny any chances that the Gangnam Sparkle had to try to kill the Mai there. And yeah, very, very nicely played.
Do they have a kiosk, or are they just going to use the one side
Probably going to go over to
hotel?
beach. Yeah, beach
Right?
hotel.
Yeah, they're gonna
There
have
you
Oh,
to
go.
do it. There we go. Timer is actually not that good for Fana. This is kind of rare for Team Gangnam Sparkle, but they're gonna have to deal with it. Curry over the wall once again, pumping out auto attacks, but Denana, of course, not gonna let that happen for free this time around. Team Saber trying to push away to the best of their abilities. Coup de grace does actually
Ooh,
land, and
big
it
trade.
is gonna be a trade. Belzer down.
Wait a second.
Denana
Third party.
down. Third party coming in right beforehand. Saten running away.
Get the
Curry
rest.
running away. Denana should get rezzed up. Gwangju Slasher
can.
actually did not catch the fact that there was another team right behind Team Saber.
Yeah, now Team Saber is stuck over here, but they actually get the res off. They are going to use that kiosk. Looks like Team... Oh, Taeyoung's actually going to find an angle onto Bongwa there, and Logan's just going to be able to finish the Adina off, and now that is a lot of Team Cartel's damage gone. NCMB trying to do some damage, trying to do as much as he can, dodging on a lot of auto attacks, but Taeyoung is just going to completely deny the chances of NCMP just going to completely lock him down, summon to the wall. That's going to be it. We have Team Mirai Sejong. Ooh, X-Boy
Quick fight!
gets the White Lily over to the wall, and they're able to find Romantic. Very nicely played by Team Slasher, and they will be able to take the wick line. Who's going to get the items? It will be Yoa. Oh my god. And he's just going to jump over the wall. Oh no, he didn't get the items.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that was a little bit too greedy, right? Your team's
You
already
tried, yeah.
gone. You look for an item like that, but Belzer's already on top of you. That's a lot of crowd control. Even if you get access to the Wicked Line inventory, you're probably not going to be able to get it with the Yuki right on top. Good stuff for Team Gwangju Slashers, but yeah, almost could have been bad.
Slasher found the perfect angle, was able to use that White Lily. I think Mirai Sejong just didn't account for that White Lily. It definitely happens time and time again where these teams do end up forgetting. And oh my god, there is the one-shot combo that we've always, that we know Gangnam Sparkle for. They're able to get any crowd control on any character. Any of the three can just follow up and completely obliterate them. And that is a Mai who had, I think they probably had like SSM and probably their chess piece finished.
Yep, that sounds about right for Team Gangnam Sparkle.
Let's see. How much?
Good to know they're still the same. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Okay, we'll take a look at it later. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
They don't have any credits to call on the items eventually, anytime soon anyway, so yeah, unless they start to get some transitions, it's not really going to change the items on that Mai. We have a small fight that is brewing inside a warehouse. Cinema is cooking something, and Sammy is going to be the initial target. And again, Boombwa, he was over the wall. He blinked out, but he got pulled back in again. Pang, he pulled Boombwa straight back into death. NCMB sitting on single digits of timer. Taeyoung doesn't care about that. He's just going to knock you down anyways. Pang getting chased down by Cinema. We saw this earlier, but his cooldown and strut timers are slightly off. Going to use the White Lily across. Cinema knows a little bit too much about this. Oh no. Pang is still getting corralled to the best of everyone's abilities. Are we going to see the VLS being utilized by any of these guys? I think Rossi's on it.
Yeah, looks like they are going to use it to try to chase the Mai down here. I don't think Ping's going to be able to get away. Ooh, I do like Comes Arazi. There is Ping
He
will be
has
able to get away.
single-digit timers,
There's
he's
the
dead.
catwalk, and yeah,
Oh, wait,
looks
no,
like
never
looks like Ping will be fine. But on the other side, looks like Mara Sejong did end up falling to Saber in Hotel. I think they're sort of stuck in a corner there, and I'm guessing Yuki probably hit a really nice coup de grace on them. So very, very nicely done by Team Saber. But yeah, the fight down in dock or down in warehouse, auto arms, Taeyong just always finds these angles and is able to lock down these priority targets. We did see, oh wow, San gonna invest his charm for his 5 opens there. Gonna be able to get a lot of damage onto Fauna, but not gonna be able to take him down.
I think he was considering the Charm of the Nomad angle, but with the Celine sitting in an offside, he really didn't want to risk it, and I think that's the right call, because look at the number of kills across the board on the teams. Right now we have the kill leaders in the lobby. The 2 teams that came up from the knockout stage 6, they're actually leading the lobby right now. Team Auto Arms and Saber both sitting on 9 kills respectively. This 2 teams are actually going to be in an extremely solid spot to even potentially fight out up against
They're gonna
Gangnam
jump
Sparkle.
in straight to the hands of
They're split.
team. Wait a second, can Taeyong find an angle? No, actually, it's not gonna be enough. Oh, the route.
Yeah, that's a little
Is
preemptive.
invested into from the yawn there. I think maybe Taeyong thought he would have had an angle in.
It's unyielding stacks.
Be able to stack his, get some passive stacks here. Are gonna look for an angle. Sunghwang is gonna get pushed back. Already down to 1 HP. Taeyong finds an angle, gonna be able to push Fauna into the wall, but they are gonna be able to trade a lot of damage onto Taeyong. Taeyong's gonna fall. Fauna's gonna fall as well. Sunghwang down to 1 HP. Will Cinema be able to get a taunt? He does get a taunt before he gets CC'd. It's now coming down to a 2v1. Scarlet and Scarlet versus Cinema and Loken, but the side of Team Auto Arms, they have that heal plant. I think that's gonna keep them enough, alive enough, and give them enough HP to be able to finish this here. Scarlet gonna get a. Oh wait, he does end up getting it, but don't think he's gonna be able. Oh, actually, it's gonna be a little close. He should be able to win this. It is a Emma versus a Mai now. Scarlet gonna try denying the res, but there's the shield coming out from the Emma passive once again, and Scarlet's actually gonna be able to get the execution bonus. Gonna be able to heal quite a bit. Cinema. Oh yeah, Cinema trying to go for the res, but Scarlet is gonna be the one to win it for Team Gangnam Sparkle. Oh my god, Scarlet clutching it out for his team in that 2v1.
Dude. Gangnam Sparkle. The only other problem is now Cartel. The Mai is sitting inside a chapel too, so it's going to be another Emma versus
1v1.
Maya. Yeah, 1v1 inside of that.
But
so.
yeah, I don't think you can beat an Emma in a 1v1. Yeah, it has the timer as well. Oh my god, look at the damage coming in from Scarlet, and that is going to be Sparkle going to be the one to come out on top in the bottom zone there. And it will be Team Saber gonna be winning this one out, as well as all 3 members are gonna be back alive.
Yep, there we go. Saber 12 kills strong, Gangnam Sparkles 9 kills strong. They're both looking for 15 and 12 respectively. Team Gangnam Sparkle, they have been given a second chance with Team
Scarlet. Yeah, just winning that 1v2. That was crazy.
Oh,
because I think Autumn just had to play a little more slow if they just reset it a little more with that heal plant. But I think they just thought they had it in the bag, and unfortunately, Scarlet just ruining their dreams. Very, very well played by our Emma player here. Just showing why Emma is definitely a character to be feared.
I'll be real with you. I don't think it was even Team Auto Arms' fault with not resetting correctly. Their health bars were good, both the Mai and the Rozzy. It was just Scarlet playing that fight out miraculously well. And credit to Loken as well. He dodged a lot of skills, but the crucial ones were intentionally placed by Scarlet. We'll see if that's going to happen once again. Fauna. Oh, that's a really good parry, but brings him straight into a potential 4-stack. Not going to be baited out by Songhanong just yet. Satan looking for positioning, not going to get it. This is classic Gangnam Sparkles, right? Super. They got control of the final zone. There's a couple double guillotines down as well. Will get canceled. Fauna missing out on the initial knockup, but now the timers are starting to move. Songhanong getting some positioning with the magnetic compulsion. That's a 2-stack down on the floor. That's 3 right there. Belzer is going to eat the 4-stack. That's a lot of damage over onto the Yuki. Fauna looking for an angle back in, but everyone's already split. It's not going to matter. 20 seconds left for the side of Team Saber. 15 seconds for Curry now. They have to make a decision. Still plenty of time to play around with, but they don't have their own play timer to play around.
There's the angle from Fauna. Fauna is going to be able to kill him, but wait a second. Fauna's going to fall actually to the soul link from the coup de grace. Now it's gonna come down to 2-2 Curry. I'm down
my
1 HP. Yeah, okay.
GG's called out for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. They will be able to trade out 1 for Team Saber, but that's about it. 12 kills for Gyeongnam Sparkles Strong will win the first place. That, my friends, is what an Emma can do. Off the backs of the Scarlet 1v2 instead of Chapel, will be able to win it out for this team. GG's.
Yeah, it's just really hard, I think, for Team Saber to kind of play into that. They just have to let Satin try to cook and try to do some damage and poke the enemy down, but you're versing into a Emma, Celine, and a Chloe, so just one mistake from any of your members will just spell doom. So very nicely played by Team Gangnam Sparkle. Going to be able to win that one up, like you said, on the backs of Scarlet there, winning the 1v2, and it's a 12-kill game for them. So a nice 20-point game. If they keep this up, they should be in checkpoints in game number 4.
Yeah, I feel like Fauna is just going to be that teacher in front of the hall trying to throw those chalks at the sleeping Biancas, if you catch my drift. Did you see the updated one by any chance?
I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
2 more.
I love how his one like symbol that he put on the post was the question mark, right? If you guys don't have any idea what I'm talking about, go check out Fauna's Twitter. We actually talked about it yesterday a bit, but if you guys weren't there, it's a banger. It is an absolute banger. Check the last 2 days worth of tweets. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If you haven't watched the entirety of phase number 1, it can kind of be summarized with those 2 pictures. So yeah, great game from Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. Again, it is off the backs of Scarlet, but still, Gyeongnam Sparkles, they're at it again. Fauna, Scarlet, as well as Hongharang. The triple magic duo. I swear to God, these players are pretty much the one team that can continue on the dreams of DHCNJ, playing their mains all they want and actually making it work.
Yeah, and they're all just playing, or they are playing a really odd comp. The triple backline comp we don't really see too often, but with characters like the Emma, Chloe, and the Celine, it just works really well because they're just able to combo off of each other as CC really nicely. And they have that burst damage who even kill, like we saw earlier from the Nana, these tanks and these priority characters.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we saw too, even if you knock down one, the other two will pretty much obliterate you if there was some kind of equal trade, right? Emma and the Celine is still enough to completely obliterate a Rio if they really choose to do so.
Yeah, it's just great to see, and it's great to watch the triple backline come out and shine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. With Gyeongnam Sparkles taking away game number 1, you did say it was 20 points, and I think you're on the right track with that number. It all also comes down to the second and I think third place team as well. We actually had a decent amount of TKs going to multiple teams. I think Affirmation ended the game with 9, and we talked about earlier how Auto Arms also ended with a hefty number of kills.
11. Yeah, I think they had 11 kills, so a lot of points to go around for this game, but there has been a lot of team fighting throughout the match, so no surprise there. That just means that these teams have a lot more room to catch up. I would say like the bottom teams that didn't score any points because these teams are slowly making their way closer and closer to that checkpoint line.
All right. Is it going to be a long series or a short series today? I'm kind of hoping for a short series just simply because of the fact I want to see one of these teams genuinely dominate in phase number 1, right? And then by the time we get to phase number 2, it'd be nice if you could see multiple teams, especially at checkpoint, do their thing. But in phase number 1, I want to just kind of see if there's any teams that are really well set for this season specifically. We know all these teams, right? We've seen them before, or they're ones that we've seen for a very, very long time. Their performance in season 6 is what I'm waiting for.
Oh, that's kind of cool. They have that little line now with the 55 checkpoints, so you can see if any teams are going to be above that line. Right now, no teams are going to be above that 50-point checkpoint line, but it will be Team Gangnam Sparkle with 20 points Saber. Not too far behind, only 2 points difference with 18 themselves. Auto Arms with 13, Affirmation with 9. Wow, we have a lot of teams actually with 9 points for themselves. Red Touching with 6 and Demon Drive with 0. So a lot of points to go around for game number 1. Everyone's going to be inching closer and going to be trying to eye for that checkpoint spot.
Yes, sir. Okay. Score sheet's a lot closer than I think you and I thought, especially with the bottom teams not really seeming to have gotten that much done. But 9 points is hefty. That's about halfway to first place, and we know all of these teams are capable of getting that one standout performance if they can do so. I was about to say if they want to, but I don't think that's how you really get stellar performance in ER, especially in finals.
Yeah.
Can't just
But
walk
I'm
it.
excited because we do actually have, I think, 2 bans coming. Felix and Mai going to be off the table. So
Yes.
number 2.
Pretty crucial bans, although, let me say this, we didn't have any in the final zone.
That is true. That is
All the
true.
Mai's died early, so maybe Mai's weak. I don't know.
No, I wouldn't say that, but I'm curious to see what these teams will be swapping to. Maybe Danana's gonna go back on the Alonso for Team Mirai Sejong. Maybe we'll have some Shukai picks like we saw the other day, to sort of replace the Mai, because I think Shukai is probably the next best tank in line. I think that a lot of these teams are sort of eyeing to, because Shukai does have that sustain, does have that tankiness, that extra HP, and it gives your team that Shukai food, which is probably the most important part of playing, Shukai as a tank.
Yeah, I could also kind of hedge my bets on possibly a Danana Nikki coming out in this game. I know he's been really liking that pick, and we've actually seen it quite a lot throughout phase number 1. She has been very strong.
She has been banned, once this phase, so definitely does have a strong showing, I would say.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what they're actually going to pair with the Nikki if they are going to opt to go for it, right? Like, there's no way you're going to put Romantic or One Circle on Charlotte. That's not happening. No matter how much we pray for, that ain't happening.
I don't think they would play the Charlotte Jenny comp. I mean, didn't really work out too well in the higher stages, right? Because we don't really see those team comps for the finals here, but we might see like a Nikki. If Danana were to play Nikki, I would maybe guess
Theo something.
maybe One Circle playing maybe Carla. I don't think Theo works too well with the Nikki. I think Theodore needs like that Alonso or that Mai.
Just a straight up wall up front, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. I could even predict a Tazia potentially coming through. We know that One Circle has been interested in playing that.
I don't
that
think
would be an interesting one.
I would love to see One Circle on Tazia, but I don't think we've seen One Circle on Tazia in quite a while, honestly.
Very long time.
Yeah, I think he's sort of quit that character, but we're gonna see. Oh, will be the Theodore and the Laura.
This is gonna be an Alonso then.
I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Alonso here.
Yeah, with this kind of setup, Alonso is the best. Estelle could also work. 11 would be funny.
Yeah, just any hard tank here. I don't think it's gonna be Nikki, but I mean it could be Nikki on that tank build as well.
Yeah, maybe to pair up with Romantic, but if he's changing over to Nadine, yeah, it's most definitely going to be either Estelle or the Alonso.
Oh, Garnet?
No. It's a Danana, but I don't think this
Garnet.
is a good wall.
No, it's locked in. It's locked in.
Oh my god. Okay, it's locked in. All right. How does this shift the dynamics of this team comp, right? You have Romantic, you have One Circle. The thing about this team is that compared to all the other Garnet teams we saw, especially on, oh my goodness, which team was it? I forgot their name already, but Theo allows the backline support to actually be in range of the Garnet no matter how well or how aggressive she plays. I like this, but at the same time, honestly, it's Garnet.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't sound the worst, because Garnet is just a nice body to be in front, has a damage reduction as well, has its sustain. You just want like your tank in the front to back team to have that tankiness. Obviously, Garnet, a character that doesn't have as much self peel or as much peel for their team as these other tanks, but I could see this working considering how good One Circle and Romantic are on playing, these backline characters. As long as they self-heal correctly, I can see this working.
Yeah, I think it mostly comes down to how valuable the Quake is going to be on Danana. That Quake has to go hard. Otherwise, I think Nadine and Theo are going to kind of have to fend for themselves. And while One Circle's Theo is pretty good at doing that, I think Danana might have some... not Danana, but Romantic could theoretically have some issues staying alive, especially in a lobby like this. Because... we missed it since we were looking at the Garnet. There is a Hisui on Demon Drive.
Oh yeah, he's sweet coming out in the grand finals of ERM, but I think that is because obviously the Felix did end up getting banned.
Yep.
So the next substitute character that's sort of like Felix, I guess, would be that he's sweet pick. So I'm not too surprised that we do have one, but you know, Hisui hasn't had a strong showing so far.
Yeah, also I did notice this yesterday. I was just scrolling through Twitter, and actually the 4th team member of Demon Drive, which I was surprisingly following ever since a long time ago, posted a little bit of a union session with the members of Team Demon Drive, and Bin's IGM, the way that you pronounce Bin's name is Bintum. That's actually literally how it's pronounced.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I might start calling him that now because I know what it means. It's like the space in between a gap. You know what I mean? Like the empty space in between. That's what it means.
I see.
Yeah. So I actually like it. I might start calling him Bintum now instead of just Bin.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of people grouped up here down in the warehouse and in dock. X-Boy really chunked down. Ghostfire is going to be procced on to him, but still level 5, so not going to have that Reign of the Vampire Queen, and they're just going to focus their sights right onto X-Boy. I think X-Boy will be the one to fall here. Yoa going to fall as well, so 2 members of JG Slasher already going to be falling in day number 1, but it's not the end of the world. It's just going to be a 5-second respawn timer. They're just going to TP back up. Maybe look for some zones that are free, because you do have that sidelight scan now, so maybe it will actually benefit them.
So a lot of people with incomplete builds right now still looking for fight. Not exactly sure what the plan is. Loken should probably be full. A lot of good damage coming from this Kadia. One circle coming to support Donana back in, but I think this Garnet, yeah, she is dead to right. It's a little bit too isolated. Doesn't have their 3rd team member to join in on the fray. Not going to happen. Satan, she can take it down. It is going to be Nina's auto attack to clear that one up on the south side as well. Telling them Sparkles. 3 kills strong already. It feels like I'm seeing a bit of a Rump Rebels moment in a different zone in this game than the else.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of kills in the early game. They're just making their lead farther and farther for the rest of these teams to sort of try to catch up. Mermatic, blinking, but they are going to face plant right into that bus, and it will be Team JG Slasher going to be able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, by the way, for Kingdom Sparkles, they only need a 27 kill first place to go into checkpoint straight in game 3. Only a 27
I don't think we've ever seen more than the 20, have we?
No, we've seen somewhere like 22, 23, but nothing higher than that. 28 is
they
like...
got another one. They're making their way up there. That is 4. There's 23 more.
Stop it. You know I was sarcastic with that one too. Why are you encouraging it?
23 more. We might have a 3-game series. That would be like crazy if we've had a 3-game series. But it looks like Belzer is gonna be caught here by Team Affirmation. Team Affirmation gonna be able to run Belzer down. Great parry though coming on the side of Team Belzer. Curry is gonna be joining back into the fray. Maybe gonna be able to turn here. Danana gonna get a nice route there. The ultimate is going to be used onto the and a great bat skill going to be able to push the Hisui right into the wall, and that is going to be it. The Demon Drive going to be forced to back away.
This is how you play Garnet. Even if, even if he had access to the backline, he actually never went through. Because all he needs to do is be a frontline. The frontline, he just positions himself in between their frontline and the enemy backline. That's exactly what you need to be doing, just so that the backline is threatened enough that they're not going to really step past you to have the attack range to target your backliners. But at the same time, if their enemy frontliner decides to jump into your backline, then you have the leniency to go en route. This is the kind of wall that I want to see as a Garnet. They're playing that fantastically. Energy Blast Field also there to give the additional movement speed for both Dramatic and One Circle to join the fray and allow Danana to be that effective wall instead of having nothing to block behind it.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be able to grab this Tree of Life for free. But yeah, I do agree. Garnet just is such a nice body, and the thing is, Garnet is a character that can be so much farther up from the rest of the team. And Theodore just having that extra range is really, really nice for them.
Yep. Actually being able to assist the Garnet, no way. Couple couple of objective contests considered at the beginning of day number 2, but it's not really going to result in anything as Liguri just completely isolated away
Oh,
as
did he
the
get one?
Camillo. He is not going to get one. A Sanctuary is going to be popped up by X-Boy. He is back on his Bianca, by the way, the signature pick of X-Boy, the bane of existence for a few of our ranked queuers over there in KR. This guy can do no wrong on this character, apparently, in the ladder.
Yeah, I mean Bianca, such a swingy character, because if you do get that random family point of view, at least hit maybe even just 2 people, just does way too much. And looks like
He's
the
dead.
totem is going to be popped by Busan. Are they going to be able to kill him? Oh no, he's actually going to be able to get away here on 1 HP. Great uses of the totem and the walls. But wait a second, they're going to look to set their sights onto Raccoon here. Raccoon down to 1 HP. Looks like it's going to be Yohad and Camillo Mirror here. Camillo does end up getting stunned by the Camillo R2. But wait a second. Yo actually going to be able to find the Raccoon there. So is it going to be able to at least trade 1 kill over? This affirmation does end up picking 2.
Big kudos to Busan, though. If he didn't stay alive, I don't think that fight would have really turned in that favor, especially the kill onto the Camillo would. I don't think have happened because 2 Camillos just whacking away at each other does not really benefit anybody. Let's be real here. Eventually one will fall, but it's going to take quite a bit. So yeah, good stuff for the Tazia, keeping herself alive. Good call on X-Boy to understand that the fight is just not going to be in their favor, especially without the Reign of the Vampire Queen. Will back away from that one instead. Cartel looking for an angle on this Lumi. They will get a big hefty chunk of the credits that it's able to provide. And on the flip side, Team Saber unfortunately pushed away, will not be able to control that. Whereas Curry, he actually gets access to the second spawn of Bear, so that's good.
A lot of farm going to the side of Team Saber, but I don't know if they are going to be able to contest for any of the objectives. Mira Sejong, sitting in that bush, maybe going to wait for a team to pull up to the box here. Looks like Dongye did end up falling from Demon Drive. It was Team Gang Sparkles probably getting caught by that full combo. The Estelle, despite being a tank, we've seen it time and time again, they just instantly fall to these to the combo. And it looks like the side of... Yeah, great timing there from X-Boy. Going to be able to kill Busan as they come out of the totem. So Team Affirmation is going to be on the back foot here. But it looks like Izuka is actually going to give chase here. It is going to be a 2v1. But it looks like Liguri is just going to walk away.
On the flip side, NCMB, Cartel is in a little bit of shambles. Unfortunately, 2 members falling down. NCMB dodging out on the first hit of the Ballistic Advantage. Will be able to get themselves away for the time being. Losing it out up against Team Auto Arms inside of Cemetery. On that note, we do have a Zahir, right? There's going to be Auto Arms running that character, which is not something I think we've seen from Auto Arms just yet inside of this series. And the Kadia to follow through. The composition, very difficult to actually follow up on. Maybe it was this team that ran it, because I could have...
It was, yeah.
Right?
They ended up playing this once the... I think... I got banned yesterday.
Yeah, it was when the Felix was super popular.
Yeah, but it did end up swapping back after for game number 4. They just decided, we're just gonna play our Alonso comp, but it's actually working out pretty well for them. I think, the Kadia and the Zahir just have enough range to follow up on the Alonso, even if the Alonso points a little too far forward. So it's actually not too bad. It's just they do end up they do need to make sure they're able to stay alive, because both the Kadia and the Zahir, 2 characters that just have no escape. So if you do get engaged on as a backliner, it is pretty rough for them to deal with.
Cinema. He is stacked up. Fencing Mask is online, but that's not really that many transitions considering it's night number 2. Loken is going to have the brunt of it, right? There's the Galaxy Steps. We got a couple of crit items already built on him, just waiting for another 4-score. Radar should be the next item that he's going to go for. I have seen him build the Andromeda, so maybe not prioritizing the Widowmaker just yet, but a fight inside a fire station is going to begin. Busan is full HP at the moment. Kwangju Slashers needs to get that HP down, but for now they are going to be
ultimate.
They have with Roskin going down too. That is going to be the Camillo taken down early on into the fight as well. Nizuka trying to turn something, but it's not going to happen when the sustain on the side of Affirmation is a little bit too strong.
It's way too much.
Piolo, he will be able to use the Punisher over the wall, but I don't think... Pusa missing out on the dash himself, will not be able to capitalize on this opportunity. Nizuka, yeah, get out of there, buddy. I don't think that's a place you're trying to res.
Yeah, they do get the res, so Sylvia will come back up. So we'll just be a minus 200 for both teams of Slasher and Affirmation there. A little unfortunate. I think it looks like the Sylvia did end up getting caught at the end there. And yeah, Nizuka not really able to do anything into the Camilo and to the Tazi. Just way too much sustain, way too much shields from that team. Do have Team Mira Sejong a little split here. Romantic, I think, going to be caught out, it looks like. Another fight here on the bottom side. It looks like Bin is going to be caught here. There's the nice shot there from NCMB. Going to be able to snipe the Hisui down. And top side here, Danana able to sustain a lot of damage. But wait a second. Liguri is actually going to be able to find one circle. One circle gets completely caught by the Camilo, as the Camilo is actually going to be able to get a stun onto Danana as well. I think Liguri will be the one to follow. As that's Affirmation going to be wiped off the map. I think Mira Sejong is going to follow suit, as well as the third party coming out from Team Auto Arms. They're just going to be able to claim every member of Affirmation and Team Mira Sejong.
Looks about right. The bigger problem with Team Mira and Sejong, they don't deal with third party well at all. Once the Garnet is in, she's not getting out. And if you have a third party, you need this front line to actually sustain for you and try to flip the fight on its head. Well, Garnet doesn't have the capabilities of doing that, unfortunately. So a little bit brutal. Oh my god, the crowd control onto Belzer is perfect. Beautiful damage output and crowd control stack onto that front line. Scarlet being jumped on by Sutton, but the Charm of the Nomad not going to be taken, I would say, for a good reason. That Hyejin could have been immediately blown up, but is not going to take the opportunity to attempt for it because of the fact that the Yuki res did come through, right? They didn't lose anything out of it, save for that little purple box, which I think held a loop card key because the mobile kiosk got placed down by Scarlet. Yeah, no, there's a flare gun.
Oh, it's a flare gun that's going to be taken. It's a red one as well. I would just pop it in their situation to maybe get that box online. Gangnam Sparkle, they are sitting in a really good spot as well. I think the blood column is going to be coming in very shortly here with that ammo on 500 credits. Yeah, it will be the blood buy-in, so Team Sparkle is going to look really, really strong going into night 3 here. And as there are 6 teams left, 2 teams already falling a little early. It's a little unfortunate because yeah, both teams just kind of self-destructing into each other, as Team Auto Arms is just there to clean everything up.
Yep, this time it was going to be the prio on the Chaser. No upgrade from what I saw, so that's something that is consistent with what Song Hanang is going to do. Fleeing Soul is going to tag onto Dongye, but unfortunately it hit during the middle of the shield charge, CC and vulnerability for that character during that duration, which means the slow not going to really affect much. Soul Stealer invested from both teams. Bin, ooh, nice buffer on that skill. Is he going to be able to get out is a question. White Lily is there. Maybe the turn is a thought, a possibility. It's not going to happen. Inside of Hotel, though, the fight is actually bigger. Gangnam Sparkle is just completely running around Team Hwangju Slashers. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but with Yoha and Nizuka, they're not even going to attempt going for a refight. They just want the res back instead.
Oh my god, a great fear. Wait a second.
Again, but Dongye's going to take the fall. Bin is not even attempting this at all either. Sheer going to run away himself. Rain of Arrows going to be dodged out. Sheer a little bit too smart about that one. Nice use of that shift gears to turn tail and run away.
Yeah, Bells are getting that nice coup de grace, forcing one of them to use their totem. I think it was Bin there. And then just a lot of damage, and San just so much damage on this Hyejin, just so much AoE damage, and a great fear coming out as well to push the Sylvia away. Sylvia tried to look for an angle, but wasn't able to find anything, as Team Saber will win that. Get a nice kill for themselves. A lot of credits to their name. 500, 500, and 380 here. They definitely want to get some blood buy-ins. Maybe get that, maybe even get a 4-score buy-in as well.
Yeah, we know this team from yesterday actually prioritizing the fail knots for both the Rio and the Hyejin. The Hyejin especially, I think, has been a very, very good user of the blood sample. We'll see if it actually becomes a thing though, right? Even without the blood sample, we've seen Satan being an absolute menace. And plus, smaller transitions, as long as you can actually start stacking those up, will go a long way, especially on a character like Hyejin. Whereas on the flip side for Rio, she definitely wants that fail knot if she has the leniency for it. She should theoretically have all of her other transitions already. If she doesn't, then Saber is behind, although it does not feel like it. So there's one blood sample. The second one was also called from the side of Rio. That should be a double fail knot coming in just a moment.
Yeah, they are going to be quite strong after their double blood weapons here, but there are also a lot of other teams that are really accelerated, like Team Gangnam Sparkle there. We do see the double blood, we do see that Necronomicon, probably from the red box, And we do know Fauna, or sorry, not Fauna, but Sangarang on that blood weapon as well. Team Cartel gonna try to gatekeep Team Autoworms here. Will they be able to get some damage? There is in a blitz, not gonna be able to hit anyone. As Team Autoworms, I don't think they want to funnel into this Adina. A lot of sunken junks. They do a lot of damage there. Peng actually gonna get knocked up and gonna get locked down. A lot of CC, but there is a shield just absorbing so much damage. Ultimate is gonna be invested from the Alonso, but the Alonso just taking too much. The shield, the damage reduction, and the ultimate already invested on the Alonso. So the Alonso not gonna be able to do anything. Oh no, the third party is here. Team Cartel is gonna fall. Loken is gonna be the one to fall. NCMP gonna die first, as Cinema is gonna be the one to get away. A lot of third parties this game, just very, very unfortunate. I think Team Gangnam Sparkle, I think they recognized what was happening. They just walked up and yeah, very nicely played. Very nice cleanup from Team Gangnam Sparkle. A little unfortunate for Team Cartel, as looks like the fight was going in their favor, but they had to push in because they did end up recognizing there was a team behind them.
I don't know why Peng sent it back in with the shield, if I'm going to be real with you. I don't think in a tight quarter like this, Estelle should try to even go in, even with that shield up front. She should have probably used it backwards to leave the fight instead of assisting to help the Alonso kill.
I think maybe they saw that Sparkle was coming behind, so maybe they just decided, you know, we just have to send it here, because if we take too long, we're just going to get 3P'd, is my guess. Because, yeah, it did not look correct to jump back on in there when, you know, they already had that man advantage. So, yeah, a little unfortunate, as because Peng did end up instantly falling, but Team Gangnam Sparkle, they are showing a masterclass on this team comp. You're going to be able to get Wickline as well. 10 Felix kills ready to their name, and they are looking well poised to win this one. We got San on the flank here. Cinema going to get feared by San, and Cinema gonna instantly fall there. Loken gonna try doing some damage back. Belzer just gonna be able to tank so much damage. It's not gonna be enough. As yeah, Loken gonna be able to not to do enough damage, as both Curry and San gonna be able to find an angle and gonna be able to finish him off. As Team Saber 2, this team was second place with the amount of points they had. They are getting a lot for themselves as well. A nice 3 kills for them there, so they're sitting on 4.
That's a bit unfortunate for Team Autoworms. This does open up opportunities for potentially Demon Drive to fight this out though now, right? Because the here makes it very difficult for something like a Hisui as well as a Sylvia to fight on in. But Demon Drive is extremely behind at the moment when it comes to pacing. 0 kills for them at the moment. They are in shambles right now. The only thing they're going to get is placement points, which does technically increase the amount of points they have overall, but they started game number 1 with 0. So needs to find something if they want some kind of action going on for them. Relying on the Felix I don't think is going to be the greatest idea, since we have seen the Felix threat of the ban coming through. It's not going to be consistent at all.
Felix and Mike gonna be coming back for round 3. Demon Drive gonna be on the back foot here. I think Team Slasher know how weak this team is. X-Boy maybe gonna look for an ult over the wall. But Nizuka actually just gonna send it on in. There's the ultimate coming in from X-Boy. The blink on forward, gonna be able to connect onto Dong Yi. Not too much damage. Sylvia is gonna be forced to back away here, as there's the W3 gonna come from the Hisui. Not gonna do enough damage, as yeah, looks like it's just gonna be Demon Drive. Gonna fall victim to JG Slasher. Gonna be able to pick up all 3 kills, sitting on 10 field kills for themselves as we do go down to our final 3 teams.
Reign of the Vampire Queen wasn't the greatest in the world just because of the angle that what is it? Yoha, I think? No, X-Boy ended up taking it with, but it was just the fighting prowess of both the Piolo as well as the Camillo. We're late enough in the game that these two are genuine threats whenever a Sylvia has slight downtime, and they capitalize on that perfectly. Well played over on the Guangzhou Slashers.
Yeah, I think the item difference was just too big. Demon Drive, I mean, there's a reason why they were sitting in the bush. I think they were just trying to hide, wrap for as many placement points as possible. They have not had too good of a performance this game. You can see their levels as well. They're all sitting on 18, so it's the reason why I think JD Slasher just decided to full send. He just knew they had the item advantage, so, you know, why not?
Indeed. If Team Gyeongnam Sparkles wants to make it into checkpoint after this one, they just have to make sure that Saber and Gwangju Slasher infinite revives themselves over and over again. They're looking for, I think it was 28 that we were talking about. Yeah, they need 18
It's not
points.
happening, but if they have a nice consistent game here, we'll definitely see them in checkpoint for game number 4.
Yeah, that game 3 is probably going to be consistent for them too. We've seen them actually fighting for Wiccaline this time around. I don't think they managed to do it in game number 1. It was 2 different teams that ended up going for the contest inside a school. But this time they are playing once again the name of their game. They're just in their own respective temp zone. They don't care what is happening across the opposite side of this fight. As long as they can get the final zone, they know they have a chance, especially with the final zones that are available. Oh, for sure. Gyeongnam Sparkles is going to have a handle at that. Gwangju Slasher still trying to push on through up against Team Saber, but the poke coming out from Satan
so
as well as
hard.
Curry is so good. This is why the flank opportunity is going to come from the peel.
Oh
but they
yeah, I
have
like
all
this. They are going to
covered.
get the White Lily as well, maybe.
They don't
I
have
don't think
cover.
they see us.
They don't have vision on the White Lily.
Oh, no,
But
they do.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, wait a second.
They're
They're looking for an angle, but not going to find anything. There's a coup de grace actually going. Perfect timing there, coming out from Izuka. As the Camilo tries to jump,
Okay.
Curry as well. Exploit is able to trade Satin, but I think it's gonna be, I don't think it's gonna be enough. 2 members of Slash are gonna fall very shortly here, as Belzer is just going to rain down his sword onto Exploit there, and it will be Team Saber gonna be able to win once again, and it's gonna come down to our final 2 teams. I think we've seen these 2 teams before, should we?
Yeah, but a little bit of a deja vu, but this is an even worse zone for Team Saber to fight in. The fact that they're actually going to go
and
for a
Team
call.
Sparkle is getting zone control.
Yeah.
It is. Oh
How do you
no.
walk past this now? Because with the magnetic fields, even Rio and the Hyejin is going to get zoned out by Song Harang, and even
at
if they try to push in, remember what ended up happening? Actually, maybe it wasn't you that was watching it. Gyeongnam Sparkles actually ended up having a fight where Song Harang kept up the magnetic compulsion 4 stack, even if a front line was right on top of them, to deny the entry from the other 2 backliners.
I see.
Yeah,
At least
is
it's
that gonna
limited
happen
now
again?
to only 3, right?
Yep.
You can only have 3 bombs now, so it's not gonna be the end of the world for them pushing in, but it's just so hard to push into corridors into this team comp. Oh, actually looks like
There's no
Team
traps.
Gang and Sparkle are actually going to give up zone control here. I
that's
think they definitely don't want to get caught as well, because Belzer can definitely look for an angle in. There's the angle that I was talking about. The parry is good. Songkran gonna get chunked out of 1 HP, but a great polymorph from Scarlet is just gonna shut down Satin, and it's gonna be Sparkle coming out once again, showing a dominant performance as they win with 13 kills this time.
Bro, that question mark has foundations at this point from Fauna. He is just putting on the masterclass on how to play this comp. Gyeongnam Sparkles again takes first place 2 games in a row out of 12. They are going to have an average of what? It was 13 kills this time around. They had 20 last game.
They're 21, so they actually won up.
kills a game. 20 points a game.
They just won up their last performance with 12 kills, getting 13 this time, and maybe we'll get a 14 kill game for game number 3.
All right. It seems like we're on pace for an early night. Unfortunately, for some of the people in the chat, they might be in shambles. Gyeongnam Sparkles are playing the name of their game, and we know if they're able to do that, they have a very high likelihood of either winning or just being consistent. It might be tough even as we go into checkpoint for teams to stop that, because there's a reason why no one's contesting Gyeongnam Sparkles right now either.
Yeah, if you push into them, it is really rough. So if they are able to bunker down and get a zone early, it is going to be rough for these teams to play into. But on the flip side, I think Gangnam Sparkles is really really susceptible to getting third-partied. If there is another team that comes from a different angle and they get pincered, it will be really hard for them to come back.
Yep, that's going to be unfortunate for them, but they haven't had to deal with it just yet. It's one of the reasons why Team Gyeongnam Sparkles is so consistent. They actually fight with info and vision. They're not a team to typically get third party. They're the ones to third party.
Yeah. They're going to be sitting on, I guess, 20 plus 40 or 21, so 41. So just need a 14 kill game to go into checkpoint for game number 4.
Well, not even, right? They can get less and then make up the rest with placement points, which is probably
14,
going to be what they're going to go for.
14 point game, yeah.
Yes.
Not kill.
Yep. Don't worry, I just said the other thing in the little victory pose moment there too. But yeah, you're right. It's going to be 14 more points that they're going to need in order to get themselves in a checkpoint. That is nothing to Gangnam Sparkles. If we've taken the average of how many points they get a game, quite frankly, with the kills alone, just looking at the pattern, they're going to be able to get into that checkpoint slot. We'll see though. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Maybe see where all the other teams are going to be at.
Yeah, Gangnam Sparkles with 41. Saber, they've had a nice consistent series so far as well, getting second place both games, getting a lot of kills, 20 in total. So you're going to be sitting on 30 points for themselves. Slasher with 24, Auto Arms with 23, Cartel with 15, Affirmation with 14, Mira Sejong and Demon Drive, unfortunately, still in the single-digit points, but there's still a lot of eternal return to be played as long as you don't let the checkpoint teams get that final win.
Indeed, it's going to be a long way for some of our lower teams that are placed right now in order to get them back up to Gangnam Sparkle, or it could just be a complete full blown out sweep from that team as well. This leaderboard is pretty definitive considering it is a finals.
Yeah. Wow, 41 already. I think even Saber can still get in if they get a 17 kill game in the next game. I mean, it's possible considering how well they've been playing so far.
I know, right? It's going to be a fun one. But ladies and gentlemen, that right there was game number 2. And you know what that means. We're going to be sending it to a break in just a moment. Again, we actually have no idea how many games are going to be played throughout the course of the day today. So for those of you guys in the chat, please make sure you are getting adequate amount of a break. We're giving you a ton of time for it. So please actually use it this time around if you haven't been already. We could be in it for the long haul, potentially, if Gangnam Sparkles are put into the dirt starting from this game forward.
That is true. Could be a 4-game series. It could be a 6-game series. Could be an 8-game series. We don't know.
Yep.
It's just depending on how these teams do end up pairing into or challenging the checkpoint teams when they do end up hitting that checkpoint breakpoint, or stopping the teams from even getting to that threshold to begin with.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on to a break, as I mentioned. So make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of the grand finals of phase number 1.
Take care.
잠시 후 임시 안전지대가 활성화됩니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 임시 안전지대를 활성화합니다.
뭐하게? 모든 것은 그분의 뜻대로. 빛보다 빠르게. 아, 미안. 다신 안 뽑기로 했었지? 눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 그걸로 부족한데? 주범의 갈시! 기억할 수 있다면 모든 것을 기억해 주십시오. 내 눈이 저지른 일들을, 내 손이 저지른 일들을.
눈을 뜰 시간이에요. 제가 길잡이가 되어줄게요. 당신이 상상하는 모든 게 현실이 될 거예요. 영원한 행복의 세계로. 당신이 꿈에 날개를 달아줄게요. 현실을 넘어 이상으로. 당신들의 모든 것들을 제가 기억하고 있을게요. 절 막으실 건가요? 잘 쉬는 것도 중요해요. 그렇지? 제 날개로는 모두를 품을 순 없었나 봐요. 기다리고 있어줘요. 그 세계에서 새로운 세상을 보여줄게요. 지켜봐 주세요. 모두가 평화로운 세상을 만들어 볼게요.
손재주는 나쁘지 않는다. 찢고 가르고 뚫어볼까요? 제가 말끔히 고쳐드릴게요. 혼자가 있다면 어디든지 가야겠죠? 움직이시면 안 돼요. 치료할게요. 당신이 죽더라고요. 맥박이 안 잡히네요. 부르셨나요? 병들어 죽는 것보단 나았겠죠. 전 최선을 다했어요. 준비 완료. 초콜릿은 좋아. 당분은 열량을 보충하고 카페인은 집중력을 높여주지. 그리고 테오브르민이라는 성분이 있는데 이런, 너무 떠들었네. 당 보충을 할 만한 게 있으면 좋겠어. 초콜릿 가지고 있나? 선물 하나 주지. 재료 수집도 기본 중 기본이지. 플레이팅 했으면 좋겠어. 여기라면 찾을 수 있겠어. 초콜릿. 초콜릿과 어울릴까? 좋아. 많은 도움이 되겠는데. 오늘의 주식은 초콜릿 토스트와 핫초코입니다. 이 정도면 만족스러워.
이 두 팀은 그래도 어느 정도 꽤 잘 큰 두 팀이거든요.
네. 자, 게다가 지금 진호 선수에게 플레어건이 자, 조준되어 있는 상태고요. 일단 자, 엑셀레이션 로켓 포킹 좋은데요.
오,
인구
인조
들어갑니다.
선수 이거 정말 잘 들어갔어요.
자, 하지만 이쪽도 마이 있거든요. 자, 치유들은 켜지면서 마이가 도발을 받아냈던 이네이트.
자, 이거 아디나가 상대가 있다 보니까 회복을 더 하기 전에
그렇죠.
어떻게든 더 몰아내서 뭐 하나 더 잡아보겠다였는데 실력성이 안 좋아요.
차이넥스트의 이 딜량이 상당한 가운데
그렇죠.
설렘 선수가 다 들어와서 이거 이네이트 위험합니다.
와 이거 진짜
상당히 위험합니다.
이기면 진아 선수가 빨아들이는데 성공을 한
그렇죠.
건데.
자, 교환되고 제로진과
제로진이 여기서
레몬.
와 레몬을 잡아냈어요.
자, 근데
제로진.
지금 진아 선수가 빠르게 먼저
자, 이 선수는 샌드라비언 대전 사이버.
와 여기 두 팀은 대전 사이버즈가 템이 조금 더 좋거든요.
네.
그러다 보니까 대전 사이버즈가 조금 더 과감하게 싸움을 걸고 있지만 자 디나 선수 체력을 많이 깎아냈어요. 자 원거리 딜링으로 지금 디나 선수 거의 절반 정도 체력이 빠져 있는 상태. 어떻게든 몰아보겠다. 인세인 무빙 좋고요.
받아보려고 계속해서 봐주고 있고요.
자, 들어가는 레볼로 도발 걸렸습니다만은 자, 설렘 선수와 리우리 선수 마이와 아드리아나.
자, 노던알의 파리채 블로킹 정말 좋거든요.
자, 좀 멀어요. 설렘이. 자, 이거는
이거는 진짜 팅글다비 X가 포지셔닝을 너무 좋게 잘해줬죠.
그렇죠.
그리고
이거 중요한 건 지금 자리를 먼저 잡았다는 거거든요.
그렇죠.
시간적으로 유리해서 자 이네이트는 여기서 이제
갑자기
빠지면 돼요.
대전 사이버즈는?
여기서 빠지면은 나머지 선수들끼리 싸워야 되는데 자 살짝
자,
빠졌다가
인구의
나머지끼리
위치
싸움을
도발
보여야
그리고
되는데
깔끔하게 못 도망갔고요.
자,
자, 7, 6 시간 채웠고요. 3,
자 이러면은
2 또 채워요.
와 여기서 진호의 무빙 자 제로진 무빙도 좋았는데 여기서 불리면 그게 좀 사고가 돼요.
자, 탱글다비 X가 이러면 3대2로 이쪽 싸움 승리할 것 같죠. 이네이트 상대하고 있습니다만 지금 진호 선수 HP 별로 없고요. 자, 리우리 살아갑니다. 이니를 살아가고.
자 이러면
이거
탱글다비
결국
X가 오히려
이어냅니다.
자, 마지막 싸움을
와.
볼 상대 탱글다비
그러니까
X.
텍3 조합도 이게 후반에 딱 이 막 끊고 왔을 때의 조합이 엄청 강력한.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We just finished games 1 and 2 of the finals for Season 6 Phase number 1. It's going to be a fun one for the next couple of games as we are going to have a couple characters starting to come back. But if I remember correctly, we don't have a ban at the same time. It's going to be a free-for-all, Super.
Yeah, bans are completely off, but I think we're probably going to see the Mize and the Felix is going to come back in. Oh, actually going to see some Yuki hovers, it looks like.
Okay.
3 Mize already being hovered. It looks like Mirror Sajak is going to go back to the team comp. Same thing with Team Auto Arms. And Slasher as well.
Yep, seems about right. I am interested to see if Demon Drive is actually going to lock that in because they're hovering the exact comp that that Team Saber is running. No, let's just kind of play what we play, especially for Demon Drive. We know what their comfort picks are going to look like. With the Felix back, they should just go back onto that one. Yeah, there we go. Bintum will force out the Felix ban once again. My ban, nothing too surprising for you and I. We are back to the 5, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, both the Mai and the Felix going to be off the table going into game number 4. And yeah, everyone just picking what they've been playing already.
It's pretty good. Yeah, for those guys in the chat, I see a question. Is it pre-my change? Yes, it is, because we started the phase in the previous patch, so we're going to finish it on the previous patch. We'll start seeing the my changes. I know a lot of you guys have been pretty excited about that one, although technically excited is a little bit different now because you guys are actually playing on it. At least on the competitive side of things, yeah, we're waiting on that still. Although your CS tonight will be played on that new my Shaw Veil, where it's going to be damage reduction as a whole instead
Yeah,
of auto
I think
attack blocks.
from what I've heard, I think Mai isn't in the greatest positions now after losing that damage reduction, or I guess it's like damage reduction down to 1 auto or 1 damage per auto attacks. I think that is just so big into these backline ADC characters, and once that's gone, you could sort of get ripped to shreds by them.
I mean, it's not like it wasn't any different beforehand. Shalvio was the one time you didn't really take too much damage. Maybe it'll be a bit more useful up against mages or something. I don't know. Either way, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 of the final stage. We are still at checkpoint system. Nobody's there yet, but Gyeongnam Sparkles in a very, very close spot. As soon as all the banners at the bottom is going to finish, you can take a look at the leaderboard, which is going to be directly to the left of the minimap. There it is. 41 points for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. They are getting absurdly close to that point.
Yeah, just need 14 more points. Saber 15, or sorry, Saber needs 25. and oh no, yeah, 25, and Slasher, Auto Arms both need about 31 and 32. I don't think third and fourth are going to be able to get in, but Saber and Sparkles definitely have a shot here. Sparkles for sure. They just need 14.
Yeah, it's a big gap that team. Oh, or as I should say, it's a big pintum. No, that's actually not how you use the word, but yeah, they put themselves a really, really large gap against pretty much all the other teams in the lobby. It's actually kind of surprising me that Team Saber is able to keep up to them as much as possible, but they are also the team that has consistently been that second place spot with a hefty number of kills in comparison to Gangnam Sparkles. They're just getting one up at the final zone, which is a little unfortunate. The final zones have not really been nice to Team Saber either up against Gangnam Sparkles.
I mean, Gangnam Sparkles, I think, I mean, it's not just that. I think Gangnam Sparkles just also always make sure they're in the zone that's closer to the final zone. So they are able to get the zone first, and once they get the zone first, as the triple backline team, especially like a team like Gangnam Sparkles, is really hard to play into. Brad could try to go inside, it's not going to be enough damage. Ooh, it looks like Liguri almost was able to take down Bowser, but just wasn't enough, as Team Affirmation will fall down 2 members into Team Saber there. Explorer going to try looking for an angle, but it's not going to be enough. Gangnam Sparkle again, what a great start, going to be able to get 2 kills for themselves. A great opener is they only need 14 to make it into that checkpoint breakpoint.
Yeah, I don't know, man. What teams can actually stop these players? Early game, they have a lead. They go quiet in the mid game. Doesn't even look for that many fights unless they're forced to fight it. And then final zone, they're just safe. Their name of the game and the pace of the game is really, really good. Saten getting chased down by Busan, but either way, the rest of his team is getting chased down.
Look at the damage.
Kite's not that bad. Yep, Liguri gets traded back, but Belzer is also in a little bit of trouble with his health bar. Saten is just going to have to run away, trying to position himself so that the Soul Stealer does tag him. He will be able to do that. He at least wants to go for the mutant chickens, but is that read the charm? Oh,
he got some. He got like 4. I think he probably got like most of them, so it's actually not too bad. But yeah, Saber and Affirmation just trading kills back and forth. They're getting a lot of kills in the early game here, both with 3 and 3 apiece. And Team Sparkle with 2 as well, but after that, there's not really much else going on in this lobby here. Satin maybe going to try looking for an angle onto Busan. Busan going to actually just sort of jump on in. Liguri is there for the flank, grabbing the chickens in Morehouse. Going to recognize that they will be able to kill the Hyejin here. And there Satin goes 4 kills. A great opener starting for Team Affirmation.
I'm surprised he actually invested the blink. That is not something that I anticipated for him to do, but yeah, that is exactly what ended up happening. Saten will get taken down, but it's still a very quiet game, regardless of that fact. We're not getting the exorbitant amount of kills that we saw in games 1 and 2. Still seeing some small picks here and there, but here's another team fight that we're going to be seeing up in the side of Temple. Yoa actually does end up getting a really nice taunt, which does put Bintum in a little bit of a trouble. Tongye soaking up a lot of the pressure from the front side, but Nizika has just popped the Tempest Hydra. Knockup is going to last a long time onto Sheer. There's the blink follow through. Down goes to Sylvia. Bintum back up to full HP, but the resources are just not there for that team anymore. Will end up running away, whereas Belzer, he is just in no man's land. Trying to use a coup de grace. Does end the tag in 1. Now Tongye is in a little bit of an awkward spot. Who's going to get the kill onto Belzer? He's still alive. Tongye did end up getting taken down by Cartel. Belzer's going to fall down to Cartel again as well. 10 seconds to go. Temple might be in control of Team Cartel.
Yeah, and King Gangnam Sparkles, it looks like they were able to kill Auto Arms 2 for 0 as well, so they're sitting on 4 already. A great vision play coming out for Team Slasher. They're actually able to catch NCMB off guard. Income as well, going to be chunked down to 1 HP, but a great bite combo coming up in the Silva, going to be able to chunk down Lisa down to 1. And Exploit going to try to get some damage return, try to look for a pick. It's not going to be enough, as the tree will go over to the side of Team Demon Drive.
It's surprising. You let one person try to stick the tree, but they don't even get it, and you lose 2 members at the same time. It's not the greatest situation in the world, but Scarlet falling down inside as well. Affirmation losing a couple members.
The wall there. Tried to use the jump over that big wall there in force, but unfortunately walked a little too far away and just wasn't close enough to the wall to teleport across of it. So Team Auto Arms this time getting the 1-up onto Team Gangnam Sparkles, as they're going to be sitting on 3 kills.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal though. It's uncharacteristic.
Yeah, it's just a day 2 death. It doesn't really matter. We've seen Sparkle get those. We've seen Sparkle already get a nice 1v2 clip. So yeah.
Yeah, and plus, I think Scarlet is the one player that we cannot fault when it comes to attempting some of these really finicky jumps, right? He's made some insane ones in the past, the ones that I didn't even realize were possible on this character, so yeah, we can't do that to him right now.
They kill him in time.
In trouble. Exclusives invested from both
Great
sides.
blink.
One circle actually getting access by Sheer, but the damage just isn't enough from the Sylvia just yet. The blinking is actually pretty good. The trade is going to come through.
Oh.
Sheer's also going to be able to knock down one circle.
Now he needs to get away.
All of a sudden, the Nana is in a whole heap of trouble. Luckily, the north side is completely open for him to run away
I
from.
don't think he can get
But
out.
the slow
Sylvia
is there. Sheer's following through. It's a level 2 shift gear.
Oh, no.
Mira and Sejong once again in trouble. This is bad. Are they going to be able to jump the wall? Yes, she will. Oh my goodness, the resource is not there as a front flip was invested from the Sylvia. My god, Mira and Sejong. This team is struggling. What is going on?
Did they end up using the 4-score? It looks like there was a 4-score maybe in Dramatic's inventory because they did end up spending their credits. Look at their credit counts. I don't know if they did end up using it or not. Hopefully they did end up putting it on, because if not, minus 350 is devastating for that team. Looks like most teams are going to start getting their 4-score buy-ins as next objective is going to be coming up as well. Team Sparkle going to be able to get that free alpha and dock as Team Affirmation does end up walking away.
Yep. Once again, nobody's contesting. I don't know why, but this is a team that you're going to have to force yourself to contest one way or another eventually. They're getting absurdly close to that checkpoint spot. And with this alpha, it's going to get even better for this team. Auto Arms trying to duke it out up against Affirmation. Loken's going to get
away
dangerously low. That is a beautiful exclusive, but straight into range of Raccoon. This right here is the reason why Sylvia is so good. Once a big skill is invested, well, you're right there to receive.
Yeah, I think Logan there, unfortunately, taking the full brunt of the dive, not able to really self-heal himself while they're going to be the one to fall first. And once the Rozzy falls first in that matchup, it's a lot of your damage gone for the side of Team Auto Arms. So, still unfortunate, but it looks like it will be just day 2 dead, so it's not going to be the end of the world. One circle going to run straight into the hands of Team Saber. Team Saber is going to be able to pick him up.
Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, this is weird. This is really weird. The earlier stages of the game, days 1 and night number 1, weren't that chaotic compared to before, but we're seeing a lot of action in night number 2. A missed attempt onto Taekyung is going to result in Team Gyeongnam Sparkles having to back away. Good recovery from that team too. Cinema was actually in the middle of everybody without that many resources available for this team. And they actually are going to be able to hold control over this zone with Taekyung sitting on 10 seconds.
Ooh,
Wait a
they catch him.
second. Exclusive also has to be invested, and that's the wall jump that I'm talking about. Scarlet using it straight over from that little bush. Semtex is going to land. Bunny Morph also lands as well, but the damage just isn't sticking. They're going to have to back away, both Gyeongnam Sparkles and Auto Arms. But Taekyung is sitting sub 10 seconds right now thanks to the extra efforts from Gyeongnam Sparkles.
I mean, timer shouldn't be too big of a deal, but they just have to be a little safe. They can't really utilize that timer anymore. But as long as they are able to convert some extra kills, they should be able to get their timer back up. Unfortunately though, Team Gyeongnam Sparkles completely chased them out of Warehouse, so they're not going to be able to contest for any objectives coming up here. As Team Sparkle, they should be able to grab that box coming up in Uptown.
Yep, it's all fine and dandy.
Here, though.
Meteorite being secured by Team Auto Arms is going to help them salvage the situation just a little bit. But what kind of investments are they going to use with that right now? Meteorite for both the Yan and the Rozzy at this time is a little weird. It is going to be the Spectre, upgraded with the Davids, racing boots built up for the Rozzy as well. It's not bad, but we've seen some Rozzies opting to go for the red shoes later down the road. I'm not entirely sure if this is the most optimal item for Loken, but it is an additional crit item. Cinema jumping in onto the fray. Demon Drive trying to salvage the situation as well. Damage exchange between the teams are actually not that bad. Taekyung is actually going to be the first casualty of this fight. Loken's about to fall down too. Huge fight and a turnaround for Demon Drive as they are going to secure themselves a few extra kills.
Oh, no.
They've doubled and tripled their points at the
get
moment.
away here. It's a Sylvia.
Cinema,
and a great blink to
3.
push. Yeah, great blink and a tire to push the Mai back in, but is going to use the catwalk into the red timer, so it looks like they should be fine. Oh, wow, a great pull from San, able to find that angle. The HP bars of Team Affirmation are so low. Team Saber, they want something here. They want to get at least one kill. Liggery gonna get slowed and should be found out here as the Camilla will be the one to fall. Team Saber, they pick up another kill, so Team Saber, they are sitting in a nice comfortable spot. A lot of kills this game to go around, a lot of points to be had. Oh no, Cinema gonna jump pad or VLS straight into the hands of Team Slasher, and there's no way Cinema's gonna be able to get away here. So that's gonna be Team Auto Arms gonna be the one to fall down in 8th place.
Worst feeling in the world. Worst feeling in the world. Brutal. That's only going to be 3 points going into Team Auto Arms. 26 is where they're going to be sitting at after this game. Not exactly the place you want to be when Gyeongnam Sparkles is about to tread into territory for that checkpoint. Sitting at 45 for themselves, just needs to look for 10 more points from any sources. And additional teams falling down one by one is just going to benefit them even more and more.
Yeah, Team Cartel going to be able to get this Omega completely uncontested, so they're going to be eating pretty good for that. I do like Fauna using Nina to maybe check some bushes here. One circle actually catches Fauna completely off guard. Is going to be forced to pop the Soul Link here as Team Sparkle is going to run away. No catch there from the side of Team Mira Sejong. Great try, but that Soul Link is just a little too powerful for these situations.
Pretty standard for Gyeongnam Sparkles. It's not that big of a surprise for you and I. They're just moving along at this point. It's no biggie for these teams. Nothing catastrophic, at least, for anything but Team Auto Arms. I, again, don't think that the massive amount of action in day number 1 creates an awkward situation for some of these teams, Belzer. If he starts moving to
Sparkle,
hotel,
you will just instantly die. So
yep, even with
I really like this
Perry.
play from Sparkle. They should see the pings down here. Maybe they're gonna wait for them to walk up.
They're
Yeah,
fishing.
they see
They're
ping.
fishing.
They're gonna walk back. I think they did. I think they were about to leave, but they saw the ping and they just decided to walk back in. These teams, they need to be disciplined. They need to check this bush. If they don't check this bush, they're gonna get instantly punished.
They're
Actually,
walking.
it's likely gonna walk up, maybe because they see the pings above them, and they know there's people taking the chickens here. But Mira Sejong just gonna peel back away.
The fight inside of Fire Station from the looks of it. Affirmation duking it out up against Team Gwangju Slashers. Busan already invested the totem, so that's a really early one. And down goes the Tazia. No shield reset.
Oh, the double bite.
They're going to get taken down.
They turned it.
Izuka will go down. Liguri and Rakun is going to completely turn this fight around. X-Boy, as the Fiora trying to run away, will be able to, thanks to the jump across the wall. Yoa is going to go for the res, minus 200 for this team. Nice recovery for Team Affirmation. You're absolutely correct. Even despite the Tazia falling down early, that Camilla as well as the Sylvia playing really well off of each other.
Yeah, Bracken hitting that double knock-up and just completely obliterating that Felix. Great targeting from him, and that is what is going to help them swing the fight and actually win the team fight for Team Demon Drive there. So a nice kill for Team Demon Drive, sitting on 6 field kills for himself already. So a lot of kills again going around in this lobby.
Yes, sir. Okay. Mid-game aggression is at an all-time high, which is what I do want to see from these teams. Maybe try to pick up some of their points in exchange for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles going into checkpoint potentially after this game. Demon Drive opting to send it in is going to miss the taunt onto Belzer. They used it a little bit too late. Nice dodge from Bintum to dodge out on the coup de grace. Will actually be able to lock down Belzer. Satan sees the third party, so they're going to run away in the complete opposite direction, and now Gyeongnam Sparkles is trying to chase down the members of Team Demon Drive. They have made the space, should be able to get away for themselves. 2 additional kills going in their favor. Demon Drive is turning their fates around this game too.
Yeah, burst damage is just way too much for Team Saber to handle. They just instantly all turned their sights onto Yuki. Yuki, a character that just doesn't have as much tankiness as these other tanks. It's only that parry skill that they have access to block on a lot of damage, but if the parry isn't hitting any of the burst damage, you're just soaking up all the damage without having any damage reduction or having any shields that these other tanks have. Oh, Bin actually gonna jump straight into the hands of the backside of Team Cartel. I think that was a missed White Lily, but wait a second, a great tire coming out from Sylvia is gonna be able to push them back. And I think Team Demon Drive is gonna be all okay here.
They're super split though. I think the VLS, the jump pad, has to be utilized somewhere, but they're not being given the leniency to. Mai's using the VLS instead, and this is gonna be a collapse.
Yeah, the Mai is going to use the VLS system. Great landing right, and it's gonna stun the Felix. Oh my god, great driving from Peng there. Stunning the Felix, landing right on top of his head, and they had to get the taunt right after, so that is gonna be the one to fall, but looks like Demon Drive, they did end up getting the res instantly. They should be back up and should be good to go. but that is going to be a -200 for them.
Yep, that's the buy for you. That's the VLS system. You actually utilize it well. It's gonna work so well in your favor.
Oh no, that on a face check!
Face check!
Oh,
No!
we've seen it time and time again.
But it was delayed, right? We saw the potential inside of Forest, but it was just slightly delayed. They still had their eyes locked on a certain target, and they
I
went
think
for it.
Sejong is gonna be. Is that gonna be it? Oh wait a second, they're actually gonna be able to kill one, but no, the third party once again. Sparkle, and they pull back Busan. Oh my god, Sparkle is just reaping all the rewards here. He's able to just utilize, he's able to have really good targeting for these third parties, just recognize which team to go for, and oh my god, Cartel is just gonna jump back straight in onto the side of Team Demon Drive, but actually I think that was a misplay. They're gonna pay the price for it. It's not a complete split up, and Team Saber is just going to be the one to come back and kill them for it.
Losing out just on one though. This is recoverable. We got 20 seconds to go before zones are gonna, well, not the zones, but the kiosks are gonna fully close. Busan managed to get the self-res back onto themselves and walk straight back into school. So a lot of teams are fragmented. Again, a couple teams were able to bring each other back. VLS gonna be invested from Team Demon Drive. Oh, yeah, let's see where Affirmation is. Whoa,
Affirmation,
what is the timer?
they were in school, so I think they just don't have enough timer to go into archery to res, so it's a little unfortunate as Camilo is going to be off the table going into day 5. They just need to look for that Lumi res now.
Lumi res is going to be inconsistent at this point. Not a lot of teams are going to let you do it, especially when Puncture Slashes is around.
Slasher there. I think that is going to be it. It will be Busan going to be the one to fall, as Sylvia is just going to bike on out of there, try to get some more placement points. As the Affirmation so far, I don't think they've had really much luck with any placement points just yet. Cartel going to get a lot of damage. They double Moon Doritos, just way too much. And it's going to be Mira Sejong going to come down for that third party. It's going to be Team Saber, unfortunately, falling down in 7th place with only 6 kills.
2 kills going in favor of Team Mira and Sejong. 6 kills strong now. Third party is the name of the game for that team from the looks of it. Perfect camera placement, and the firing range began as soon as the Energy Blast field animation was done for the Theo. Nicely done from the team. Gyeongnam Sparkles, nice check from Song Arang. He used the blast wave to check inside the bush, but didn't get the information on Peng. He still was a little bit suspicious because of all the pings hanging around inside of Chapel.
Oh, yeah, looks like Team Affirmation. They do get 1 res, but they don't have enough to get the second one, so yeah, they're just going to be on the back foot here. Mira Sejong going to use that sniper skill. Going to spot out, I think, the members of Team Affirmation, so they should know it is going to be a duo that is going to be on the top side, but they should see another team coming up, so I don't think they want to take it just yet. Looks like the vision plant was used to spot out the members of Team Demon Drive, so it looks like Demon Drive, they're just going to use the VLS and get on out of there.
And it's another open zone for Gyeongnam Sparkle again. This team is just never being able to get contested by anybody.
Oh no, they jumped right into the hands of Team Cartel. They couldn't see them in the bush. And wait a second, Bin is going to find an angle, going to get a double spear skill. Is that going to be enough?
Oh, Thunderstrike is over.
And TMP does end up hitting that route, and looks like Demon Drive Dongye is going to fall very shortly here to Sparkle as well. A little unfortunate for our Sylvia teams for game number 3 here. But yeah, I think it's going to be the end of the road for them.
It's a good game, though, in comparison to some of their previous games. Team Demon Drive with 8 kills on hand. Sylvia is still alive, and she's pretty good at ratting, so...
Yeah, both teams have a lot of kills, so as long as they can get some extra placement points here, might be fine, but it looks like Demon Drive is going to fall down in 7th place, and our Sylvia team is getting found out as well. Both of our rat teams are slowly being hunted by the full teams left here. So Demon Drive going down in 6th place, going to get that 1 placement point, but it's not going to be enough.
Yep, Team Cartel's got the memo too. They're going to try to duke it out up against Gyeongnam Sparkles. 49 points is where Gyeongnam Sparkle is. If they get at least 1 more kill, right now as it is, even if they get 2nd place, will be able to go into checkpoint after this one. Otherwise, they will have to win the game.
Yeah, Sparkles, they just need to win this 3v3 and they should be in checkpoint. Don't know if Team Cartel want to push into Team Sparkle here. If Peng gets crowd controlled and locked down by the Celine and the Emma, they can just get 1 shot. We've seen it. We've seen how much damage the Team Sparkle can do.
They have to leave and look at the final zone, man. It's Chapel.
Yeah, it's Chapel and Sparkle is in Cemetery, so they're gonna be the one in there first. Yeah, and it's gonna guarantee Sparkle. They just need 1 kill then, because they're gonna have the 5 placement points and they just need 14 points. So they just need to get 1 kill. They just have to focus their sights on 1 to get into the checkpoint. They don't even have to win the game.
Yeah, this late into the game, you know they're at least going to be able to snipe somebody down. It all just comes down to who is actually going to win the forest temp zone. As we have 3 teams sitting inside, I think Liguri end up getting secured by somebody, because Affirmation is fully dead.
Oh,
Timer
check.
is not good. The only team that has
I like
good
this
timer
from
is going to
Slasher. I like this, yeah. Slasher, they know they took 20 seconds away from these teams, and these teams are going to be forced to fight, and Slasher can be the one to just get the third party here. I don't like that Slasher is coming back a little too early here, but they know that both these teams,
3 seconds.
yeah, both these teams have to take the fight here, and it's going to be Slasher going to be the one coming on top. Wait a second, Rare Sejong actually going to be able to get a clean wipe, so they get the execution bonus. Is One Circle going to be able to turn this? I've seen him do it, but Mizuka is going to be able to find an angle onto the Theodore. There's the taunt coming out from Yoa, and Slasher is going to be the one to come out on top. That's
Oh crap.
so it's like the upsides and downsides of taking zone early. The upside of taking zone early is you could be you could go up a lot of timer for these other into these other teams, and then when these other teams come in, you could slowly make your way out away and not get sandwiched, then you'll be up in timer, and the other teams will be forced to fight. But the downside is obviously if the teams collapse at you at the same time, it's going to be really rough. But looks like Slasher got the better end of the stick there. But they're gonna be having to play into Sparkle in Chapel, so it's gonna be a little rough for them.
It's triple melee. I think it's Jover, man. They can find an angle all they want, but we know that Gangnam Sparkles is also really good at capitalizing on team splitting. We've seen multiple teams actually getting punished inside of Chapel trying to split up against Gangnam Sparkles. They're all going to try to walk in on this, but look,
those magnetic
compulsions, they're split away. The Mai is in the middle of nowhere.
Gonna kill the Mai.
She's not going to die just yet. Wait, Vomit, press the ultimate. Okay, there it is. There's the 1 additional kill. X-Boy has to leave. It's not even close, man. Oh
and
my
Sparkle
God.
winning our 3rd game. They're gonna be our first team in checkpoint. Will we see a 4-game sweep in Korea?
No way. If we get a 4-game sweep from Team Gangnam Sparkles, I am gonna lose it. What a game from Gangnam Sparkles again. The heavens are just helping them tonight. These final zones, we got Forest, Factory, and Chapel as 3 zones that Team Gangnam Sparkles is gonna fight in, and they won out on all of them.
Yeah.
So
Felix,
if there is justice in the world.
he just tries to look for an angle, but like it's just so doomed to play into 2 mages, especially because Felix thrives off auto attack damage when enemies are using auto attack damage. But if you just get polymorphed into a 4-bomb, you just die. Right?
Yeah.
There's really not much that Felix can do to survive the AoE magic damage.
Yeah, somebody DM Fauna right now. People in chat need their drops, man. This is this is about to end with a 4-game sweep to less than 3 hours. Where are our drops? We need our drops. I want my event MP too. I'm looking for that 11 skin data box because the event allows you to get some event skins. I want those. I need the shards. What's going on over here?
Oh yeah, it's just a masterclass from Sparkle though.
Yeah.
3 games, 3 wins, and they're gonna go for their 4th here. I think a lot of these teams are gonna recognize, and we're probably gonna see some politics coming out. We're gonna see some handshaking to maybe shut down Team Sparkle here, to closing it out in 4.
Yeah, but now it's going to have to be forced, right? If we've seen the pattern throughout the past 3 games so far, nobody's fighting Sparkle because they know they're always going to be at a disadvantage. If Team Gangnam Sparkles gets the early couple of kills once again, it might be the exact same story, but this time around, because teams are going to be desperate to stop Gangnam Sparkles, it's going to be forced instead of an option. That's the difference.
It is going to be forced, but I think Gangnam Sparkle, their team comp is good at securing zones. If they are able to maybe play into 2 teams, it's fine. But I feel like they're really susceptible to getting 3P just because it's a Celine that doesn't really have as much escape. Same thing with Chloe as well. Once the Chloe uses their Soul Link, it's really hard for the Chloe to stay alive. So we have to see how these teams do end up playing around and maybe trying to deny Team Sparkles from getting that checkpoint win.
The thing that I am worried about right now is that with how Gyeongnam Sparkles is playing, I fear that for the most part, these teams are only going to have a real chance at killing them upright at the only beginning moments of the game, right? The way that Gyeongnam Sparkles tends to play is that they get a couple of kills early with their very volatile but high burst comp, even with not that many items, because everyone else's stats aren't really that good, so they can burst people down really quickly. And then throughout the middle of the game, they just stay really quiet. If they're forced to fight, then they will, but outside of that, they're just playing their own game. They will stay quiet away from all the action until the final zone, where we just randomly see them with full items, 2-3 bloods on each of their players. Like, what the heck? Where were you guys? What happened?
Yeah, Sparkles is a really good team that just scales up to the late game. I mean, they get a lot of kills as well, because they do get the kills in the early game, and then they look for those fights when they have the advantage. It's just really hard to play into the triple backline CC comp because of how much damage and how much burst that they could do, even on tanks as well, right? Like, we've seen the Nikki Adela comp and the Nikki Adela combo, but there's not as much layered CC as the Chloe, the Emma, and the Selena, all pitching in together and all dealing a lot of. There's also a lot of AoE damage that's coming out as well. Like the 4 bombs are able to hit multiple targets as well. But we do have the leaderboards coming up right here. Team Gangnam Sparkles, 3 games, 3 wins, 60 points already. They are going to be our first team in checkpoint with 60 points. Last year, not too far behind though, with 40. They just need a 15-point game to make it into checkpoint for game number 5. And Saber and Auto Arms with 36 and 26 respectively.
It's such a close middle of the pack, but it doesn't matter because Gangnam Sparkles is already in checkpoint. Gangnam Sparkle fans are eating good. I will just mention small trivia while we're waiting for the next game to begin. One of the winners over on the KR Soup side, right? You can vote which team to win. Unfortunately, we don't have that here, but you can vote in the chat which team you want to win. One of the people that actually won, their nickname was Sparkle Water. So,
oh wow,
yep, you got Sparkle Water voting for Gangnam Sparkles. They are winning and eating good.
Yeah, Gangnam Sparkles. Let's see if they can close it out. 4-game sweep. Will we have a 4-game sweep in Eternal Return Masters? That would be a crazy storyline.
Yeah, if anything, it is Team Gangnam Sparkle that can pull it off. They've already hit the point. If they just play their exact same game, it should be fine. It almost seems like I'm getting a bit of a deja vu for like Season 2 Seongnam Rocks. Remember how their main gameplay style with the Shukai Bernice, I think it was William.
No, William.
Yeah, it was William back then. They just get Wick and just permarat in the one zone they have, and then they have like a 90% win rate in final zone. I don't know how they did that, but it's Gangnam Sparkle now picking up the mantle of that gameplay style.
Yeah, and they've been macroing really well, getting these easy accesses to these third parties, and just able to just farm up these points. Really, really excited to see if they can close it out, if they can get that 4-game sweep. The only 4-game sweep we've had so far in competitive play was in North America. And
who did it?
I wonder as well, but I think the shortest series so far in Korea has only been a 6-game series. I think it was set by Team Mira Sejong back in season 4, I think.
Might have been. I think it was a season final, if I remember correctly, too.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't finals. Oh yeah, it was a season finals, but it was a phase finals.
Oh, right. It was a phase final, not a season final. You're right.
I think it was phase 1 of season 5 or 4. Yeah.
I was like, wait a second.
I remember Sejong winning in 6. I think that was our shortest checkpoint. So up to date, most of them averaged to around like 7 to 8. Sometimes it goes to 9. But maybe we'll see a new record being set here.
Yep.
I think Sparkle might make history.
Yep, they might make history, set a record in the national side, and then tie the record internationally. It all comes down to Gangnam Sparkles. I don't want Fauna to change to Yan here. I think it's way too volatile of a pick. Even if the Chloe might have been something that other teams have gotten used to, it just provides so much more initiation tools. So yeah, Fauna should be going back on the Chloe. There we go, locking it in. 0 ban threats. Again, Busan is trying. He's picking the Celine. I saw Satan hovering the Celine earlier.
Peng is
doing the
covering
same
it as
thing
well.
too.
They want to shut him down.
Yeah, they know.
But they know they can't afford to
So I was playing
target
around
ban.
with it too.
They know they can't afford to target ban Sung Harang here
Yeah,
because
it's not worth it.
Cartel, they don't really have the team comp to play that Celine. Busan's actually gonna lock it in. No, they're gonna swap. Okay,
Yeah,
it's just mind games.
Satan
People-
can
oh, wait,
pick it all
Satan's
you
gonna
want,
pick
but
it
it's
though.
too late. It's too late. The
Yeah,
locks are in.
Busan swapped already, and it's only gonna be 2. So Satan is going to be and Sung Harang is only gonna be 2 Celines here. No bans are gonna go take fruition. The Nana is actually gonna swap off the Garnet this game and gonna be locked in that Lennox.
Satan is a very adept Celine player. We've actually seen it back in ERM. He actually managed to single-handedly carry a team just with the Celine. It's just the innate nature of, I think, of a lot of our KR mage players. Celine is just the pocket pick they can always bring out. The question is it going to be enough to one-up Song Harang? That is the name of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 games have been played, 3 have been won by one single team. If you guys weren't here to watch those 3 games, well, you'll see in just a moment which team is the one that is wildly ahead of every other team in this 4-game series so far. Satan attempting for the ban, not going to happen. Busan, maybe he picked away from it a little bit too preemptively, right? Maybe Satan also is being a little bit of an agent, not opting to lock in or hover the Celine until it's a little bit too late.
If he hopped it, I think if he locked in early, I think we might have actually had a Celine ban, but
Busan could
I
have
think
considered it.
actually maybe not. I think Busan probably just wants to play his comfort pick here to try to shut down the checkpoint team instead of getting it banned, because I think you would rather play a character that you're better with than target banning a checkpoint team that is already has this game as an opportunity to close it out. So if you play something you're not familiar with, and that's the reason why Sparkle wins the game, like the series is already over, so there's no point of the ban.
Yeah, and it's not even just you being uncomfortable with it, but it's your team, right? You can be comfortable with the pick all you want, but if your team is not adept at playing that because you guys haven't practiced it or anything of the sort, it just hurts your team more so than anything else. In the end, yes, there is that first place win. After this one, if Gyeongnam Sparkles wins, yes, the series itself will be over, but there are still other placements. First place is not the end of it. You gotta do something.
That is true. There is prizing for every single placement, and there's more circuit points to be won. So these teams definitely want to make sure that they're getting as many points as possible.
Yep, indeed. All right, for again those of you guys who weren't here for the first few games, well, you can check the bottom side of your screen. You know exactly which team is in checkpoint now. Gyeongnam Sparkles 60 points strong. The second place team is 15 points away from checkpoint. If we do go into game number 5, I do believe not Gyeongnam Sparkles, but Gwangju Slashers has a very solid chance at getting themselves to checkpoint, especially with this Camilo Piolo composition. We saw it earlier, actually. It did have a good amount of aggression levels on that one, but yeah, it'll be a little bit difficult. Song Harang, they're trying to turn things around. Scarlet is playing with fire. Does he get a kill? No, he doesn't. It's a good Moondario from Kunwa to lock that down. A couple of additional kills going in favor of Team Cartel down on the south side. Good ways to deny the early game for Gyeongnam Sparkles, although they did already pick up a kill. Up in the north side, Pawn, there's a couple fights. It's going to be Gwangju Slashers as well as Team Demon Drive. We already had the Reign of the Vampire Queen being invested from Exploit. That's not going to be a resource. Nizica a little bit too far into the fight. Yowa and Nizica, yep, I don't know about that one,
there.
Chief.
I think Piolo tried to use their pull, but because the Piolo pull was in the wall where it connected, I think the Piolo got sent back behind the bridge. So a little unfortunate because the Piolo, they need to be on top of the enemy to do damage. So yeah, very nicely played. Actually, I think it was also the Estelle using their knockback as well with their E. So very nicely played by Team Demon Drive there.
Yep. Okay, shenanigans are already beginning, right? This is not the flavor of a game we've had for the first 3 games at all. A lot more team fights, surprisingly enough, in the earlier stages.
Exploit should be caught out here. Here's a double volley.
Oh no, Gyeongnam Sparkles is getting that lead. They can honestly just at this point go into their little dormitory hibernation throughout the mid game of game number 4. They can do so. They've found the leniency for it. Slightly later kills as well, so value actually kind of goes higher, right, for mastery purposes. Oh boy. Lobby's
Their
in
farm
trouble.
is a little far behind though compared to these other teams, so not gonna be able. They might not be able to get the early game 4-score buy-ins, but the 2 early game kills is really good mastery. Gonna get some of the credits for getting those skills, but yeah, I think their farm situation hasn't been the greatest right now.
Yep. Okay. Night number 1, not too many fights going on this time around. Kill counts across the board is still relatively low. I guess game number 1 was a bit of an outlier, right? We saw somewhere around maybe 15 to 20 kills just from day 1, night number 1. It's not going to be the name of the game anymore either.
Game 2 was also pretty aggressive, but yeah, starting I think from game 3, I think after the break, usually teams are relatively aware of where teams are getting, and they probably try to avoid some teams, certain teams. Next, we're gonna get the rate of that point onto Bim here. Bim coming down to 1 HP. A lot of damage being traded. Looks like the Sylvia will be the one to fall on the side of Team Demon Drive. Wait a second, there actually might be a wipe here. Great block coming out from the Camillo there to block the Estelle, as Bin is actually gonna get away here from X-Boy.
Lucky X-Boy didn't want to risk it. He had an advantage, but it's not going to send it. There's the tornado with the finger point combination. Totem is activated, but the magnetic field makes Liguri take a little bit too much damage. Beautiful combo from Team Auto Arms. This is going to allow them to secure the Tree of Life inside of Hotel. Maybe pick up an extra kill against Liguri, but it's not going to work just yet. Finger punch follows through. Duende.
There it is again. And gonna get knocked off. Very nice tornado from Cinema. Gonna time the Camillo's Duende coming back perfectly. As wait a second, Team Auto Arms gonna get the Tree of Life, and they're gonna get the Meteorite in Beach because there's actually no one here to contest for it.
That's a big 4-score. Let's see if they actually invest into that, or if they're gonna get 2 different items. The Katia.
It's probably gonna be 2 items, would be my guess.
I think Ghillie Suit was already built, right? Is it the Ghillie Suit that this Katia has been running? Maybe even Alexander. Yeah, we'll see.
Iron Man. Oh, a Boogie Spell.
Oh. Okay, you know, I have seen this. I don't think Ibugi's Pearls is the best use of the meteorite at this stage. Maybe you can give it to the Katia, go for something like Spectre instead. But she just...
Oh, and they get another meteor as well, I think, from the Wool. So
oh, man.
They are, yeah, pretty accelerated for this game. They have enough credits to get some 4-score buy-ins very shortly here as well. X-Boy caught out once again as Slasher, unfortunately, not really finding their footing for this game. Team Air Sergeant gonna be able to pick up that 1 kill.
They need the 15 points. They made 2, but nothing is happening outside of that. Whereas Kingdom Sparkles is playing their own game. Again, they haven't seen any combat after the additional extra 3 kills. I should say, not the additional, but the additional. The extra 3 kills they picked up at the beginning of this game so far. Satan, Celine will unfortunately fall up in Temple, Yoha, and Mizuka. A little bit too much for that Celine to stand up against at this stage in the game. Oh, this game is devolving into madness. Teams are going to have a tough time in the later stage, man. Kingdom Sparkle plays the map way too well that nobody being able to take advantage of them this early, it is going to spell a death sentence for a good majority of them.
It looks like most teams slowly getting their buy-ins here. Going to get these 4-score buy-ins. Definitely want to make sure you get your triple 4 scores here. It is a really big power swing. Team Affirmation going to be able to kill Lumi here after they get their buys. Going to get a lot of credits for themselves, as our next objective is going to be spawning very shortly here. It seems like a lot of teams are split on where they want to farm, so I don't think we're going to have any contention here. Mira Sejong going to get that alpha in hospital. There's one that's going to be taken up in police station.
I think it's gas station.
In gas station. Yeah. Gas station. And the Bears for Slasher, Bears for Auto Arms, and I think everyone else is getting a nice purple box on himself.
Purple box for Kingdom Sparkles as well. I'm just going to continuously keep trying to track what kind of transitions they actually have. Good wall once again from the side of Busan. He is going to get tagged with the Ghostfire. They still want this, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage returned from Bongwa there.
This is risky. The Katia is starting to move up. That's a lot of damage done with just the Adina itself. NCMB joining the fray now. Liguri taking down half HP at the beginning of the fight. Wait a second. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, Soul Stealer is activated.
Third party. Oh no! Needs to get out here. Pang with the great buffer on the dash away to make sure he does not get rooted. And Bungwa is just gonna slowly deal damage back. I don't think Team Auto Arms can chase into this Adina.
Alright, good stuff. At least Affirmation lives, right? These guys are sitting on 0 kills. Yeah. If they went out of this game like this, that is gotta be the worst. Especially considering the fact that they were in 6th.
Yeah, the more teams, the better to shut down the checkpoint team here. Danana actually going to jump on forward. Not going to be able to land too many skills there, but a lot of damage being traded back on a great Blue Viper. But Satin actually going to be able to trade Romantic down. Is Romantic going to be, or is Danana going to be able to find Satin here? Going to get a nice lash, but it's not going to be enough. Satin is just going to use that last wave to get on out of there.
Yeah, as I said, even Satan, he's a good Celine player, but I don't know if he's good enough to live this.
Bongwa is there to completely deny San from escaping. Maybe they stall out in time. I don't think there's enough time. I think they're just going to kill him. Yes, San will be the one to fall. Saber, going to lose 2 members, but it is still a day 2 death, so it's not the end of the world, but unfortunately, the timing now is a little bad for them to contest for any objectives.
I will say, Kwangju Slasher tried to fight up against Team Gyeongnam Sparkles, but Yoha lost 50% HP with Gyeongnam Sparkle losing 0. As I said,
they're just gonna be forced to back away.
Well, the pace of the game is not going in favor for the rest of the lobby. Although all 8 teams are alive, you never know, right?
Yeah, the more teams that are alive, the better it is to shut down the checkpoint team, because everyone knows the mission. Everyone knows we need to make sure Sparkle does not win at all costs.
This actually might become a situation where we have teams intentionally diving into the zone that Gyeongnam Sparkles is in later. It's happened in the past,
we've
and
seen
it might
We've
happen
seen
again.
it time and time again. Oh, great E-Shift to dodge out on the Moon Dorito, but E-Shift already invested for Curry, so he's not going to have that for the upcoming team fight if Cartel do end up deciding to chase here. Great stun. Going to be hit onto Belzer. A lot of damage. Cyan in the bush here, trying to get some damage back. A great 4-bomb onto the backliners of Team Cartel. Is that going to be enough? Curry slowly pelting down Peng. Peng has her shield up. A lot of damage reduction. It's going to block most of it as both teams just decide to back away.
Healing Drone was already activated for Peng too, so no point in following through on that, especially considering the fact that the flip side was also still relatively healthy. No need to risk anything at this stage in the game because it is day number 3. And the overarching goal of the lobby still exists. You gotta stop Gyeongnam Sparkles. I do see swords flaring for that team right now. I don't know what they're going for. It might be Lumi, I'm not sure. Yeah, there might be
probably Lumi. No one else has the.
That is another advantage for this team
too. That's a lot
too.
of credits gonna go over to the side of Team Sparkle here. Omega is gonna be spawning in school as well, so Sparkle sitting on a lot of credits. They probably want to save for these 4-score buy-ins here. So Team Saber is gonna run straight into the hands of Team Sparkle. Belzer actually gonna dash on forward. Sand already choked down on She is Fauna is gonna be able to pick Sand up. Belzer gonna fall very shortly. Gonna use that. Soul Stealer is gonna get away, but that's gonna be a lot of credits gonna go to the side of Team Sparkle, just because it is a backliner that probably already had a lot of items built up.
Oh my god! That is a beautiful spark nade from 1Circle across the wall. There it is. Nice. 2 kills going straight into their hands out of nowhere off of a fantastic spark nade spread. Pungwa keeps himself alive, but he's already 400 credits down at this point. Yep.
It's not too good for Team Cartel. Another minus 400 for the side of Team Cartel. Please. Sparkle, they're gonna get an Omega completely uncontested.
They did the math wrong.
Oh no. Oh no, Bongwa res the wrong person. You're right. Bongwa did res the Estelle first, so now they have to get a couple more credits to let the Kali res. The Kali should have enough now, so they should be able to get it off.
They had to eat more timer though. That's like 5 to 10 seconds of timer that the Kali could use later.
Should be fine. Oh, there's the vision play coming out from Saber, but unfortunately the vision play isn't really as good as these other teams. It's only gonna be Celine that's gonna be able to do some damage.
Loken walking into a 4-stack, that's fine though. It's not late enough in the game as a Celine that's gonna be super detrimental, but this is going to be shield is gone. I mentioned this before, but Celine typically in charge of breaking the Alonzo shield because Blast Wave is a very easy resource to do that. But they need to keep tagging Taegyeong. There we go. There's a reset on the cooldown. Blast Wave again. This could be an opportunity for the Alonzo to send it, but kiting really well is going to be Team Saber. Rain of Arrows going to buy them a little bit of space as well. 2 bombs down on the ground. 3-stack is going to tag onto Taegyeong, but that's just a 3-stack. Shield back up for Taegyeong. Poke is good, but it doesn't mean much when the other team is healing pretty well. Tight zone. Are you really going to entertain this? Auto Arms needs to leave one way or another. If they're gonna stick this, they're gonna have to invest into it fully hard. Electric shift. Oh,
Look, bomb. You're right. There is a engage coming out from Belzer, but Belzer's just taking way too much damage. Gonna use the parry, and Taeyong is gonna be able to get the pull back in, but it's actually not going to be enough. Great kite back from the side of Team Saber. Here comes in a blitz. Belger has to block it, but the second shot is going to kill him. And oh no, San runs straight into the hands of Team Affirmation. And that's going to be a minus 400 for that team if they are going to move to get back up. Another fight on our hands. We have Team Demon Drive. Good luck for an angle. Here, Totem is going to be procced onto the PLO here as all three members are going to slowly kite away. The HP advantage does go over to the side of Team Demon Drive. Looks like they will be able to secure the box as Team Slasher is just going to be forced to give it up.
Okay.
Oh, with
that's
Fauna.
good damage. Fauna in a little bit of trouble. Soul Stealer, Soul Link has been popped already. Nina is, gonna get taken down. Wait a second. Chloe is gone too. Okay, Scarlet going into the Totem will get taken down. Their credit count's actually not looking that great. Can only res one, and that's even assuming if Songharan can get the res. They all caught their blood samples and looked for a little bit too much. But he pressed the Soul Link button, but the damage was too great.
Yeah, I think the Soul Link was just used a little too early because he wasn't in threat just yet, but I think he had to use it just for the threat of the Zahir and both the Kadia following up any more damage. So fortunately, Sparkle is going to be the one to fall there. We do have Slasher. Yoha actually going to go straight onto Camillo. Gonna get the Q3, but the D shard is gonna block a lot of the damage. Here comes Rain of Amber Green. It is gonna proc onto 2. Bin is gonna be chunked down to 1 HP. They're gonna set their sights onto the Sylvia here, but the Sylvia has the bike movement speed. Is gonna be able to get away. Yoha actually gonna be chunked down as well.
Oh no.
Gonna be forced to use the ultimate, but is the damage enough? The bike combo is gonna come through, and the Camillo is gonna fall. Their Exploit gonna fall very shortly. Not gonna have any amount of damage as Scarlet's down. Yeah. Affirmation finds Team Sparkle, and we're definitely going to a game number 5.
Okay. Yo, good stuff coming out from Team Affirmation at the right place at the right time. The res actually did come through onto, I think it was Scarlet, but timing found out. Unfortunate for that team. We will, as you're right, we'll be going into game number 5. Whereas Cartel versus Team Mira and Sejong, they don't care about that right now. They're looking for a fight. Cartel pushed into the red. Is going to start taking timer just a little bit. Oh, that's 1. That's 2. Is going to whip straight into the net. Degree jumping out the ping. That's pretty good Paradiso. Oh my.
Yeah, they're going to set their sights onto the Estelle. They are going to be able to kill him. Busan actually going to jump on forward and going to be able to kill Bunko as well. And that's going to be it. That's going to be able to get away here. Bike combo is going to go through. And that is going to be Affirmation going to be able to wipe Team Cartel off the map. On the top side here, do have Team Demon Drive going to be able to find one from the side of Team Slasher.
Yep, it's an Affirmation Kingdom, alright. They knocked down the one team in Checkpoint. They're knocking down yet another team, Cartel, down in 7th place with 7 kills. Oh my goodness, Affirmation is on a roll. They really want to get those additional points, push themselves up higher and higher in the leaderboard. Sitting on 25 points right now, they have 6 kills. That's 31.
Look at the items on Team Saber. They are poor. They don't really have anything to their name here. So it looks like they're just going to play for these vision plays. Going to play maybe to wrap for some placement here. Going to play for some third-party angles. Team Demon Drive, they actually decided to use the key card this late into the game. So it's going to be a little risky to get that respawn back in.
Yep. Okay. 2 seconds. Oh, okay. There we go. Time correctly. Nice. I always get spooked when things like this happen, but I know that to a certain level that the teams are calculating something. I didn't even check the timer up top. I had a feeling that that's what the plan was. Nicely done for Konja Slashers. All of the members will still be alive, but 1 second for Nizuka is actually not great. They need a lot more kills to get up into checkpoint spots.
They've been dying a little too much, so I think their the item disparity between Slasher and these other teams might be a little too big. But yeah, they need 15 points to get into that checkpoint breakpoint. Don't think it's going to be happening for this game. Team Auto Arms, I don't think they can make it in either. They need about 29, so they need 22 kills. Or no, 21 kills, only on 7.
Or 14
I think
plus
it's
8.
only. I think it's only Slasher that can make it in here.
Maybe Saber, but they've been put really far in the dirt, as you mentioned earlier. They're dirt poor right now.
Yeah, Saber and both Slasher, 2 teams that have opportunity to make it in, but they have to basically win a couple items down to a lot of these teams here. Auto Arms maybe gonna look for a fight into Team Affirmation. Young gonna walk up a little split from his team, but Don't think Team Affirmation wants to send it onto Alonso. Alonso, a little too tanky for them. There's the ultimate invested onto the Camilla, going to be used once again. Great tornado, actually going to block the side of the Sylvia, but the follow-up is just there. Logan trying to get some damage back, but Sylvia's just going to be able to going to be able to bike him down, and that's going to be Team Affirmation going to be able to wipe Team Auto Arms off the map there. Very nicely played, very nice follow-up to kill Dazzy here.
Bro, Busan is just too good at this character. It's not even close for some of these fights. Pushed away is going to be Bowser. Busan! What is that? The Spada pushes the Yuki back, and the only one that eats the coup de grace where it would have been 2 is just 1. He gets taken down, and now it's Saber down to 2 members. They're in the dirt. They're put in the dirt. Now, Affirmation is just recovering. Ligor is going to go for the initiation before anything. Dodges out on the 4 stack too, man. No bombs left for Sasha.
And the blast wave pushes Liguri into them, and that is going to be a clean wipe for Team Affirmation. Not really clean, actually, because they did end up losing a member, but a very dominating win for Team Affirmation. Sitting on 12 kills for themselves. They are another team that's pretty close, relatively in the middle of the pack with 25 points after this game. They're definitely going to be in contention to be going into checkpoint for game number 6.
Yep, 37. How many points are left in this lobby right now? We got 3 additional potential kills going for a team, and then maybe 1 if Piolo gets found out, but he's in the other zone. Miden Sejong, they don't need to play that politics, right? This is the team that usually ends up doing that if there is a checkpoint team and they need to deny them, but they don't have to be that agent this time around.
There's this solo that's in fire station, by the way. So I think Slasher might actually be back into this, and they might have another chance. I don't think it's enough for them to get into checkpoint, but
do they have any clue?
A great pull, and that's the face check we see time and time again. Not checking that bush. I don't think Team Demon Drive recognized or even suspected a team to jump in from Pond, and yeah, looks like Demon Drive also is gonna try to hyperloop over as well because they recognize there's gonna be 2 teams nearby, but Team Affirmation is gonna be the one to get here first. I don't think Demon Drive is gonna make it.
Oh no, they're here.
Just in time. Just in time.
Oh, the last one didn't run. Don't run. Oh wait. Oh, never mind. The last one's there. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what the heck? This could be an agent moment from the Piolo. Nizuka, he needs to get here quick. I don't think that's going to be the main prio, though. Yeah, down goes to Sylvia. It should be Affirmation winning this.
That's really nice for Affirmation. Gonna get another 3 kills as well. So, yeah, looks like Raccoon gonna just spike onto the Piolo. The Piolo only having 5 seconds left. Gotta make sure you don't blow yourself up. Totem is gonna come out. Gonna stall an extra couple seconds in that Totem. A lot of people kind of forget or don't remember that Totem does actually stop your timer from ticking. That's a fun fact.
It's a good time to be alive as an Affirmation fan. Unfortunately, if they got, let's see, an additional 4 more kills this game, they actually had a chance to go straight into checkpoint because they needed 30 points to get in there. Sitting on 15, potentially looking for, let's see, 18 plus 8, 26.
Yeah, they would need 22 points. Or 22 field kills, but it looks like
it was close.
They have the potential to get to 18. Ooh, I really like this play from Affirmation. Are they gonna go all the way around? No, they're not gonna go all the way around, actually.
That would have been funny.
I actually would have preferred if Raccoon went all the way around here, because they actually don't. Beer Slasher actually didn't ward behind them this time. Usually, teams make sure they ward behind to counter that flank, but I think a lot of teams recognize, or a lot of teams know that they're. Oh, wait a second! The Sylvia is actually the bike in, gonna hit 2 members, but oh my god, the damage coming out from the backliners of Mira Sejong and the peel. And just the way they kite back as with this team comp, it's just so nice to see Mira Sejong coming back on this double backline tank team comp, and they just play it so well.
Yeah, well played to Mira Sejong. I don't think it's awkward. I don't think Mira and Sejong played it well, but they played it well enough to punish the misplays from Affirmation. I hate to say it like that because they ended up winning, but let's be real here. A Camilla running head first into a Theo instead of Pawn by himself, losing 90% before Energy Blast Field comes out.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard, I would say, for Team Affirmation to play into, Mira Sejong, who already has zone control. and then that typical just front to back. The Lennox is just able to peel both the Camillo and the Tazi off with the Flay. So most of their engage potential is just lost. I would have really preferred if the Sylvia went for the full flank and tried to get a jump onto like one of the backliners. But yeah, I think just Mira Sejong, they're just able to play the front to back so well, and they're just able to kite back together.
Yep, I think if what is it? Who is it? The Tazia ended up landing the wall directly onto the Lennox. Maybe a bit more of a punish could have happened, but unfortunately, one of the rare cases where that didn't happen actually in this game, and it allowed Denana to just maneuver his way around that shield. No real punishments for the Camillo or the Tazia upon that. From there, yeah, as I mentioned, the Camillo just running it headfirst into a Theo inside a pond. One Circle has dealt with this situation a lot of times, and every single time he actually has to deal with a Camillo inside of Pond, this is the exact thing that happens, where a Camillo will head dive first, and then he loses 90% before even accessing the Theo.
I think it was more of this Romantic just pelting bullets as well onto the Camillo, because Romantic is the one that just deals so much damage. And like if they're just kiting back and just eating damage from fully stacked Nadine or fully built out Nadine that has like the blood weapon as well, it's just way too much to deal with. So yeah, I think it is kind of hard though for Affirmation, because they're playing this dive team comp, so they have to look for an angle onto the backline. They can't really win the front to back because their team Sergeant is playing that Theodore and that Nadine. So I think they sent it a little too early. Maybe they could have found a better angle. Maybe waiting out, maybe waiting for the Tazia cooldowns to come back up, or maybe Sylvia going all the way around. Finding a nice flank angle. I know Mira Sejong is a team that's pretty disciplined and is usually able to play around those outs, I would say. So it is it is definitely a little hard, but Affirmation still had a 15 kill game and they got second place, so they got 20 points for themselves. So it's actually not too bad. We could see that all these other teams are slowly catching up on the leaderboards here. Team Gangnam Sparkle still in first place with 65. Fortunately, not a good game 4, not a 4-game sweep, but they are still the only team in checkpoint, so they do have another buffer game to maybe try stealing the win here.
Indeed. They've been given yet another chance to keep themselves the only team inside a checkpoint. Tried really hard. I like the fact that they were actually playing a little bit more aggressive in the mid stages of the game, maybe turn it around to other teams that are like, oh, hey, it's Gangnam Sparkles. They're not going to fight us. Nah, they're fighting. The little mind tricks are pretty good, but sometimes you have to control yourself, right? I think even before the fight they tried in Forest, they were actually really, really strong. That was not a fight that they should have forced. They were already doing their own thing. The pacing of their game was already on track for them to go into the temp zone and then the final zone. But then, once again, it's the mind tricks. We're behind, but we're going to try to get... no, not we're behind, but we're the only team in checkpoint. We know you're going to try to ratio us later down the road. We'll just flip it on you instead. You gotta control yourself, though.
I mean, personally, I sort of like that they're just playing their own game and they're just playing how they usually play. Because a lot of the times what happens is a lot of teams will change their play style when they're in checkpoint, and they play too passive. Yeah. When they play too passive, there's too many teams alive for final zone. Yeah, and once there's too many teams alive for final zone, that's when you get ratioed. That's when all teams, they decide, you know what? We're just gonna handshake and we're just gonna prevent you from winning the game. So I do like that they're just still playing their own game. They're still confident in their team fights. Fortunately, it didn't work out for them this game, but they still have another game coming up.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, that was game 4, which means we're gonna go on to a break. We'll see if Gangnam Sparkles is gonna be able to end it in game number 5, or it's just not gonna work out for them at all. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 5 and potentially a number 6.
Take care, take care.
생존자가 사망했습니다.
내 소속? 그런 걸 알아서 뭐하게? 모든 것은 그분의 뜻대로! 빛보다 빠르게! 아, 미안. 다신 안 뽑기로 했었지? 눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 아, 그걸로 부족한데? 지금의 갈시! 기억할 수 있다면 모든 것을 기억해 주십시오. 내 눈이 저지른 일들을, 내 손이 저지른 일들을.
눈을 뜰 시간이에요. 제가 길잡이가 되어줄게요. 당신이 상상하는 모든 게 현실이 될 거예요. 영원한 행복의 세계로. 당신의 꿈에 날개를 달아줄게요. 현실을 넘어 이상으로. 당신들의 모든 것들을 제가 기억하고 있을게요. 절 막으실 건가요? 잘 쉬는 것도 중요해요. 그렇지? 제 날개로는 모두를 품을 순 없었나 봐요. 기다리고 있어줘요. 그 세계에서 새로운 세상을 보여줄게요. 지켜봐 주세요. 모두가 평화로운 세상을 만들어 볼게요.
손재주는 나쁘지 않답니다. 찢고 가르고 뚫어볼까요? 제가 말끔히 고쳐드릴게요. 환자가 있다면 어디든지 가야겠죠? 움직이시면 안 돼요. 치료할게요. 당신이 죽더라고요. 맥박이 안 잡히네요. 부르셨나요? 병들어 죽는 것보단 나았겠죠. 전 최선을 다했어요. 준비 완료. 초콜릿은 좋아. 당분은 열량을 보충하고 카페인은 집중력을 높여주지. 그리고 테오브르민이라는 성분이 있는데 이런, 너무 떠들었네. 당 보충을 할 만한 게 있으면 좋겠어. 초콜릿 가지고 있나? 선물 하나 주지. 재료 수집도 기본 중 기본이지. 플레이팅 했으면 좋겠어. 여기라면 찾을 수 있겠어. 초콜릿과 어울릴까? 좋아. 많은 도움이 되겠는데. 오늘의 주식은 초콜릿 토스트와 핫초코입니다. 이 정도면 만족스러워.
팀은 그래도 어느 정도 꽤 잘 큰 두 팀이거든요.
네. 자, 게다가 지금 진호 선수에게 플레어건이 자, 조준되어 있는 상태고요. 일단 자, 엑셀레이션 로켓 포킹 좋은데요.
오,
인구
인구
들어갑니다.
선수 이거 정말 잘 들어갔어요.
자, 하지만 이쪽도 마이 있거든요. 자, 치유들은 켜지면서 마이가 도발을 받아냈던 이네이트.
자, 이거 아디나가 상대가 있다 보니까 회복을 더 하기 전에
그렇죠.
어떻게든 더 몰아내서 뭐 하나 더 잡아보겠다였는데 실성이 안 좋아요.
트라이넥스펙트의 이 딜량이 상당한 가운데
그렇죠.
설정 선수가 다 들어와서 이거 이네이트 위험합니다.
와, 이거 진짜
상당히 위험합니다.
진아 선수가 빨아들이는데 성공을 한
그렇죠.
건데.
자, 교환되고 제로진과
제로진이 여기서
레몬로.
레몬을 잡아냈어요.
자, 근데
제로진.
지금 진아 선수가 빠르게 먼저
자, 이 선수는 샌드라비안 대전 사이버.
와, 여기 두 팀은 대전 사이버즈가 템이 조금 더 좋거든요.
네.
그러다 보니까 대전 사이버즈가 조금 더 과감하게 싸움을 걸고 있지만, 자, 디나 선수 체력을 많이 깎아냈어요. 자, 원거리 딜링으로 지금 디나 선수 거의 절반 정도 체력이 빠져 있는 상태. 어떻게든 몰아보겠다. 인세인 무빙 좋고요.
받아보려고 계속해서 가지고 있고요.
자, 들어가는 레볼로 도발 걸렸습니다만은 자, 설정 선수와 리우리 선수 마이와 아드리아나.
자, 노던알의 파리채 블로킹 정말 좋거든요.
자, 좀 멀어요. 설다비. 자, 이거는
이거는 진짜 팅글다비 X가 포지셔닝을 너무 좋게 잘했죠.
그리고
이거 중요한 건 지금 자리를 먼저 잡았다는 거는
그렇죠.
시간적으로 유리해서 자,
그
이레이트는 여기서 이제 빠지면 돼요.
사이버즈?
여기서 빠지면은 나머지 선수들끼리 싸워야 되는데, 자, 살짝
자,
빠졌다가
인구의
나머지끼리
위치
싸우는
도발
걸 보여야
걸리고
되는데
깔끔하게 못 도망갔고요.
자,
자, 7, 6 시간 채웠고요. 3,
자, 이러면은
2 또 채워요.
와, 여기서 진호의 무빙, 자, 제로진 무빙도 좋았는데 여기서 물리면 그게 좀 사고가 돼요.
자, 탱글다비 X가 이러면 3대2로 이쪽 싸움 승리할 것 같죠. 이네이트 상대하고 있습니다만 지금 지호 선수 HP 별로 없고요. 자, 리우리 살아갑니다. 리우리 살아가고.
자, 이러면
이거
탱글다비
결국
X가 오히려
이겨냅니다.
자, 마지막 싸움을
와.
볼 상대 탱글다비
그러니까
X.
탭3 조합도 이게 후반에 딱 이 막 끊고 왔을 때의 조합이 엄청 강력한 조합 중에 하나인데,
네.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We are just coming out of games 3 and 4 of Season 6 Phase 1 Finals, where we actually had a team go into checkpoint in game number 3, but they weren't able to win it out in game number 4. Played pretty well, but then ended up getting caught out a little bit and then third party by a team after they tried to get some reses off. So let's see what ends up happening in game number 5. Is it going to be the chance that they really needed to go into that victory stance, or will they need another game and let some other teams start to file on in into checkpoint?
And remember, we do have the characters going to be back on the table for a lot of these teams. Mai and Felix going to be available once again. Will we have these picks going to be coming out for these teams? Slasher going to be locking in the Felix for Nizuka, Bim as well, and CMP. Will we see the Felix? Oh no, it's going to be the Kadia going to be coming out, but the Mai is going to be off the table going into game number 6.
Quite surprising about this. If NCMB does end up locking this character in, it is going to completely change the dynamics of Team Cartel, where you're now looking for a much more front to back instead of a double frontline damage dealer or threat. With NCMB on the Felix, it will be locked in, so I apologize. Cartel is going to slightly change up how their team composition is going to work, but I am a little bit worried about how this lobby is now changing back onto the Mai. Yes, of course it is a necessity because she is back and she's going to get banned anyways, you might as well play her, but I do think that the Alonzos in the last game was a bit more of a threat to Kingdom Sparkle than Mai's would be.
Yeah, having that damage reduction is quite insane. I think it should, having that damage reduction should be able to block most of the damage coming out from Team Gangling Sparkles. I don't think the exclusive is enough because of how the exclusive works. The Mai stays in place, and it's only an iframe. If you are able to block maybe the 4 bomb and the Fauna, little knock up, it should be enough. But the problem is with the way and with how Team Gangnam Sparkle plays, they could just bait it out and they could just wait for it to end and then, do all the burst damage right after you come out of that exclusive.
And even more so, I think it's the initial CC immunity shield that Alonzo has that makes it really easy for them to
That is true.
at least deny one source of crowd control and that extra frame that you have by denying it.
Having that, having one of the CCs being blocked is quite a bit, because what usually happens and is what we see time and time again from Team Gangland Sparkles is they just completely chain CC a Mai from 100 to 0, and there's nothing that the Mai can do. They can't even press their exclusive in time. They can't use any of their abilities. They can't use their catwalk to get away. They just instantly die.
Even the stealth, no heli tech stat not available. Whereas an Alonso, he eats up one source of crowd control, which is typically the one that keeps him locked in that one spot, right? Although I will say Blast Wave is pretty good to break the shield. Now, if you use the Blast Wave, then it's one that you can't use to push everyone else away on that team.
Yeah.
It's isolating that tank and making sure that Gyeongnam Sparkle can kill it. But this time around, we have 0 Alonsos. I think this actually goes a little bit more in favor of Gyeongnam Sparkle with this lobby. It just comes down to how they're actually going to play. We are seeing the swords fly once again for this team. Good timing on the totem.
Always been these two.
But Cartel will be able to find them out. It's a 3-stack this time around. Song Harang in trouble. He is going to try to blink away.
Can he get one? Can he get one? He
He's going to
does.
get one. Nice trade.
Yeah, not bad, because you do get some credits and you do get a lot of mastery there for getting that kill. So actually not too bad for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles, despite it being a completely lost fight there. It was a 2v2. We've seen those two brawl it out in dock quite often, but this time NCMP is going to be able to join the fray.
And it's a free TP. They're actually quite a ways from the TP, so getting a free one by dying early is not that bad. They'll be able to join up with Fauna. Another fight inside of Uptown that bleeded in from Forest. That's a good Fenty
kill,
from Nextboy. We'll be able to lock down Satan. There we go. Gyeongnam Sparkle is duking it out up against Team Cartel. Song Harang in a little bit of trouble. Will actually get taken down in just a moment. Down she goes. Fauna eating damage from the Ghost Fire. Scarlet left by their lonesome. Cartel is doing really good controlling Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. Oh, the photon cannon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised Scarlet just decided to TP back, but I think they are more comfortable with being on the bottom side of the map and getting the farm up here, so it's probably why they decided to come down and maybe fight Team Cartel. There are a lot of damage coming out. Cinema being chunked down to 1 HP. The totem is going to be used. Loken going to be able to trade the Tazia down, but a lot of CC coming out from Taeyong, going to be able to shut down Tazia from doing any further damage, as Team Auto is going to be able to pick up 2 kills from Team Affirmation.
Taking show again. This guy's locking people down left and right. Well played to Team Auto Arms. Good stuff for Loken, keeping himself alive too throughout the fight. Nearly untouched, actually, by the way. I think it was mostly Ping. No, not Ping. Who was it? I think it was mostly. I forget who the Mayan Team Auto Arms is. There's so many Mayas, but yeah, Cinema. There you go. Thank you very much. It was mostly Cinema that ate the damage instead. Demon Drive now aggressing over onto Team Cartel, but they all jumped over the wall, whereas Tony kind of stuck inside of that little wild dog pit.
Oh, there we go.
We'll finally join them, but Cartel has already disengaged.
Wait a second. Ping's still down to half HP, so they can definitely press their lead here. It looks like the Felix is also cornering the Sedina, so this is the perfect angle for Team Cartel or Team Demon Drive to maybe look for. A lot of damage going on to Ping. Ping already down to half HP. Heal drone is procced as well. They get to knock up Ping. Gonna get knocked up by the Sylvia. The Sylvias will be the one to finish Ping off. And there's a third party actually here from Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. NCMP probably gonna fall a little shortly here. Actually gonna blink over the wall and should be fine.
We've seen a mix of both Electric Shift as well as Blink for Kadias this time around. It is going to work out because the Blink is what was needed in order to save NCMB. Pungwa stuck in the corner. I don't think he has a Blink himself. Will not be able to use it, and the kill goes over in favor of Gyeongnam Sparkles. They're going to get themselves to safety too, but a couple Blinks invested from this team, I don't know if they're going to have the easy leniency to fight for an objective in day 2.
Yeah, I think that is true. Second round did just use his blink, but I think they're probably going to be trying to play for that cemetery tree, and one circle is going to be able to get a double Semtex. Just get so much damage with their ultimate. Going to land it again onto the Tazia. Busan going to try getting away, but looks like they should be able to get out of there, as Theodore doesn't really have much chase without their ultimate. And it will be Team Resurgent going to be able to get a nice win for themselves.
Oh, they're still going to try to fight for an objective. It's going to be the Meteorite. That's a double Moon Dorito tap.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage, and then TP.
Song Harang just barely low.
Oh, but there's the combo.
The exclusive is actually nicely timed, but I think he's a little bit too low. Pungwa can't really support on this third party from the north side. This actually helps out Gyeongnam Sparkles. Yeah. Down goes Pungwa. Ping is just going to straight up have to run away. NCMB playing with fire, sticking around. The Meteorite's just going to be stuck by Fada. Cowboy hat going to be built. Star of the Wilds upgraded.
Yeah, kills don't matter that much for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles, because they just want to make sure they secure that win. So if they get objectives over, some of these kills, it's definitely a lot better for them.
No, loop it around, baby. Let's
TMB
go.
kills one, and now he could maybe stay on the pad here. I think the Mai will be able to just
Worth it.
kill the Kadia though. But yeah, Cartel does get another kill. They definitely need some points. They want to make sure they get into checkpoint very shortly.
Yeah, worth it for Cartel. You know, that's the ego fight right there. You won it. I applaud you in that situation. More fights happening inside of Force this time around. Team Auto Arms a little bit split apart, which means Loken's going to get taken down. Good blink away from Taeyong. If he got caught out by that Thunder Strike, it would have been a little bit difficult for him to get away. Because Cinema on the bottom side of Forest would fall down eventually. Yeah, I think Taeyong, good instinctive call there. That blink was a solid investment.
A little unfortunate for Team Auto Arms there. I think Taeyong just wasn't in the fray just yet, and Team Slasher, they recognized it. They immediately punished Loken, and Loken is most of the damage for Team Auto Arms, so once the Rousey falls, there's really not much Taeyong can do. So nice follow-up and great kill on to the Rousey, and that just seals the deal. The Mai will did end up falling shortly after, so Slasher going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills for them.
Buy timings are really good too. Force core build up for the Felix. That was a radar just online. Miden Sejong going to pick up a couple kills for himself. Aoyai should be coming through for, I think, the Felix as well on Kwangju Slashers. Just take a look at it for a quick second. There it is. Upgrade should be coming in with that David. Mai should not have anything upgraded as of right now. Will we get it, or did they upgrade something else already? Blazing Dress first upgrade is actually something that a lot of Mines have been looking for in competitive right now. But Aoyai value is still high. Maybe they just haven't hit the... Oh, yeah, they do have Blazing Dress, I think.
Yeah, I think they probably already used their 2 upgrades, probably on the core tier and the Blazing Dress, just to make them a little more tanky. Looks like the Sylvia is going to jump in onto Bin. Bin already chunked down to 1 HP. Liguri's actually going to go straight onto the Felix, but the Felix is having so much auto negate there. He's going to be able to use their backsteps to block on a lot of damage onto the Camillo, and Felix is going to be the one to come out on top. And Busan going to be the one to fall here as well for the third party from Team Slasher. Team Slasher going to be here at the perfect time, going to be able to get a nice kill and get the alpha for themselves.
Yeah, Busan actually stayed alive for quite a long time with the additional shields. I think Sheer was bumping his APM out as much as possible, but Sylvia has downtime and it buys time for the Tazi to actually get those shield cooldowns back up. Unlucky for Busan, walk straight into a third party, will get taken down. It does allow Kwangju Slashers to pick up the alpha for themselves. The mithril value is actually kind of high, especially with Nizika sitting on these kind of transitions already. Sheer has no fuel, and it's also a level 2 shift gear. Getting flanked by X-Boy. They can't jump over this wall. They're actually going to opt to fight it instead. They're going to try jumping on towards the Mai, but that's a lot of damage. Bintum getting taken dangerously low. Indeed. Even with the item advantage, Bintum not going to get that much value out of the fight instead.
And Slasher going to be the one to come out on top. Gonna get 2 kills. I think they're really close to checkpoint. They just need a couple more points. Saber going to be on the back foot here as Team Affirmation. Gonna trade 1 for 1. Actually, here for the third party, Team Auto Arms was the one who was originally fighting Team Sabers. Taeyong is gonna be the last one alive for the side of Team Auto Arms. San actually gonna chase down Taeyong here, but shouldn't be able to find him. Oh, actually, we have the Yuki gonna come around as well. Taeyong gonna jump over the wall. Rousey should be able to rest here, as it will be a day 3. We'll be swapping over to day 3. That is a lot of timer invested for the side of Team Taeyong and for Team Saber as well. Taeyong gonna stay here because the zone's gonna be open. Wow. Yeah, I think Team Saber was kind of forced to chase, I think, Taeyong just because they were a duo and didn't really have anywhere to go as the third party came in from Team Affirmation.
That's actually kind of crazy that they opted to chase this far in. It's not just Team Auto Arms that lost a lot of timer, right? It's the team that also chased in through Team Saber. They're gonna have to make up those points and timer somewhere.
Yeah, Team Affirmation was, I think, was just in the zone, so they just decided, you know, it's probably best so we don't get wiped. We just go in as well, which is probably their thinking, which is why they ended up chasing. And maybe they could try sneaking the kill. Maybe they could try Lucky 4. But yeah, there's a lot of time wasted for both of the teams.
Indeed. Mutant Lab is going to be what Demon Drive is going to look for this game. don't get any transitions off of it, unfortunately, but the value is still high. I think this team is continuing to keep up their pace. Hasn't really lost any massive fights just yet. They've always been able to recover relatively well, even if they've lost a couple here and there. But the fact is, Bintum, even with all the kills, and well, not all the kills, but all the items that he has, still lost the fight inside a factory. I'm a little bit worried now that even with the items, he's kind of getting one-up by a couple of our other Felixes inside of the lobby, and that has been a bit consistent. NCMB has been doing really good on that character, and I don't know about Musica necessarily, but there is definitely a slight discrepancy on some of the skill ceilings and the skill levels of both of our Felix players right now in this lobby.
Demon Drive on the back foot here. Team Affirmation is going to try giving chase. Dongi actually not going to get the White Lily. He's actually going to walk back. I think it was a little miscommunication there as he walks straight into the Talia wall. But the 3-man knockup coming out from the Sylvia was actually huge. Or actually, I think it was the Felix coming out from Team Affirmation. But it looks like the fight is going to swing over. Busan versus Sylvia. Looks like Affirmation is going to lose a member. Well, actually, no. Demon Drive is going to lose a member. Oh, looks like Sylvia did end up getting third-party buy slash as well.
Credit count, what is that?
Oh, you're right. They just didn't buy. They're just down so many items. That's probably why Team Affirmation decided to give chase. They're just down so many items right now. They do end up getting a couple 4 scores. Team Saber going to lose a member to Team Auto Arms. Team Auto Arms is going to be able to pick their Hyejin up.
You know something's bad if you get 2 reses off and they're still able to buy 4 scores. How behind is that team?
I think, looks like they just haven't had the option to get their buys in here. Team Affirmation gonna look for Team Demon Drive once again. They should know this seems relatively weak. They did just end up spending 400 credits on reses here. Laguri maybe. Ooh, the double knockup coming out from Bintim. Great start coming out for, and a double taunt as well from the Mai, but looks like they're gonna set their sights onto the Sylvia, but the Sylvia is getting out traded, and a great exclusive coming out. You're right from Dongye here. There's gonna be enough. Bin is just playing out of his mind in this team fight. And I think that might be a Team Affirmation. Is Busan going to be able to get away? Yes. Going to be able to use that White Lily to jump on over. But Team Sparkle is here. I think Busan just hears them just in time, so they are going to be able to walk away. But Bin just finding that angle in, able to get that double knockup initially to start the fight, and just able to do so much damage for his team.
Yeah, double knockup from Bin, triple knockup from Sheer. This is why crowd control stacking is so valuable in team compositions like this. You need to buy time for your cooldowns to come back. Those kind of plays are exactly what you're looking for. Well played to Team Demon Drive. They're going to be 7 kills strong right now in 8th place, but this is a pretty solid game for them to start their footing on going into a potential game number 6. Although coming up Sparkles. That's what happens to Mize. That's what I mean. This is why Alonzo is sometimes a bit more valuable.
Yeah. The Sling uses the the nade to push a tank in. And once the tank is a little too far forward, Team Sparkle just has full range to just one shot. Great try there from Busan to use the ultimate to parry so to get some damage off, but not going to be enough.
A little bit unfortunate for the Tazi, a little bit unfortunate for the Mai, but that's just the name of the game, especially in a situation like this. Look at Bintum, he still hasn't called any items.
Yeah, 500 credits to their name. Mir Sejong does find an angle straight onto Peng. Peng taking a lot of damage already. The ultimate from the Theodore is invested a lot of movement speed, but the Soul Seal is actually going to be used in return, as Denana is going to be forced, and Mir Sejong is going to be forced to run away here. Romantic is going to be completely cut out on the other side, and a Blitz is going to be used. Both of the procs are going to be hit on both the Nana and 1ㅅ respectively, but I think the Nana will be the one to fall. That is the power of Soul Stealer, just completely negating the engage from the Theodore.
Quake is good, but if the opponent has Soul Stealer, then you really lose out on a lot of value.
Oh, the Nana has
about to have Quake again, but it's the VLS
Oh,
situation
the VLS.
again too. Teams are getting so good at using this offensively.
Yeah, VLS, they just get in front of the Nana, so the Nana doesn't have an option to get away here. It looks like Chromatic is going to decide to use the VLS, maybe use the Hyperloop. No, they're actually going to try resing here down in Hospital.
Oh, but there's a
Should be able to get it up. But there is, you're right. Team Cartel is right there.
Oh, they're going to see the pings. They're going to see the pings. There's a recon drone coming out. Romantic cannot make it to the
They have to fight,
Hyperloop.
yeah.
They have to fight right now. That double tag with the inner blitz is not going to help. Even if they go into pawn, it's not going to help either. 7 seconds left. They're running out of time.
Get up.
3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Wickline gonna be spawning into Cemetery. Only Gangnam Sparkle is set up for it right now. Oh, a great taunt there coming out from the Mai. And that's gonna be Team Affirmation completely wiped off the map. I don't think Liguri can get away from Team Demon Drive. As Affirmation gonna go down in 8th place.
Demon Drive is stacking really nicely. I see a team that's about to jump over right now inside a pond. Is that Gangnam Sparkles going to be able to freely take it? I think so, yeah. Whichever team was inside of Mira and Sejong, they're too behind. They're too scared to jump over. Gangnam Sparkles picks up Wickaline again in game number 5, sorry. No contest.
Yeah, they might be able to close it out this time. Getting that Wick buff, I don't think any teams want to contest them. Probably upcoming into the final zones as well. They're going to have that extra blood item. It's going to be a little tough for some of these teams.
But the Masters of Ratio are still in the game. Mira and Sejong, they've been well known to deny a lot of really good teams by just brute forcing it into them, right? Just force them to fight, force them into a third-party situation. I think even with the Wickaline picked up for Gangnam Sparkles, they cannot let up on the pressure just yet because of the simple fact that Mira and Sejong exist. This team is notorious to deny checkpoint teams from winning the game, even if it means sacrificing them. It really is.
Oh, a great taunt there and great damage coming out onto Felix, and Nizuka finds the angle onto Bim, and a lot of trades and a lot of auto dodges, but it will be Bim going to be the one to fall there. And Demon Drive, unfortunately, going to lose 2 members. It's not looking too good. Once certain teams... Oh no, the Sylvia is found out by Team Cartel. Gonna run straight back into the hands of Slasher. I think that's gonna be it. Don't think Sylvia can get away here, but this is good for Sparkle, because the less teams and the less players there are, the less chance of them getting ratioed. Also, we're talking about Mira Sejong being the Weavers of Fate for some of these teams, but I think there was one tournament where they actually benefited the checkpoint team. So let's see if they are going to be the ones to shut down Team Mira Sejong, or sorry, Team Gangnam Sparkles.
Yeah, by brute forcing it, you do end up causing situations where they are going to get third-partied unless they get wiped here. Denana about to get taken down. Shawvale is good. Loken actually counters it. Robotic goes too far trying to support Denana. And now the Masters of Ratio potentially about to fall down. But Taeyong, he just barely just weaves in and out of these fights. Spark Need is not really going to result in anything. The res on Lumi is not there yet. They don't have the credits. They don't have the credits. They just do have it. But it's in downtime. It's in downtime right now. They're not going to get it. Okay, down goes Cinema, but what do you have left, Denana? 5 seconds on timer is not going to be enough. Down he goes. Pop. Nope, it doesn't even matter. Loken secures it. The Masters of Ratio are gone.
What a play from Cinema. Just in the heat of the moment, just deciding, you know what, I'm going to use the White Lily that's right here in red zone to jump onto One Circle. One Circle was not expecting that. And Auto Arms going to be the ones to come out on top, and Mira Sejong going to go down. Unfortunately, another bad game for them. Going to go down in 6th place with only 4 kills.
There is a chance that right there, that fight may have sealed the fate of all the players in this lobby. We still have Wickaline available for Gangnam Sparkle. Look at all the teams that are on the north side of the
on the
map.
top side. You can't push, and it's pond as well. It's so hard to push into.
So bad.
Oh no! He's dead. Oh wait, he's alive.
They're pushed away though, and this creates even more space for Gangnam Sparkles to play with.
Yeah, Team Gangnam Sparkles, it's pawn. It's going to be so hard to push into this team.
Oh god.
And oh no, the third party is here.
They don't have time.
They don't have timer. They have to push in here. Peng already down to 4 seconds. 3, 2. Looks like they'll be fine. I think Team Cartel, I think they know they want to contest Team Sparkle here because they are the checkpoint team. But I don't know if any of these other teams are on board. Everyone else is going up into Temple.
Nobody even knows, I think, outside of Team Cartel, that the only team inside a pond right now is going to be Gangnam Sparkle. Gwangju Slashers has no clue. They've just been sitting in that corner for the past maybe 2-3 minutes trying to keep themselves safe. All the teams on the northern side, they only know where these teams are.
I mean, Sparkle has a really good advantage in the zone, but it's also a double-edged sword because it's pretty tight. So if you get flanked from 2 different angles, from the top side and the bottom side from pawn, it's going to be really hard for Team Sparkle to play into. But because it's like tight corridors, it's pretty tough. I don't know if Cartel wants to let this team go. They need to let them. They should let them in to let the 3v6 happen. Let them try maybe to team up to kill Sparkle, but I think it's just going to be a 3v3 between Sparkle and Team Cartel, so it's just going to be up to Cartel to try to stop Sparkle, and the winning team of the Temple Zone to try to deny Sparkle that first place win.
Well, the one thing I am wondering is that it is Sandstorm right now, so
Yeah.
oh, it's in favor of Gyeongnam Sparkles, the win stream.
It is pretty good that Sparkles doesn't get Temple, because Temple is closer, I think, slightly closer to the final zone, but honestly, because there's 3 teams there, I think Sparkle will be able to set up first.
How do you push this though? It's magnetic compulsions everywhere. Pungwa taking a
Oh
decent
my
chunk of
God,
damage,
Peng
half
already
HP
down.
for Peng. It just gets worse and worse and worse. Hongwaran can just set up the single stacks once again. Blast Wave to push away Pungwa. The Star Conjunct is there, but it causes the problem again. Look, the magnetic compulsions are there. The third party comes in from the backside. Team Auto Arms looking for it, but no, it's not looking good. Hongwaran gets out. No!
Sungwon's dead! Sungwon's dead! We're most likely gonna go to a game number 6 here. The ratio, this is what I was talking about, the double-edged sword. The double-edged sword came to fruition as Team Auto Arms comes from the bottom side. Team Sparkle just wasn't prepared for it.
Team Auto Arms kills the Ratio Kings, but they are the ones that are the kings of Ratio this time around. The Auto Arms with the heads-up play, they found out that Gyeongnam Sparkle is not inside a temple, decides to spend all of their time walking down into pond, and they will complete the check mark for this game. It doesn't even matter what the rest of this game looks like. Auto Arms have done it. 10 kills on their hand. Do they get into checkpoint? No, it was a sacrifice for the greater good.
Yeah, I think Team Slasher might be able to get in, or sorry, Team Slasher is already in for sure. They did end up getting 12 kills, so we will have 2 teams on checkpoint going into game number 6. Team Saber might be able to get in as well. If they get 3 here, 8 plus 8, yeah, they should get in. So Saber, they need to win this one out if they do want to qualify as well.
Team Cartel, though, they desperately need this game too, right? They're about to get 15 points plus from kills alone.
Oh, they would get in as well.
Yeah,
23. Just perfectly enough. Just perfectly enough. So just depending on who wins this fight here, which team will get into checkpoint. So we're definitely going to have 3 teams. Let's see, a lot of damage, a lot of poke damage going to the side of Belzer. Belzer already chunked down 40% HP. Looks like they're just going to try to reset here. Sad going to get some poke. Great side steps, actually dodging out on a lot of these abilities from the Dina.
Oh,
here's the
that's
ultimate.
not the greatest. Fleeting Soul, here we go. A lot of damage dealt onto Belzer. He already popped his Diamond Shard, and he's taking more damage from the Sun Conjunct.
Oh,
True
Sun
damage,
gets caught.
it's over.
He's dead.
It's
He's dead.
over. Team Cartel is going to get in. What a play from Gungwa. Again, this guy is a Dina. You cannot go wrong with it. GG, well played. 15 kills to Team Cartel will put them straight into the checkpoint slots. Gyeongnam Sparkles have lost their advantage, but GG's to Cartel.
Yeah, now that we have more teams going to be entering that checkpoint breakpoint, it does allow, or it does give more breathing room for Team Sparkle to not get completely ratioed exactly like that.
Exactly. Well played. It's unfortunate, but the items on, I think, Belzer were not exactly the most optimal. He had Mithril Crop on in Season 6, plus Blood Crown as a tank, and then Taproots
Yeah, and then Taproots as well. I think I did see them get 2 blood items. I think they just got them from boxes, so they decided, you know what, we'll just slap it on Yuki
That's poverty,
here.
dude.
Yeah, I mean, 2 blood items isn't bad. Like, the Taproots is really good on tank items. Blood Crown is fine. It's just, I mean, it's more damage, but like a lot less HP.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing else really for going for that Yuki. Didn't really have, I don't think they had the SSM, did they?
No, not at all. Actually, they didn't have an arm piece at all.
Yeah, so a little unfortunate, but you know, that's just the way it goes. Team Cartel, though, showing why they were our previous ERM season final winners, gonna come out on top and take game number 6 or 5. Was that 6?
I think that was 5. Yeah.
5. So we're gonna have 3 teams at checkpoint going into game number 6. It will be Sparkles, Slasher, and Team Cartel. I'm very excited to see a 3-team checkpoint already.
Okay. All right. Auto Arms are good, man. These guys have done it. We have ourselves yet another game. Of course, it would have been nice for you and I to go to sleep a little bit early, but it feels like Auto Arms are the heroes of chat. We actually saw this a little bit before, where it was just single-handedly Rosner holding the lines in gas station, if you remember that. This time around, it's going to be the entirety of Auto Arms, just ruining the hopes and dreams of a shorter series for you and I. We are going to indeed have a game number 6. So for now, Team Auto Arms are the saviors of people in the chat. We will additionally get the 3 drops if you were here ever since the beginning.
Yeah. Wow, what a series so far. Unfortunately, Team Sparkle, they've been playing so well. You know, just first 3 wins, but that's just how it goes in these checkpoint formats. You know, they're definitely the most dominant team today, but because of how checkpoint works, everyone is just gonna eye out, or just gonna have an eye out for you, and you're just gonna have a target on your back. That's exactly what happened in the last game. In the previous game, though, it was basically their fault. I think they just lost a 3v3 in Forest. But this one, sort of a ratio. Not really much you could do when, you know, Auto Arms does end up sneaking behind you. Maybe they should have put a camera deeper into Pawn to maybe see the flank angle. But, you know, hindsight's 50-50.
Actually.
Oh, they VLS in? If they
Yeah,
VLS
so you
in,
can't
like,
check it until you see the little indicator.
That's just a little unfortunate. Then if they just... Honestly, that would make sense if that's exactly what happened. They just VLS right on top of them, and then and it was just the easiest third party for Team Saber. So, sorry, Team Cartel. But yeah, we do have 3 teams in checkpoint: Gangnam Sparkle, Slasher, and Team Cartel.
Exactly, with 55. We have yet to have the 54-point curse in the first checkpoint tournament of the ERM series.
And a lot of points that are really close. Saber with 51, Affirmation with 50, Auto Arms with 47, Mirror Sejong with 42. So any of these teams can definitely go into checkpoint going into game number 7. If we do have a game number 7, that is. A lot of kills going around, a lot of points throughout this series. So yeah, and the point system is or the point metrics is pretty close. So any of these teams can still make it in. They just need to deny some of these checkpoint teams from winning it in game number 6.
There's 2 things that I do want to mention about Gangnam Sparkles, though. I think their reaction, considering the fact that Team Auto Arms came out of nowhere, was absolutely fantastic. They instantly turned the moment they saw the ping right behind them. So that was really good. It's just they didn't have enough damage to, I think, kill the Mai instantly, and that screwed their fight over super quick. They weren't in position to immediately take out the Mai, despite them having that little downtime right after landing. There was no preparation, because you can react fast enough, but you need to still move your camera. You need to move your player, move your character.
I mean, I think they were probably still kind of cooked there, just because even if they did kill the Mai, they used all their cooldowns. Taeyong probably would have just sent it full in, and then the third party was already coming down, so they were kind of already cornered, which is why we saw them at the top of the temporary zone. They were locked in, and they couldn't really escape. So just a little unfortunate. A great macro play though from Team Auto Arms. If they did, because we didn't really see exactly what happened, but I'm guessing you are right, where they decided to VLS in from maybe Temple and come in at the perfect time when the zone is about to close. So it gives no opportunity for Sparkle to kind of play around it.
Yep, exactly. They only knew about the one team that was ahead of them, so no pre-prep behind them. All they saw was the ping, and all they had was trying to react to it as fast as possible. The second thing that I want to mention about Gangnam Sparkle is this game is going to be even harder. We're gone with the mice because she's going to be banned for game number 6. There we go, game number 6. That means Alonsos are going to come back, and the issue that I mentioned earlier with these Alonsos for Gangnam Sparkles is going to pertain in game number 6. So their job is going to get much more harder, in my personal opinion, which opens up an opportunity for Team Saber, not Team Saber, but Cartel, as well as, what was the other one again?
Cartel, Saber.
What was it? Cartel, Saber, and Gangnam Sparkles? I don't think it was
about the 3 in
Saber.
checkpoint, right? It was Slasher.
There you go. Yeah, it might open up opportunities for Gwangju Slasher and Cartel instead, because Felix is still up, right? Despite the Mai not being there, Felix is still a thing that Nisika can play. We know that Yoha can play the Estelle. That is something that they've opted to go for in the past with the Felix Estelle combination instead. And yeah, look at that right there. Yoa is going to directly go onto that pick. Nizika directly back onto the Felix as well. It's still their comfort picks. They're fine.
Yeah, I wonder if we will see it for Cartel as well. If we will see the Felix plus the Estelle. Maybe get the Estelle ban going into game number 7?
Could be the case. We've seen them also play the Alonzo in the past couple of games. They're still deciding on it. Pungwa locking in Nadina is nothing too surprising. That's a lock. NCMB, considering the Karia, this should mean the Alonzo. If they do
Alonzo or
lock this
Stell.
in.
Stell.
They will get the Stell banned. Yeah, okay. Interesting. All right.
Stell will be off the table, but it's no surprise. Estelle, also another great tank that can sort of replace Mai, has a damage reduction, has a lot of CC for their team, and that ultimate is just... It's probably one of the best ultimates in the game, the Heli Attack stat, to not only give your team a bunch of HP, effective HP with that shield, but also having that knock up as well.
But a character that is very vulnerable to Gyeongnam Sparkle. This is a character that most of their sustainability comes from the shield. Usually, Gyeongnam Sparkle's composition doesn't let you get that at the start of the fights.
It's either you get CC'd before the shield comes up, or Sangharang will pull you into an angle where the shield will actually be ineffective.
All right, we'll see what happens. We got 3 teams in checkpoint, ladies and gentlemen. Team number 1, team number 3, and team number 5. I know a lot of people were saying, hey, didn't Cartel win knockout stage number 6? What happened to them? Well, they were biding their time. They're in checkpoint now, one of the 3 teams to do so. So if any of one of those 3 teams win, we are going to end it out with game number 6. Otherwise, we will go on another break and have ourselves a game number 7.
Yeah, surprised to see so many teams in checkpoint already in game number 6, but it just goes to show how aggressive some of these teams have been, just how many points have been going around in this series. Usually we only have 1 or 2 at this point, or maybe, yeah, I would say about 1 or 2, and then usually game number 8 is when we have a lot of teams on checkpoint. I think in game number 7 we're going to have about maybe 4 or 5 teams on checkpoint, if it does go to that game 7 mark.
Yep, everybody's pretty close. But 5 teams have to now ratio 3 instead of 7 ratioing 1. The job has gotten significantly harder for these teams because they're also looking for individual points. Self-sacrifice, like we saw from Team Auto Arms, is not going to fly anymore because, yeah, you have to do that to 3 different teams. That's harder to do than 1.
Yeah, 3 teams, especially if all 3 teams make it to final zone, it's going to be basically impossible to ratio because you can't really... team on 3 different teams when you're only 5 teams collectively as a group, and that's also if all 5 of those teams make it in to the final zones as well. So it's gonna be a little hard. Looks like Team Saber gonna be able to find a member from Slasher. Yowa gonna go down a little early, gonna delay some builds for all these members, but early game kills are always really nice to get.
They just need 3 more in order to get themselves into checkpoint, sitting at 52 now for Team Saber. A little bit of small steps here and there for all these teams. It's not that bad. That's the only kill we've seen so far. A lot of other teams actually opting not to really fight. It's a lot of teams being split apart, although Ping is just completely stuck in the middle of nowhere. Estelle, she's already used a shield. She's even going to invest a Heli Attack stat to try staying alive, and it's not going to be enough. Scarlet,
wait a second.
Yeah, I think it's a kill. Hold on a second. If NCM, no, I mean, it's early game, so it's not going to be a threat of death. He's actually going to counter the kill. Instead, it's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Gyeongnam Sparkle. Inside of Forest, it's going to be Team Saber once again trying to knock down Liguri. There's the electric shift to knock down the kill. Busan in a little bit of trouble himself. This is all over the place for Team Affirmation. Sylvia is going to be the last one alive. Thunderstrike might be what it has to be. Yes, it will.
Does end up hitting it. Yeah, it does hit the Thunderstrike.
He's trying so hard. Liguri?
Liguri does end up, spawning back on top of Busan, but Busan just gonna be the one to fall, as Liguri gonna be the one to get away. So a lot of early game aggression in this game. Everyone wants some kills. Everyone wants to make sure they get to a checkpoint as well. That is going to be the Nana fallen a little shortly there. Mira Sejong, Theodore still alive, so it looks like they should be okay there. Liguri gonna get caught out once again. Kungwa gonna land the Star Conjunct, gonna get that movement speed, and it will be Liguri falling as well. So Team Cartel getting a nice start, 2 kills. A lot of kills going around in day number 1.
Huge valley for Team Cartel as well, right on top of the mutant dogs as they are going to spawn. We should see the pings inside a beach, so yeah, the barriers aren't going to be an option they can go for, but they're still going to walk in. They're really confident about this. NCMB a little bit too far forward. Hold on a second. Yoha by himself too. Kwangju Slashers is not interested in helping him.
Yeah, usually Bug was a little forward, but I think Yoha just decided to fully send it there, but I guess there was just no follow-up on the side of Team Slasher. I think Cartel was there just in time to return the damage, and they do end up getting one. Great blink there coming up from the Sylvia, able to catch Busan. A great follow-up from their team, and they're going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. Demon Drive showing some life in game number 6.
Teams have been able to adjust really quick on the fly depending on the team that they're fighting. The Fear is going to come out onto Peng. He's eating the entirety of the 5 Omens. Slow from the Helitack stat is just barely enough to get Peng out of danger. Curry is just prio targeting down NCMB, take it down to half HP, but the members of Team Saber is in trouble. Oh my goodness, the second ballistic advantage is going to miss over onto Sata, and it will keep him alive. Curry, yep, great sidesteps from everybody across the board. Pungwa is not landing as many stars as possible. Goodness gracious. Members of Team Saber are playing it like geniuses. Peng's going to get taken down. Diamond Shard will keep Belzer alive too. Are they fighting for a meteorite? Yes, indeed they are. Look at the bottom side of Beach. If they don't get that fast, it might be trouble. Team Cartel will bring back up Peng.
Team Auto Arms is going to grab that tree. They're probably going to look for a third party here if this team fight does end up going for too long. But yeah, Team Saber just able to play it so well. Just beautiful movement from all 3 members. Able to dodge and unlock the skills coming out from that arena. Gonna fight here. Demon Drive. Gonna maybe look for an angle onto Slasher here. Still gonna jump on forward, but it's gonna be Yoha actually gonna be returning it. The shield is gonna be put up. Gonna block a lot of damage. Dongi gonna get some damage onto Niska. Niska gonna be a little too far forward there, and a great follow-up. But wait a second, it's Team Gangnam Sparkle here for the perfect third party. They're gonna be able to claim 2 kills and get this meteorite for themselves, so they get not only a tree but a meteorite too.
Is that a 4 score? No, they're going to split it into 2. I saw the Glacial Ice being built. Camillo will get taken down. Affirmation losing 1. Oh, the lead is beginning. Scotty's built up for Songharang. I saw, what is it? Oh, it's the Star of the Wilds again for Chloe. High value transitions for both these characters already off of day number 2, and they pick up extra kills on top of it. This is an accelerated Gangnam Sparkles.
Yeah, they get so many credits off those kills as well, so they're going to be able to buy in their 4 scores really early. It's going to be really nice for them. Team Sejong get a nice pick onto Nizuka there. A great pull there coming up from the Nana. Going to be able to secure that 1. So Sejong going to be sitting on 2 kills too. They're pretty close, and they're in contention to getting onto checkpoint for game number 7 as well. Just need a 13-point kill game. Auto Arms only need 8. Affirmation only need 5. Saber only need 4. So we could potentially have a 7-point or 7-team checkpoints going into game number 7 if it does come to that point.
Depending on how aggressive people are, right? The Nana hovering over the Lumi should be able to get that right before it starts trekking into dock. Cartel sees this. The pathing should go down into dock from the looks of it. I don't think they're going to be able to finish off Lumi before that happens. And the box inside Factory, you're right.
Factory too. I wonder if Team Cartel is going to contest, but I don't think they want to. Look at the credit counts of Team Cartel. They still have not got their 4 scores. They still not have got the transitions yet. Team Gangnam Sparkles all bought their 4 scores. They're already pretty strong. So they're just going to be able to get Lumi. They're going to get even more credits, and they're going to get that box. And if you remember, they did start the game with a meteor and a tree, so they're just going to be really accelerated for this game. And Nana trying to look for that fall. Unfortunately, not going to be able to hit anyone there. A lot of poke damage going to the side of the stealth. Still down to 40% HP. Just get them back away.
Too bad. Alpha fight is going to be won out by Team Mida and Sejong. That's going to be the the mithril going into the hands of 1 circle. Will we see the Deadeye, or is that going to be the...
And it should be Deadeye. Is by himself down here, but gonna quickly make his escape.
Value, baby.
Well, there's gonna be a credit lab for NCMP, so it's actually gonna be perfect that he did. Oh, actually, it's gonna be the Bat Lab, so should be able to clear it by himself and should be able to TP back up to his team.
Do you give the epinephrine to no, not the Zahir, but do you give it to Adina or do you eat it?
I mean, either backline is good, I think, for them to have. Definitely want to make sure. I would personally prefer it on the backliner just so they're able to kite better, because you don't really need, or it's fine on a tank as well because they're able to close the distance and maybe help out for their team. A lot of damage and a lot of burst damage going onto the side of the Camilla. Camilla's going to instantly fall. Great response coming in for Team Slasher, able to get the Camilla right when they come back from their ultimate. Great timing, and it will be Team Affirmation. Unfortunately, gonna have to walk away once again. Gonna lose 2 members as it is only a day 2 death, but gonna definitely affect their tempo quite a bit.
Yep, that was just a beautiful collapse from Kwangju Slasher. Rosner
cool.
taking down the half HP, and the Ghostfire is lighting his health bar down, but really good recovery from Team Mira and Sejong as they will actually counter that damage over onto Ping instead. And CMB still pumping out the damage slowly but surely. He's got the adrenaline fully maxed
great
out.
blink.
Energy Blast Field is out. Pungwa is taking
Oh,
and
it's 3.
eating damage from the Bloodfire. Not the Bloodfire, what am I talking about? Blue Viper, I'm sorry. Cartel pushed away back further into Cemetery. The healing on the side of Estelle is not that bad, but will get cancelled out. He is going to use the shield bash in. I don't think Ping's going to stay alive any longer. Actually will. The Nana in a little bit of trouble. Will get taken down. Down goes Romantic, but one circle is still
One circle
holding
wins
his
these. One circle wins these.
ground. Oh my god, it's night number 2 that's across the board, but one
Oh,
circle
he blinks
wants
forward.
it. He gets
And he
the
gets him.
stagnate, and Cartel will fall. One circle, the clutch comes out. He's gonna get the reses back, and this right here is Mira and Sejong.
One circle just playing out of his mind, just able to kite back so will do so much damage for his team. And he finds the Spark Nade once again, and that is going to be one of our checkpoint teams falling so early on. So there is a pretty good chance now that we might have a game number 7 on our hand.
Dude, I swear, chat is amazing. Somebody said one circle, you mean 1v3. Jesus Christ. Okay, you know what? I'll give you a clap for that one. I'll even give you a shout out. Shadowblade1205. That's a good one. That made me laugh a little bit. Well played. Yeah, Team Cartel, one of our checkpoint teams getting wiped out. The Kings of Ratios are back once again, fully diving in as Mira and Sejong. One circle, he knew the mission and he accomplished it.
Yeah, Romantic able to get the full. It's not going to be enough, actually. Yes, he is actually going to be able to trade 1, but where is the side? Where is the team of Team Mira Sejong? Why is Romantic by himself up here in Hotel?
Just wanted to have some fun, man. They got some adrenaline off of killing Team Cartel. They've already done a part of their job. Might as well go take a vacation a little bit, although it did cost them a little bit. Vacations are pretty costly.
Minus 200 for Team Mira Sejong. A little unfortunate. They do end up getting the full score. Probably going to go into that Tellurian time piece. It will into one circle. I would just put that numbers on one circle right now. One circle is playing out of his mind in this series or in this match. Here comes the polymorph. Double poly actually going to go on to the Kadia, but there's no follow-up, and Taeyong is just going to be able to return. Fauna already chunked down to 1 HP as Scarlet is going to be forced to get away here. Going to be able to use the white light to get out, but Fauna is going to fall very shortly here, so it's going to be a minus 400 for Sparkle. Another checkpoint team, unfortunately, they're not doing too well this game as well.
Yeah, what I tell you, it's the one Alonso team that this team struggles up against. It sucks. I hate to see the fact that my predictions are going to be right sometimes because it is Team Gyeongnam Sparkle who's tried so hard to get themselves to this point in the series, but it's that character.
A great triple knockup and a great double knockup from the Sylvia. That's going to be it. Yeah, I don't think Slasher will be able to recover from that. Just so much CC coming out from Demon Drive. Great follow-up. Great double knockup from Felix into the double Sylvia knockup. So very nicely played by Team Demon Drive. Team Saber, they're going to try looking for a lot of damage. Camillo is going to try going in, but gets instantly feared back by Sun. And the Q3 is going to go down, and there's going to be no more damage coming out from Affirmation. Curry going to try killing Bustan, does end up using the electric shift at the perfect angle to dodge out on the wall and give Curry that extra range to get that kill.
That was beautiful maneuvering around the wall. That was awesome. Well played. Team Affirmation ended up losing, I think that was 2. No, it was just 1 because the Sylvia ended up blinking out. Team Saber are going to be in a little bit of trouble, but there is a completely open spot to the western side of where they are. I do see a bunch of blood items being called for some players. I see the Hellfire on hand for the Kadia is not going to actually upgrade it into the Burden Lead Shell. So we are just going to go for pure damage output with the armor penetration and no loss on the attack power.
Yeah, looks like with that, Team Saber should be in checkpoint themselves. Affirmation still missing a couple of points, just need 3 more points, and Team Auto Arms well on their ways to get themselves into checkpoint as well.
Oh, Bintum just got the Aoyai. Is that going to help a lot for this fight? That's a beautiful wall. It will lock down Tongye for just a little bit. Helitax that, not invested just yet. It will be sent over onto Bintum. This is going to be a double knockup. Oh my god.
Again, finding the angles time and time again. And Busan, I think that's going to be it. Busan's probably going to fall here. The Sylvia's going to blink on forward, and Affirmation not going to be able to get into that checkpoint breakpoint, but Demon Drive
They're fighting.
They are coming up and they are fighting for their lives. They want to get into that checkpoint, breakpoint themselves.
This is awesome. Demon Drive is a team, again, as I mentioned yesterday, they are a team that I was super excited to watch. Manages to make their way up into the finals, and they definitely are fighting for their tournament lives. Sitting at 39 points for themselves, are trekking their way over into that checkpoint slot slowly but surely. There is still a ton of teams left in this lobby, still so many opportunities for points. They just have to keep doing what they just did.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna have a fight in Chapel. Actually, no, it's just gonna be Team Auto. I'm just gonna walk away here as I give the meteorite over to Team Mira Sejong. Oh wow, the items on the Kadia and the Zahir both having the blood weapons already. Team Auto is already pretty accelerated into this game. Sparkle, one of our checkpoint teams, Slasher as well. They need to look for maybe the Swiftland coming up. They need to make sure they are ready to play into some of these teams, and they need to have the items. Scarlet only sitting on 2 items. I think they usually transition the Emma last, but Fauna not even full build just yet.
Let's see here. Oh, dude, I can't say. I was just about to ask, do you know if the Zahir sitting on Spirit Harvest or not? I don't think Cinema has the thing upgraded, the Chaser. I don't think I saw the Dawn right underneath it, so...
I'm not too sure, so...
Either way, it's pure damage again, right? Spirit Harvest or not. Zahir, oh, Donye just barely gets out. Nice buffer on the Spark. It actually hasn't been popped yet. It's not. It's gonna disappear.
Oh, and they get the Felix. Wow, very nicely played by Danana, getting that pull. And then once the double blue Viper comes down, there's nothing a Felix can do to get away. If you try to use your mobility, you just take way too much true damage from the lash. So it will be Mira Sejong going to be able to pick that one up as Team Demon Drive. They get the res, but they're going to be forced to back away.
It's level 3 blue Viper. It hurts a lot. I think if you blink, you lose at least a quarter of your health bar sometimes. That is just how that character works. They've scaled. Mira and Sejong has scaled, finally upgrading the racing helmet for 1 Circle 2. This team is so strong right now.
Look who's there for Wick. It's Team Auto Arms that's gonna be able to get it for free. Team Saber gonna take the fight into Slasher. A great stun from X-Boy, gonna hit Curry, but Curry's actually gonna be able to get away. And actually, all the members of Team Saber are gonna be able to get away safely.
But look at the fight inside of Pawn.
Yeah,
Demon Drive.
they're dead. They're dead.
They're wiped.
Yeah. Fortunately, Demon Drive's run for this game comes to an end. They had a really good game, and it's just not enough. Mira Sejong just completely shutting them down, just able to play that front to back so well. It's really hard, you know, for these dive comps to kind of play into the Lennox, Theodore, and the Nadine there. So Mira Sejong coming out with 10 kills already. I think they're really close at the checkpoint. Are they guaranteed that they're get 2 placement points right now? So they just need 1 more point for them to get into checkpoint as well.
Yep, Satan's just hanging around. If they catch him out, then it's over. But otherwise, it's going to be Auto Arms behind them. Mira and Sejong needs to push in too. They should have an idea that Wick team is right behind them. That's why they're trying to make space, move further on into Fire Station. Although for Team Auto Arms, that's a dead zone. They should just try to push through as fast as possible. They should have an idea that teams were clearing that area, because ping should have popped everywhere while they were taking Wick.
Yeah, there's only 5 teams left, and oh, Yoha. Oh, where's Yoha going? Where's his team? His team's all the way in the hotel, I think. I don't think... Oh, they're in the...
No.
They're in the zone. Okay, they're just going to come back in. Zone's going to reopen. They should be okay here. But yeah, we have 5 teams left, and 2 of them are checkpoint teams. So the ratio is pretty good for there to be another game, because there are 3 non-checkpoint teams. But, you know, these teams are in checkpoint for a reason. They definitely have a chance here to close out the series.
Indeed, the old Kings of Ratio are alive, the new Kings of Ratio are alive. We'll see who ends up actually keeping the title after this game, if it's going to be Auto Arms to do it or not. Yep, Loken is so well built. He still has 100% crit, Blood Crown upgraded, so I would have to assume it was a Star of the Wilds usually for that. Maybe Taser Gun upgrade into... No, not Taser Gun, sorry. It's probably GP... actually, it's probably Star of the Wilds, because GP MPG also has crit on it. And Taser Gun, let's be real here, on Kadia is just kind of a meme.
Yeah, I don't think you would ever play Taser Gun on Kadia.
Yeah.
You only get the damage on the backstep,
Off
right?
limits, yep.
Yeah, so...
It's good, but it's not Kadia good.
Yeah. The item is good itself.
The item is
unlike Felix or maybe on like a Yuki or something who has a really short cooldown dash. But yeah, it looks like Auto Arms is going to spot out Team Slasher here. They should know this is a checkpoint team, so maybe they might want to turn their sights onto them as they do have that wick line still up. Team Rare Sejong, I think they know as well. They're trying to ratio here. Yoha gonna start the VLS system. I think all members are gonna take it here. Let's see on where they decide to go. Maybe they might want to contest Team Sparkle to deny their checkpoint.
See Hyejin and immediately
point.
book it. They started getting vision of the Hyejin right before they were about to land, so turns tail and says, nope, let's not go further into fire station. We'll put themselves a little bit closer to gas station instead. But look at the map. Look at what's happening once again. It's Gyeongnam Sparkles. They have sole control over Alley. Once Mira and Sejong gets wind of this, I think they will start making their way up. Gwangju Slashers might do the same thing, but if Gwangju Slashers moves up, we're going to be down to one checkpoint team, regardless of what happens. Team Saber pushing on through. Yohwa, this is going to push them back into Alley.
It's fine. They're just gonna walk away.
No.
Sparkle is here. They're gonna get some damage off, but not gonna trade anymore. I think Slasher. If I was Slasher, I would probably just try to take the fight into Sparkle to try to make maybe, you know, put the fate into your hands instead of letting you know everyone else here. But it looks like they're just gonna send it straight on to Curry. Curry's just gonna kite really well. Actually gonna dodge out on all the abilities here. He is gonna fall there, but it will be the side of Team Slasher gonna fall. Exploit gonna fall as well. It's only gonna be Yoha left, so it's only gonna be Gangnam Sparkle gonna be our only checkpoint team to try to win it out here. As you're right, Team Rare Sejong recognizes this. They're gonna come into the zone to try to contest the checkpoint team.
Okay, so Hanang has good control. If Team Saber starts walking into Fire Station, it's just going to be a pure 3v3 versus Gyeongnam Sparkle and Mira and Sejong. This has happened numerous times in the past, but Saber's going to start walking in.
Oh, here comes the ratio. Here it comes. Here it goes.
Yup. Saber should know. Saber should know. What is the angle that Team Gyeongnam Sparkle is going to look for?
I wonder if Sparkle is going to go maybe contest auto arms, or if they're going to stay here. Oh, they are. Yeah, they're actually going to walk around because they know there's two teams now in Fire Station, so they want to make sure they could control the fate in their hands. They want to make sure they could play a solid 3v3. If they lose, then they lose. But if they win, then they're going to have an opportunity to close out the series.
Yeah, but Mira and Sejong has no clue right now, right? They haven't been able to clear the north side of Alley, so they have no clue where Gyeongnam Sparkles is at the moment. It all comes down to auto arms, but this is the Alonso team. This is the Alonso team. Is this Alonso going to be the death of this composition? Is it going to be the end of a checkpoint team winning it out in game number 6? Nice electric shift from Loken, but that is something invested on the side of Team Auto Arms. We need to see the blast wave. There it is. Shield is going to be pop or take. I'm going to start looking for a little bit of space inside of this zone. Gyeongnam Sparkles, they need to win this. It's going to be step 1 in order to move them through. Shield is back. Blast Wave is going to pop it once again. Songhang is doing so good keeping track of that specific adjustment.
Here comes. They're looking.
But, oh, this is awkward. This is awkward. Fauna is going to
are they going to be able to kill Cinema? No! Fauna's versus ultimate!
Look at the health bar on Taegyeong. It's a little bit too good. I don't think it's going to be good at all. Songhang sitting on 8 seconds, but his timer is so low.
I think he just got bursted down. I think he probably tried to press his ultimate, but the damage was just way too much. Scarlet does end up taking one, and it's going to be Auto Arms going to be coming out on top. So we will go to a game number 7, and I think we're going to have 2 extra teams that are going to be able to hit checkpoint. Saber will hit as well. Auto Arms will be hitting it. Mira Sejong is hitting it too. So we're going to have a 6-team checkpoint going into game number 7.
Saber is in. Affirmation, probably not. I don't think they got enough placement points for it.
Affirmation is not in.
Yeah, we got 6 teams.
Yeah, 6 teams going into checkpoint here. Wow, it is most likely going to end on to game number 7 unless the 2 Sylvia teams have anything to say about it.
Yeah, Affirmation and Demon Drive, they're going to be really close, right? If we do have ourselves a game number 8, then yes, we are guaranteed a golden round, but the odds of that happening with the teams that are fighting for that first place spot with a championship victory is ludicrously tough at this moment. Team Auto Arms now looking for a little bit more against Mira and Sejong. Again, the results of this actually doesn't really matter. It's just going to be additional placements for either one of these teams, assuming they can get more points. Denana looking for a little bit of a fish. Not going to be able to find it. The bait and hook not found just yet. One circle waiting. This is a zone that he loves to play in. We've seen this over and over again. Romantic getting poked out a little bit. There's the finger point in. Energy Blast Field actually prematurely spent, but it's going to catch out Loken. How did they get that? Down goes Cinema, down goes Logan, down goes Taegyeong.
One circle just finding those spark nades. Hits Logan and immediately Romantic recognizes that the Energy Blast Field is going to connect and it's going to root Loken do a lot of his HP bar, and he's just there to finish him off.
Bro, the trust in each of these players, between these players, I should say, is absolutely insane. GG's to BeatIt and Sejong, 16 kills on hand. A lot of people
Another
were wondering what happened to this team at the start of the series, but they're starting to rev up, my friend. We're looking for max gear on the BeatIt and Sejong train engine. It is looking good for that team too, but they got one more task left if they want to win this entire series.
Yeah, they're gonna have to close it out in game number 7. It's most likely going to end. I mean, maybe we might see a Sylvia win upset, but so far in the series, those teams have not been performing as well. But yeah, if they want to prove themselves, they gotta do it in the next upcoming game.
Indeed. Okay, now we really got ourselves a series here. A little chance left that we could potentially have a game number 8. We talked about this just now before the game itself ended. Double Sylvias now holding the vanguard for a possibility that we have ourselves another game. Even though they're going to be struggling a little bit, right? We're going to have Mai's back.
Yep. Mai is a character that, shuts down the Sylvia engage combo because, once the Sylvia goes in, you just do the Mai pull and it's completely negated. So we're going to have to see how they do end up playing around it. I think most teams will be swapping to the Mai. I wonder if Mira Sejong might just stick onto the Lennox because both of their wins so far have been on that Lennox.
Yep.
Or if some of these teams might just stay on to, their off tank that they've probably have had a better performance on.
Yep. You and I have been casting too long with each other. We know exactly what each other are thinking. Alonso has been amazing. The Lennox has been amazing. Estelle has also been amazing for a lot of our players. So might not be a priority pick anymore. But yep, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Score sheet is nuts right now. Demon Drive quite a ways behind. They got 15 more points to go before they can get themselves in a checkpoint. Affirmation just 4 away. They need to strategize extremely well in the upcoming break if they want a chance to potentially even get in a checkpoint, but all the other teams are now looking for that victory. Points do not matter anymore for those guys.
Seeing this as a game 7 just goes to show how aggressive this lobby is and how much points is being distributed in each game. So, wow, yeah. It's just been a treat to watch all these team fights that's just been constantly occurring throughout the games.
Yes, sir. I don't want to do the math just yet, but the total FK, total field kills for these teams in each individual games are absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, you would expect the score sheet in like a game 8 or a game 9.
Yeah,
like 6 teams already being in checkpoint and 1 team being pretty close. But this is a game. It's going to game 7, so we're just gonna. I guess we're just going to have a slightly earlier night. Usually, I think the previous days that we've been casting 8 games, but that's if it does end on that game number 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, though, that is the even number game, which means you know what's coming up. Potentially, it's going to be our last break of the night. So make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for game number 7 and potentially game number 8.
Take care. Oh, they did.
소속? 그런 걸 알아서 뭐하게? 모든 것은 그분의 뜻대로 빛보다 빠르게! 아, 미안. 다신 안 뽑기로 했었지? 눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 아, 그걸로 부족한데? 지범의 갈시! 기억할 수 있다면 모든 것을 기억해 주십시오. 내 눈이 저지른 일들을, 내 손이 저지른 일들을.
눈을 뜰 시간이에요. 제가 길잡이가 되어줄게요. 당신이 상상하는 모든 게 현실이 될 거예요. 영원한 행복의 세계로. 당신 꿈에 날개를 달아줄게요. 현실을 넘어 이상으로. 당신들의 모든 것들을 제가 기억하고 있을게요. 절 막으실 건가요? 잘 쉬는 것도 중요해요. 그렇지? 제 날개로는 모두를 품을 순 없었나 봐요. 기다리고 있어줘요. 그 세계에서 새로운 세상을 보여줄게요. 지켜봐 주세요. 모두가 평화로운 세상을 만들어 볼게요.
손재주는 나쁘지 않답니다. 찢고 가르고 뚫어볼까요? 제가 말끔히 고쳐드릴게요. 환자가 있다면 어디든지 가야겠죠? 움직이시면 안 돼요. 치료할게요. 당신이 죽더라고요. 맥박이 안 잡히네요. 부르셨나요? 병들어 죽는 것보단 나았겠죠. 전 최선을 다했어요. 준비 완료. 초콜릿은 좋아. 당분은 열량을 보충하고 카페인은 집중력을 높여주지. 그리고 테오브르민이라는 성분이 있는데 이런, 너무 떠들었네. 당 보충을 할 만한 게 있으면 좋겠어. 초콜릿 가지고 있나? 선물 하나 주지. 재료 수집도 기본 중 기본이지. 플레이팅 했으면 좋겠어. 여기라면 찾을 수 있겠어. 초콜릿. 초콜릿과 어울릴까? 좋아. 많은 도움이 되겠는데. 오늘의 주식은 초콜릿 토스트와 핫초코입니다. 이 정도면 만족스러워.
이 두 팀은 그래도 어느 정도 꽤 잘 큰 두 팀이거든요.
네. 자, 게다가 지금 진호 선수에게 플레어건이 자, 조준되어 있는 상태고요. 일단 자 엑셀레이션 로켓 포킹이 좋은데요.
오,
인구
인구
들어갑니다.
선수 이거 정말 잘 들어갔어요.
자 하지만 이쪽도 마이 있거든요. 자 치유들은 켜지면서 마이가 도발을 받아냈던 이네이트.
자 이거 아디나가 상대가 있다 보니까 회복을 더 하기 전에 어떻게든 더 몰아내서 뭐 하나 더 잡아보겠다였는데 실성이 안 좋아요.
차이넥스의 이 딜량이 상당한 가운데
그렇죠.
설렘 선수가 다 들어와서 이거 이네이트 위험합니다.
와 이거 진짜
상당히 위험합니다.
진아 선수가 빨아들이는데 성공을 한
그렇죠.
건데.
자 교환되고 제로진과
제로진이 여기서
레몬.
와 레몬을 잡아냈어요.
자 근데
제로진.
지금 진아 선수가 빠르게 먼저
자, 이 선수는 승리라면 대전 사이버.
와 여기 두 팀은 대전 사이버즈가 템이 조금 더 좋거든요.
네.
그러다 보니까 대전 사이버즈가 조금 더 과감하게 싸움을 걸고 있지만 자 디나 선수 체력을 많이 깎아냈어요. 자 원거리 딜링으로 지금 디나 선수 거의 절반 정도 체력이 빠져 있는 상태. 어떻게든 몰아보겠다. 인세인 무빙 좋고요.
받아보려고 계속해서 봐주고 있고요.
자 들어가는 레볼로 도발 걸렸습니다만은 자 설렘 선수와 리우리 선수 마이와 아드리아나.
자 노던알의 파리채 블로킹 정말 좋거든요.
자 좀 멀어요 설렘이. 자 이거는
이거는 진짜 팅글다비 X가 포지셔닝을 너무 좋게 잘했죠.
그리고
이거 중요한 건 지금 자리를 먼저 잡았다는 거거든요.
그렇죠.
시간적으로 유리해서 자
그
이네이트는 여기서 이제 빠지면 돼요.
대전 사이버즈?
여기서 빠지면은 나머지 선수들끼리 싸워야 되는데 자 살짝
자,
빠졌다가
인구의
나머지끼리
위치
싸움을
고발
보여야
걸리고
되는데
깔끔하게 못 도망갔고요.
자
자, 7, 6 시간 채웠고요. 3,
자
2
이러면은
또 채워요.
와 여기서 진호의 무빙 자 제로진 무빙도 좋았는데 여기서 물리면 그게 좀 사고가 돼요.
자, 탱글답이 X가 이러면 3대2로 이쪽 싸움 승리할 것 같죠. 이네이트 상대하고 있습니다만 지금 진호 선수 HP 별로 없고요. 자, 리우리 살아갑니다. 리우리 살아가고.
오 이러면 탱글다비 X가 오히려
자, 마지막 싸움을
와.
볼 상대 탱글답이
그러니까-
X 이렇게
텍3 조합도 이게 후반에 딱 이 막 끌고 왔을 때의 조합이 엄청 강력한 조합.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We are just about to go into game number 7 because games 5 and 6 weren't the end of it. Gyeongnam Sparkles unfortunately was not able to have their piece of the cake. With the 2 games, they actually was it 2? Maybe it might have even been 3 because they did go into
3
checkpoint
wins,
ever
yeah.
since game 3. They couldn't handle 3 games to try winning it out. And now all of a sudden, they are full stack with 6 different teams in checkpoint. It gets tougher and tougher for that team.
Yeah, but now it makes it so there is more wiggle room for these final zones. These teams are not going to, have their eye outs. They're not going to have targets on their back because everyone will have a target on their back. So if everyone has one, then no one has one, as everyone will be just playing it their own game to try to secure that win to be our winners of the Phase 1 Season 6
Indeed.
era.
The name of the game for game number 7 is going to be Sylvia, right? Is the Sylvia going to be the pick that allows them to move on? Affirmation, they're saying
Wait,
no.
they're swapping.
They're
They
swapping
don't want
right
to play
now.
the Sylvia anymore.
Yep, they figured out that the Sylvia is just not going to do it. Bernice now being considered for Team Affirmation. This could theoretically be the pick that turns it around, although I'm a little bit scared about this. There's been a lot of really good dive comps, and Bernice, even with the Mai, there is limitations to what they can do. Busan picking the Adriana. Is this a comp that we actually saw during group stages? Oh my goodness.
Adriana, Mai, and Bernice. Very interested to see how this does end up working out for them. They just need to get a couple more points to get to checkpoint, but they also need to make sure they win to deny any of these checkpoint teams from closing out the game.
If this team snowballs, it is a really good comp to run. Adriana holds everybody else in the backside. Bernice has free access to everybody in the front side. Only problem is, it's a Mai. Bernice has to play within the range of Mai. She's got Shawveil, she's got Quake. I'm worried. I really am.
So many other Mai's in the game, and Mai sort of counters Bernice just because, like you said, the Shawveils is completely denying any damage Bernice has, and the catwalk, you have to be so far up, and you're just always in range of getting taunted.
And the Quake, you don't have mobility outside of Blink as Bernice. Electric Shift is probably not even going to be a consideration here, because even if it does help now for Bernice, right? Remember a long time ago the spread just went even wider, so it didn't help, but now it kind of concentrates the burst into a little bit of a thinner angle, if I remember correctly. But you need the Blink, right? So
Yeah.
I'm a bit worried, but we'll see. Affirmation, could this be the name of the game? I would almost say that it's a little bit too late, but because it's checkpoint, there is no such thing as long as the series does not end. Here we go though, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 7 is underway. One of our Sylvias has swapped out, so I guess it's not the name of the game for this game. Still, we have Sheer picking that character. They are hedging their bets on this one.
Yeah, it is gonna be most likely our final game, but you know, I believe in our Affirmation and Demon Drive. They can definitely do it. Demon Drive has always had a great start into the game. They just haven't been able to convert the games into wins. But he's been playing out of his mind on this Felix. He's been able to find these double, triple knockups, and you know the follow-ups from the Sylvia just has been pretty insane.
I don't know if you saw it, but at the start of the game, there were only 3 teams on checkpoint. Just looking at the graphics, and they just started on one by one.
Oh no, they like did it like manually one by one.
One by one. That was kind of funny. A little bit of a production oopsies. We didn't do it though, guys. I promise, it was not us. Would we ever make a production error? Super? Would we ever?
Yeah. I mean,
Stop. Shut up. It's all good. Yeah, 6 teams now in checkpoint. I know some people were saying we had 3 at the start. Yeah, that's false. Now we have 6. We got 2 teams left now that needs to make it in a checkpoint. Affirmation is probably the team that's going to make it in. I've seen Demon Drive getting a good amount of fuel kills in some of these games, but they just haven't been able to finish any of them, right? No matter
exactly.
the lead they get.
They've had really good starts. They've had a lot of points and a lot of kills in the early game. Been always able to find these angles, but they just never able to convert the wins. They always find that one team that just catches them off guard, or they just lose that 3v3, and then you know their game is just completely lost.
Okay, here we go. We got about a minute until we hit night number 1. Only 1 kill so far, with Team Auto Arms being the one to pick that up. Denana gets cornered. Beautiful Moon and the pop on the
nice.
White Lily. Team Cartel is playing it right.
Yeah, get a nice early game kill. It looks like Team Sparkle, they decided to give up the bottom zone control. Usually they're on the bottom side contesting Team Cartel, but I think they're just deciding to play a safe game and get some early game farm. A nice knock back by Tatum, gonna knock the Felix into the wall, but they're actually gonna turn their sights onto the Mai. Mai already gonna get chucked down to half HP. Bin gonna try looking for some damage onto Loken, but Loken gonna try to return some damage back, but the Felix... Yeah, Felix is dodging so many autos. Taeyong just winning the 1v1 onto the Sylvia here. Sylvia is going to be able to get away though with that tire. Going to push him back. And it looks like it's just going to be a 1-0 for the side of Team Demon Drive.
But it pushes away the members of Team Demon Drive into a little bit of a tight area. Luckily, Alley was pretty open. So Mutant Boars are going to go in their favor. The bear that is in there is also going to go in their favor. It's actually kind of huge for Team Demon Drive. I forgot for a moment that Alley was completely open, whereas Curry... eating timer at the beginning of the game. Is he going to take the V-pad? No, he is not. Just walking all the way into Cemetery, where this time around, it's Team Cartel waiting for him.
Cartel is there already, so all the farm is going to be gone. He's going to try looking for something, but
he's
going to be set. Yeah, he's going to be set pretty far behind in this game now. A little unfortunate, but that's just how it goes sometimes when all the zones are being contested and when you do get caught out in the early game. Looks like Affirmation is going to get some farm as well. You can start looking at the credit counts on the bottom side. Looks like Affirmation is the one that has the best farm in the game so far. Team Gangdom Sparkles, they find a member on Saber. They're going to kill Satin. Ooh, and Sangnarong hits the White Lily to push Belzer back into the wall here. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. The speed gate is going to be there to let the Belzer get away.
Raccoon taking down a half HP in this fight. There's the blink away, which means Bintum should have free access to the shear.
There's the Shaw Veil, there's doing no damage.
Hunting, and there it is. No blink available for the Bernice. We talked about this earlier. No mobility.
Oh no,
and now
wait.
Iguri, wait a second. Thunderstrike is
he
going
hits
to
it.
land.
Bintum hits it.
Oh no, it's over.
Out.
Team Affirmation is out. And down. Team Demon Drive is also losing a member. Their pacing is starting to drop. Our chances for this game being the last is starting to increase.
Team Demon Drive taking another member that's not in checkpoints, but I guess they're saying, you know what, you guys should leave it up to us. We're gonna be able to stop these checkpoint teams from winning here.
They don't even get into checkpoint.
I mean, they just need as many kills as possible. They need to win this one for sure if they want to get into checkpoint. Oh, you're right. Affirmation does not get into checkpoint
53.
if Demon Drive is able to win this one out. So, it's a little unfortunate. That's a really early game death, but we've talked about it, and we were talking about it earlier. the Shawvale is completely countering Bernice. Just a straight counter, I think, to Bernice's. Bernice has to be a little far up to or a little far up in range for the Mai to get that taunt, and the Shawvales just block all the damage. It looks like the tree was picked up by Loken. But Loken just gonna give it straight into the hands of Team Saber.
Another thing, by the way, about the Bernice is that of all the teams they had to fight, it was up against Team Demon Drive that has both the Mai
Felix
and the
as
Sylvia.
well. You're right.
Well,
and
I don't think
Felix
it was
too.
even the Felix, because Felix, yes, it's good for him to block the autos, but he didn't even care about the Bernice after halfway into the fight.
Yeah. I think the Sylvia just being there to just bike down the Bernice.
Yep. You know exactly how that works because of how Frankie also capitalizes on people without blink. So
yeah, exactly. But I think Felix just in general is just a straight counter to Bernice as well. So just two characters that just counter Bernice, and then the Sylvia at the very end there, just running down the Bernice. There's really not much a Bernice can do to get away from, I would say, a Sylvia and a Mai. So a little unfortunate. Affirmation going down in 8th place, so it's only 2 kills. Not going to be in checkpoints, like you said. Even Drive, they're gonna have to step it up, and they're gonna have to show why they could have a chance at the win for phase 1.
yeah, funny thing that I'm noticing now is that is literally the worst team that a Bernice could fight up against, because you have 2 characters that completely counter you, and then you try to counter the counter play, you get countered instead by the Sylvia. It just never ends for the Bernice. Unfortunate for Affirmation, they're just gonna have to pray that Team Demon Drive is going to be the ones to win it all in this one. Maybe potentially go into a game number 8, possibly even to a game number 9 if Affirmation was on that one.
That would be crazy.
Yeah,
that would be quite the storyline if Demon Drive wins this one and then Affirmation wins the next one.
This would be really awkward.
That would be, yeah.
We'll see if it actually comes to fruition.
Bin.
That's a beautiful
Finds an
point
angle
from
onto
Bin.
one circle trying to get away with the Sapphire Protocol. He is going to get a lot of movement. And the Sapphire Protocol, like Bin finds him again. But wait a second, the Mai actually pulls him back, but it's okay. Oh, it's not okay actually. That's it.
Wait,
that's it. That's going to be our team.
Oh, no,
they actually
lives.
don't go for the chase. Dongye just lives just barely. One circle just able to kite back so well. I think that was a mistake from Dongye to pull back the Felix, because the Felix was already on top of one circle. Probably was going to be able to finish him off there, but you know, getting pulled back, unfortunately, you know, put him a little farther behind.
Oh my.
Oh, great angle from Cinema there. Do they find angle on NCM? They do. There's the exclusive going to be invested. A lot of damage going to be traded onto Taeyong. Is going to be enough.
What?
The sustain coming out from Bungo is just way too much, but Loken is going to be able to finish NCMB there. Here comes the taunt. Is going to hit. It is going to get on to Bungo, and they will be able to trade a nice 2-for-1 onto the side of Team Cartel. Or sorry, Team Auto Arms.
Team Demon Drive looking to fight one more time. Mida and Sejong has already invested the Energy Blast field. Bintum already had to invest the Tempest Hydra, so that's a 1-for-1 ultimate trade between the two teams. Demon Drive is not interested, especially after the fight inside of Alley. Good stuff. I don't think it's the greatest call because Energy Blast Field is a big chunk of the Theo's damage with the overcharge stay. They ate up a good amount of time for it, but you do still have to think about the fact that the Tempest Hydra was used, one of the easier ways to just immediately jump onto the Theo. And on top of that as well, this game is actually really good for Mida and Sejong because it's rainy. There's more bushes.
Yeah, more bushes for the Theodore to use and to maybe play off of, because you know, getting that early Spark Nade into a team fight can just instantly swing it into your favor.
Yep. Okay, good game to play Theo. I mean, all the other games were also good to play Theo, but you know what I mean? Looking for a meteorite contest is going to be Team Mida and Sejong. Demon Drive.
Out of vision. I like this play. Maybe
But
they might
it's
just look for
thin.
Nanana. Are
It's
they gonna look for it?
thin.
Taeyong or Dongye?
Oh,
to jump over the wall.
That's
Oh
late,
yeah,
that's
they find
late.
an angle. One circle.
No
It's too
way.
far up. They're gonna use it. They're gonna use ultimate. They're gonna use exclusive. The movement speed is just
my
way
God.
too much, and Romantic gets a great explosive shot to push them away. And it looks like they're gonna get the meteor, and they're gonna be safe as well. A lot of cooldowns invested. No blinks on one circle. The ultimate is gonna be down as well, and the exclusive from the Mai 2.
That was actually spectacular timing though from Demon Drive, right? Just calculating when the meteor was taken.
Yeah, I think if the Felix was there, if Bin was there to follow up, I think one circle definitely would have died. But unfortunately, Bin was a little too far away. The Sylvia was able to get a bite comp, but it just wasn't enough.
even more so than that too, I think the exclusive should have been reciprocated from Team Demon Drive to bring Bin closer, but he was too far away from Mai. Yeah, that's the problem. The range was just not there for Demon Drive to capitalize on that. And then I think that was the first time I've seen a triple expulsion shot when an entire team is chasing into a Nadine. Usually you see that when the Nadine is the one being aggressive and they find a really good angle, but that was pretty much like the picture perfect expulsion shot you could have find as Romantic there.
Yeah, very nicely played by Mirasejong. They get that meteor, so they're gonna be sitting happy there. They're gonna get that extra item. Looks like they got another item. I think it was a mithril that they went for, that helmet for Romantic there. So yeah, a lot of these teams are slowly transitioning up. There's only 6 teams, or there's still 6 checkpoint teams and 1 non-checkpoint team alive. 7 teams in this lobby. So statistically speaking, the game or the series should end here, unless Demon Drive has anything to say about it.
Yeah, they're actually off to a good start too, right? It's not a far-fetched idea unless you do something like this. Bintum getting tagged by 1 charm. He has 1 mark of the Omen. There's 3. Gonna be
coming. Gonna tag 2.
Leading slow. It's a thin quarter. Okay, good response from Bintum. He doesn't end up getting feared out by the Hyejin. If he did, he probably would have died, investing everything to run away, and then the tight quarter allows him to actually live. Cinema, yeah, no. You're happy to be
trying looking for an angle in. Taeyong is not there. Taeyong would have had to invest their blink over the wall there. Loken already chunked down to half HP. Taeyong actually gonna look for an angle to NCMP. NCMP hits 2 into the wall with the roundhouse kick. Taeyong just finds the angle. How does he do it?
What? Dude, he predicted the blink over the wall.
How does he do it?
He used one kick. He used 1 kick and then predicted the jump over the wall. Triple knock with the... I don't get it. This guy is...
What did I just witness? He always just finds the angles, and he always finds the 2-man knockups. Like, it's just insane from Taeyong how he uses this character to its full potential.
Yeah, again, he always just clips he always farm clips every single time he's on their screen. I don't understand how this kid does it, but there he is, one of our star-studded players that is not even up and rising, right? Because he's young as hell, but he's one of the best players in the world. Gosh, how much more is he going to improve the more and more he plays this game? I don't see it. I don't see how he can improve because he's already at the peak, but he keeps showing us that he can. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's crazy what we see from Taeyong here. Cartel gonna get some respawns here. Actually, wait, Adina. Oh, Boba was just the last one left from Team Cartel, so it's day 3 as well, so he's gonna have to random TP here. So it's kind of bad actually, because if he chooses a bad zone, if he gets unlucky here, he'll just instantly die, and that's gonna be it for Team Cartel's chances at winning phase 2. I think what happened was Bungo went in by himself, but the members of Team Cartel, I think, probably just died on the outside.
Miren Sejong sees the pings.
They should see it. They should see it. 5
area.
seconds. They don't have timer. They have to take the fight here.
But can you push into a Theo?
Oh wait, they don't know. They don't know. I don't think they saw. Oh, now they do. They see the cyber skill.
Okay, Cartel just living by a little bit of distance, but now they're walking into a potential third party. I think they're gonna have to risk the TP. You can't walk into Team Gyeongnam Sparkle as am I. This team is not as accelerated as we would normally expect, but I'm pretty sure they already have items.
There's a good poke coming out from Scarlet. Just gonna push Team Cartel back up here. I think Mira Sejong, they cyber skill. They should know Team Cartel is here, and they know Team Cartel is really weak, so they probably want to take this fight here. Here comes 1 circle. Here comes the engage. There is the ultimate coming in from 1 circle, and Romantic just finds NTMP, just able to kill him, and that's going to be it for Team Cartel's chances at winning the phase 1. Their hopes and dreams are just going to be lying on the to deny any of these checkpoint teams from winning.
You should have known. Right, the recognition drone should drone of revelation. What is it? I forgetting. Dart of revelation should have told you that there was a team waiting around, especially if it's a color that you've seen before, right? Mira and Sejong is a team that they fought earlier. If you can keep track of colors, then you'll know that that's Mira and Sejong's. Theo loves vision. right? You have more range to play up against Team Cartel. Even as a Kadia, you cannot outrange that Theo at the beginning of the fight. And even if you do, once you get caught out in Spark Nade, well, there is no range anymore. You're just dead. Unfortunate for Team Cartel. Fight's going to begin inside of school. Demon Drive looking for something.
Ooh,
pushes away. That's a triple.
Oh my
coming in.
God.
Oh, Curry
Wait.
is not going to take it down. Okay, Sheer does it, but that's another 2 people gone from Demon Drive. Minus 800 in this game alone. They are falling way too far behind. They don't have the credits.
Yeah, you don't have enough to buy back. What a great ultimate coming up. Bells are able to get the 3-man cut there. Oh no. Dungay gonna get caught out, I think, from Slasher. X-Boy gonna go in, and that's gonna be it.
Cartel.
It is going to end on game number 7 here. Both of our non-checkpoint teams eliminated. It's only gonna be our checkpoint teams alive. Who wants it more? Which team is gonna come out on top?
Cartel got betrayed by their subsidiaries. Unfortunately, Demon Drive will not be able to win it out, which means Cartel is out of contention for that victory in this series at all. And starting from now, each team that follows, they are gonzos, right? We aren't going to have a second chance left in the series. That is it. Game number 7 will be the last one, so a slightly earlier night for you and I compared to all of our other days. Still, it's been a great series so far. Nice juke out on the Spark Nade. Scarlet playing this out as best as possible. Songharang doing the exact same thing, but the shield is making it really difficult for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles to find anything at the moment.
Those bombs, it's really hard for Team Mirasajin to walk into. There is the Spark Nade's gonna hit onto Songharang, but a great buffer, but it's actually gonna be turned onto Scarlet. Scarlet gonna take so much damage as Romantic actually does find Songharang as Totem is used. That is going to be, I think Fauna is gonna have to be forced to blink away, but here comes the sniper skills. It's gonna not connect as Sparkle. They do end up living, but look at their credit counts. They can't buy all their members back up.
And it's
Sparkle
day 5.
in shambles. Day 5 as well, you're right. So only Lumi, you can only get 1 res back up, and you have to farm another 150 credits and get another Lumi buy. It's not looking good for Team Sparkle. So unfortunate considering their start to the series is just not looking good for them in game number 7.
Luckily, the entirety of stream is open, but do they have the time? They need 160 credits, 150. It's not enough, right? Even if the bears are mutants, you don't get enough from stream alone. Lumi's gonna have to loop all the way around, which means they now need to start getting control of school.
Oh no, stream is closed as well. Yeah, they have to loop all the way around. I think it's a little doom for Sparkle, unfortunately.
They have a chance with maybe the VLS. They can take it straight to school and sit inside that little cubby, but I don't think natural generation is going to be enough for them. Yeah, it's really close. They're at 140, 150, crusting right around that mark. Maybe natural generation is fine. It just comes down to Lumi timing on when it actually walks into school.
Yeah, and there's a lot of teams that are in school and the top side. I don't think they're just going to allow Team Sparkle to get the res off if Lumi does end up looping around. So it's looking, it is looking a little doomed for Team Sparkle, unfortunately.
They are a bit busy. All the teams inside of school are quite busy at the moment. The VLS needs to be started now for this team if they want some control. We have about 10 more credits to go, so Gyeongnam Sparkle can't get it if they have access to Lumi.
Yeah, maybe they VLS all the way and then they tank some timer.
They're looking for Hyperloop instead.
Oh, interesting. Maybe Hyperloop into Forest?
Yep, that has to be it. No, it's going to be school. Oh, no. That's even worse. Okay, VLS, there it is. You're going to have to take it to the south side of school.
Too much timer being burnt, though. Too much timer. Once the timer is gone, you can't really get the res off in red. Oh, they are actually going to go for it.
They can't.
Oh no, Scar doesn't have the timer. They burned way too much timer.
And the ping's been made too. I think
Auto-Arm
should have an idea.
No, Auto-Arm isn't coming just yet. Scarlet is going to be able to get it. But the problem is
the timer.
Scarlet doesn't have enough time, so they have to force the fight here.
They need to fight now. 5 seconds left. Fauna has the call. They are gonna have to walk in. Scarlet's in the corner. They have to fight.
There's
they gotta
the combo. Did they kill him?
It's just barely there. It's not enough. It's not enough.
And Taeyong finds it.
Down. No. Scarlet goes down. Songharang is gone. Gyeongnam Sparkle, despite the 4 games they had, the dreams are shattered.
That is so sad. But yeah, they just barely didn't have enough damage, and if Mai is able to live and get that Shovel off, get that extra HP, that is going to be it. So great knockback from Taeyong. Oh no, the third party. That's so sad for Auto Arms. They had a great play. They were able to win that 3v3, but they just lose to a third party coming in from Team Saber. Maybe they get the res from Lumi. No, Lumi is gone.
Credit counts are atrocious of all
Lumi
the
is
people.
gone as well.
Oh, what a devastating loss for both Auto Arms and Gyeongnam Sparkle. Gyeongnam Sparkle especially, they're going to have to go to sleep knowing this, right? They had 4 games. It's one of the most I've ever seen a team have.
Yeah.
It's just...
I mean...
It hurts.
It does hurt, but at the same time, there's really not much they could have done, I think, in like game number 3, or sorry, game number 5.
Yeah.
It was just a really unfortunate, VLS in. Can't really play around that.
Those
It's only game number 4.
Alonsos.
I think it's only game number 4 where they just lost the 3v3. It's really unfortunate. Actually, I guess the recent game number 6, I think Fada forgot to press his ultimate, so...
Yeah, you were talking about that during the break, right?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
I mean, maybe we're gonna look a great taunt there coming in from Yoha, but no real follow-up there as they look for the damage back. Wait a second, One Circle is gonna get caught by all the damage of Team Slasher there, but Romantic, can he live? He needs to live, he needs to kill. It's coming down to a 1v1. Who's gonna win? The timers are basically equal here. It's coming down to Danana. Oh, the res is gonna be stuck. One Circle is gonna come back up first. I think they're gonna be able to maybe stop the res.
Theo versus the Theo.
One
Okay.
Circle. Oh, One Circle's just gonna back away here.
I mean, Theo wins this.
Get the heal, yeah. Get the heal. Gonna be able to get back up. Exploit's gonna have ultimate back up. Maybe they could look for One Circle though. Timers are ticking. One Circle and Exploit are about the same. They're looking for an angle in. They get the taunt onto One Circle here. Is there any follow-up? Is there an ultimate from Fiora? It's gonna come out.
3.
There's exclusive. They need to get some kills here to timer advantage. Oh, they get the kill! Onto One Circle, that's gonna be it. Oh my god, and Slasher comes out on top!
X-Boy! No shot!
One Circle just needed to live. One Circle just needed to live, and that is it. Mirror Sedrung is out for the count.
Oh my god, X-Boy with the game-saving move for Team Gwangju Slasher. They will be able to knock down Mira and Sejong. They are out of contention to get that first place spot now for this tournament. Gwangju Slasher, they have one more adversary. One more, just one last one. If they can pull it off, X-Boy is going to be celebrated throughout the ages.
X-Boy, Nizuka, they have the comp to try to look for the backline here. The Fiora and the Felix, if they could find either Curry or Satin, it should be good to go for them. Here comes Engage from Yoha.
Okay.
You're going to be able to get a taunt onto Belzer. Belzer is going to be trading a lot of damage.
Oh, the damage shard.
From the side of Yoho. Yoho already down to half HP. Here comes the ultimate. Coup de grace is going to connect. The SSM is going to be forced to proc heal drone as well. A lot of damage and a lot of big cooldowns already invested onto the side of Team Slasher, but a reset is going to be called. The timers are ticking down though.
Look at the ults though.
Very soon.
Look at the old differences between the two teams. Gwangju Slashers has everything on the side of Team Slasher. They're missing a lot. Ultimates are not readily available for the side of Team Saber. They're trying to turn it around.
Oh, he finds it! X-Boy kills him!
X-Boy again is going to be able to pick off Saten. That's 2 members left on the side of Team Saber. Curry, he's got the auto attacks, but is it going to be enough?
The damagers, the dog!
The taunt lands! Outer Ring of Fenty is going to hit 2. It's it! Gwangju Slashers are going to be able to do it. Off a play from X-Boy. They get the checkmate and will win phase number 1.
X-Boy playing out of his mind, able to win it out for his team, and that's it. Slasher is going to be our winners.
A playoff X-Boy to wipe Team Mira and Sejong. A playoff X-Boy to pick off Saten. Are you kidding me? Man, not even on a Bianca. He does it on the Fiora. What an incredible tournament. What an incredible game from X-Boy. Gwangju Slashers. A team that didn't see any group stage showings in Season 5.
Yeah, they come out and they just prove that they're definitely worth of that National League title. Oh my god. Wow, it was what a play from X-Boy. What a play. Just able to completely shut down Mer Sejong and then just win the 1v1 into Satin there and just win his team the whole tournament.
I got shudders, man. I knew that there was a 1v1 going up on the top side, but Fiora has a little bit of a tough time immediately killing a Hyejin because it's so easy for her to land those charms, right, and get the fears off. Oh my god, I can't. How?
Yeah. It just came down to X-Boy versus Satin. X-Boy coming out on top, and then just winning the 2v3. Curry can't really do enough damage to kill a Mai. Like Mai is just way too tanky. Has that Shaw Veil reducing autos down to 1 HP, and it's also a Felix as well. So yeah, it's just
Wow.
it's just a masterclass from Xboy. Yeah, very very nicely played by him, and I'm more surprised that he was able to kill the Theodore to kill one
that should
circle
not have
from.
happened. That really
'cause
should
one-
not have happened.
Because they actually had the timer advantage, so also obviously didn't know about the timer advantage, right? Because the timers on the spectator side you could see all the numbers, but on the player side it's all in question marks.
Yep.
But I think they should have assumed, especially since Theodore or the Fiora X-Boy walked out of the zone for a couple seconds
To heal.
So if one circle just lived for a little longer, you definitely would have had it. I think the timer came down to like 2 seconds or like 1 second left.
Yeah, and the thing is, he missed 2 flashes. And then the third one tagged, and then he got an outer ring Fenty. That was just barely enough. I think he also got the attack compensate into the Theo right at the end there as well. Just barely enough. I think he had 2 seconds left on this timer. For anyone who's Italian, by the way, I'm sorry I butchered it. I know I don't speak it. My bad.
Also, I'm surprised that when they got the res, I'm surprised they didn't just one circle they didn't just throw the Semtex like W Semtex grenade into the res, because the res was in favor of Denana. Denana started res I think a second earlier, so I feel like they one circle could have just threw the grenade to maybe kill him when he comes out.
There's a lot of things every team is going to lose sleep over tonight. My God. Wow. Gwangju Slashers, I mean, it's going to be a whole new look for this team. And quite frankly, a whole kind of, not even a new look, but, well, is it? I don't know how to phrase this. It's a team that we haven't seen for a long time in ERM because of the fact that their performance during Season 5 was lacking. We really didn't see them almost at all during any of our main stage events for Season 5. All of a sudden, they come back in Season 6, and now they win Phase 1.
Yeah, it's a great showing from them. It's a great showing, especially considering all of our national, or like a lot of the national league falling. There was kind of some discussion on how good the national league teams were, but Slasher just coming out on top, just showing why they definitely deserve that title.
Indeed. It was a great series, really butt clenching all the way till the end. As I said, I actually got shivers, man. Like at the end of that game when X-Boy was knocking down Sutton and I saw his health bar go down, holy moly. I thought I was getting a cold. Good lord. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the score sheet. In the end, Gwangju Slashers may have won, but is it enough for them to get that first place in terms of points? Yes, it is. 3 points ahead of Team Gyeongnam Sparkle. Will overtake them in the total field kills they have as well. It's just a complete sweep from our National League team winners.
Yeah, Slasher coming out on top with 88 points. So not only do they get the first place prizing for getting the win, but they also get the first place prizing for becoming first place in total points. So I guess at the end of the day, Team Slasher was our best team because it didn't actually end up outscoring Team Sparkle.
Yep, add them to the list, Fauna. More question marks. Gwangju Slasher in the end. Balance is restored to nature.
Wait, Slasher, Sparkle, and Mira Sejong, all 3 of our sponsor teams are in the top 3. I just realized.
See, this is what we would normally expect. I think everything that happened throughout the course of the knockout stages was a little out of our expectations. This right here feels a little bit in line. I will say Cartel being in 6th place is definitely a little bit awkward, but the series as a whole was just not good, no matter how well they played. So yeah, really, again, congratulations to Gwangju Slasher. We'll take a look at what the circuit points look like here in just a moment. There is only 2 phases, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to stick. Gwangju Slasher in first place was 480. Of course, the top 8, we already know exactly how that looks like because of the result here. But in 9th place, Tingle WX and Rump Rebels in 10th place. Those 2 teams are still guaranteed to go into day number 1, I apologize.
Yeah, and then 11th and 12th will go straight to LCQ, and then everyone else, they need to get some more points to maybe qualify into this top 12. So it's only the top 12 that will matter. And I think you said, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be how it is. It's phase 2. It's actually going to be more points. So these teams, they definitely need to still climb in rank. They need to still, make the qualifiers and try to get some more points going into the second phase of Season 6.
Yeah, let me actually bring that up. I'm going to try to find the screenshot. I just have to go find the format change post. Remember that from a long time ago? I need to go.
Yeah.
I need to go sort through and find that one because the circuit point difference is actually on that post. So give me a quick moment. We have to wait for the KR site to finish the interview with Kwanju Slasher because again, this is going to be the last day, unfortunately, of phase number 1. Give you a whole month before we come back.
Yeah, actually, there is a pretty long break if you guys don't know because there is only 2 phases. It is going to be split pretty far away from each other. I think before it was about 2 weeks or 4 weeks before the next one, but there's going to be a pretty long break between each phase. It's only 2 phases. There is going to be a big tournament happening in between. That's going to be happening on the KR side. So if you guys do want to watch it, make sure you guys are subbed to the KR channel, and so you guys can get updates and just read up on the tournament return news whenever they do end up posting it.
Indeed. All right, I'll bring up the circuit point difference on the screen now. There you guys go. In phase number 1, the total points that you can get as first place is going to be 480, right? But then there's a 40-point difference. Yes, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's important.
I thought it would be a lot more, but it is just slightly more. It's only 40 points more for the top. It looks like the top. The top,
yeah, like incrementally
5
goes down. I think it's like 30
at
one
top 5,
point.
and then it goes down to 30, and it goes down to 20 more. So it is slightly more. So you definitely want to do good in phase 2, but it's not that much big of a difference. So if you did have a really good performance in phase 1, I think you should be good to go. You definitely need a second decent performance in phase 2 probably if you want to make it to the top 10 at least, and the top 12. I'm gonna guess the cutoff is gonna be around about like maybe 200 or something.
And for people who are wondering why that is the case, I mentioned it a couple days ago, but I'll say it one more time. It's because in the end, the circuit point specifically is an indicator of which teams are going to go to the season finals. And in comparison to phase number 1, the game's going to be a lot more similar to phase number 2.
That is true. I actually like that they're making it so it's more points in the later phases because sometimes it's a team that just does really good in phase number 1. And then they just don't show off in phase 2 and 3, and then they actually don't do good in the finals because the game has changed so much with all the character changes, and the mid-season patch as well.
There is sometimes when Nimble Neuron decides to change some stuff, and it's the pilot season for a change, or a pilot maybe week for a change, even in patches. I had some critiques way back in the past that they don't really think about it too much and just kind of make the change and then deal with the after effects later. But this right here is an example of where they really thought things out. It's exactly what you said. Teams eventually fall out after phase number 1. We actually had examples of that in previous Eternal Return Masters where phase 1, first place. Awesome. That's super cool. Phase 2, 6th place, 7th place. Phase 3, they don't even show up. They don't make it through qualifiers. That happens. Right? So I love this specific format. It doesn't punish the teams that actually do well in phase number 1.
It's not too big of a difference.
Exactly.
So it shouldn't matter as much, but yeah, I do think it's I do think it's fine that there is more points in the later phases because it's not too significant of a difference, but the difference is there that if you, for example, if someone first places in phase 2 is worth more than first place in phase number 1.
Indeed. Oh man, that's going to be a long ways ahead of us though. Again, right guys, we still have about a month to go, so let's actually bring that up. I brought it over to us, but let's take a look at what the schedule is going to look like for our next Eternal Return Masters. As I said, it's actually almost exactly a month out. We have 2 days.
February 21st.
Yeah, it's going to be after my birthday, man. What the heck? That's going to be fun. All right. Going to be a year older and a year closer to being another year in Nimble Neuron's basement. Tack the dates.
Yeah. It's gonna be the exact same format. Sorry, not probably, but it is gonna be the exact same format, where it's gonna be a 6-game series. It's gonna start on Fridays. So Fridays, remember, they're always 2 hours earlier. 2 hours later because people have to people have like work and stuff that they need to get off of. So 2 hours later, it's gonna be at 5 a.m. EST or 2 a.m. PST if you guys are in the PST time zone for North America. And yeah, 6 games. Going to be 3 games for that weekend on the 21st weekend, and then 3 games the next week as well.
It's going to be a fun one, guys. Same format as this specific phase. It's just going to be a month after, a little bit closer to the season finals. But I do want to ask all of you guys in the chat, now that this phase is over, did you guys enjoy the new format? As I said before, I'm biased. I love this format even before
like it
when
a
they
lot.
tried it in the pilot season and it didn't work, and I was looking forward to it coming back. I think this was one of the best pilots I've ever seen from Nimble Neuron, hands down. For like anything they've released in the past, whether it's tournament related, game related, this was probably by far the most success I've ever seen for a pilot, anything.
Yeah, personally, I really like the format just because, it gives the sense of, these storylines. We almost had Demon Drive make it up all the way up into the season,
Yes.
up into the finals. Unfortunately, just cutting it short at knockout stage 6. But who knows? Maybe in the next phase we'll have that team that is able to make it all the way.
I do see the feedback in the chat that I also do agree with. I think the group stages should be a little bit longer. It's just really difficult with the format to make any additional days for it, because Friday, Saturday, Sunday makes sense, and then if you start increasing the number of games during group stages, then the first 2 days become hell for not even just us, but the Korean side as well.
Yeah, it would be 12 games per day. I think it's a little too much.
Assuming we go 6,
So
right? Even
would have
5.
Yeah, they would have to add an extra 2 days. But I do agree, just because there's so much riding on the line of just 4 games of where you start in the knockout stage.
Yep.
But that just makes it so much more high stakes, I think, in the group stages, and I think that's fine because
That's true.
it's basically sort of like a double elimination, where if you do bad in the group stage, you just have to climb your way back up, which is basically what Team Demon Drive, or not Demon Drive, Team Rump Rebels.
Yep.
That's exactly what they did. They had just a really bad day number 1 on the group stage, but they crawled their way all the way back up into the knockout stage 6, and they were able to secure themselves a lot of circuit points and a decent amount of prize money, I would say.
I am wondering this. For anyone who is familiar with any kind of tournament formats, is there a name for this format? I'm really bad at remembering tournament formats. I don't even know what round robin is at this point. I forgot, even though people have told me several times. Yeah, this is a really unique...
I guess it's just like a play-in type tournament.
That's true. Play-ins with knockout stages instead of a playoffs or anything like that.
Play-in knockout stage. That's it. Yeah. Because the play-ins, you will determine like where you place, right? In the knockout stages, and then it's just single elim knockout stage after.
Yeah. Well, I genuinely and thoroughly enjoyed my time with this specific phase. Kwangju Slasher is still getting interviewed. The Korean side is got to have a lot of questions to ask that team. Man, oh man. We didn't see them throughout the entire knockout stages. They come in the finals and show us exactly the reason why they were able to take away first place in the group stages as well. It's amazing. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely deserve to be there. I think, actually, if we look at all the teams, Mira Sejong, Slasher, Sparkle, they all top 3, and those 3 were the 3 teams that did end up getting first in their group stage. So it looks like the format is working. I think just Affirmation was just the team that unfortunately didn't really do too well. But yeah, all 3 teams, they got first in their group stage and first in the finals.
Yeah.
Or top 3 in the finals.
I think, too, by the way, this stream also had record show out. I think we over-peaked above 2K. I think.
Oh, wow.
I checked it at 1933 earlier today. I couldn't check it exactly if it actually went over 2K. Maybe somebody in the chat could confirm whether or not that it actually happened, but record viewer count, it gets better.
I mean, there are drops on right now, so...
Oh my god. Guys, remember, Eternal Return game, whenever we're streaming ERM, we always have drops here, right? No, regardless of whether there's community drops or whatever, we always have drops here. So
that is true. It just goes to show the game is growing.
Everyone's
here to watch the best of the best play.
Man, I don't want to sound really mopey or anything like that, or not mopey, but I don't want to sound cringe or anything, but I talked about this with Kaz a long time ago when I first started doing this kind of stuff. 100 viewers would have been awesome to hit on ERM Cast, but now we're peaking over 2K. Guys, really, thank you. I really appreciate it for from someone who's been here from the beginning all the way to now, sincerely, thank you so much for participating in Eternal Return Masters. And now, Super, let's start working on our end credits and our end cards, shall we?
Yo,
You know what
have
this
you
one
guys
is.
been playing Union circuits? I have actually not. I've been a little busy with this weekend with like casting and stuff, but it is available now. I think tonight will be the last day for the weekend. It is available. It looks like it's available on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's supposed to just be available on the weekend for Saturday and Sunday, but I think they enabled Friday as well. And it's going to be open at 10 p.m. EST for the NA side. So make sure you guys do. If you guys are interested in 3 stacking and just having fun with your friends, make sure you guys queue up for that time. Do have the I think these are the grab bag drops that are going to be available for the next 2 weeks. So make sure you guys go watch your favorite streamers if you guys do want a chance at some event NP.
Yep. And maybe it'd be fun in the future. I know the KR side already has a Union team with 4 casters in. I already reached out to some people. I got the A-OK, my friend. We're about to get
really?
the
Okay. I'm down.
CS ERM collaboration for Union. Maybe it'd be fun to showcase that later down the road too. But yeah, Union, please play. It did pop today. I was watching Frankie's stream earlier, and it actually did pop. So it does go through. Everybody, keep going.
Yeah. Union, it's a lot of fun playing with your friends, especially if you are at that diamond rank and 3-second ranked. So it's just another way you could, sort of play with your friends in a sort of competitive environment. It's good for teams as well if you do want to practice for ERCS. There is going to be ERCS qualifiers tonight. It's not going to be streamed on the official channel, but it will be streamed on some other channels.
Yep.
So make sure you guys look at the Twitch page when it's going to go up. It's going to be at about, I think, 8 or I think it's 7 p.m. EST.
7 p.m. Eastern, yep.
7 p.m. EST. Join the Scrim Discord if you guys want to see, or the ERCS Discord, or just in general. It should be on the official page on the Eternal Return website on what is taking place and which channels it will be on.
Sir, other than that, Super Cup is upcoming. This is the tournament that's going to be playing for KR in between our ERM. I will say this background goes insane.
Yeah, this is really cool, but looks like the format is sort of like the old ERM format from back then.
Oh, yeah. Where you combine 2 different groups.
Yeah, where you start combining 2 groups, and then you just have a placement for the points. And then the points probably... Oh, interesting.
It's different. Look at that. The point format for the Matrix is different too. Unless that's actually like the
10
circle.
Oh yeah, there's a 2-point difference between 5th or 3rd and wait. I say 3 and 3. I think it's supposed to 3 and 2, but 3rd and 2nd. There's a 2-point difference between that now, and
right.
you get 10 points. And there's a 10-point because usually it's 8 points if you get first, right?
Yeah, it's 8-5, 4-3, 2-1, 0-0.
Yeah, but now it's 10-7-5. Interesting.
Oh, that's fun.
And obviously, it will be the same 2-pick ban. So you can only play a character twice in the series before it gets banned. And I think there's going to be 6 games in each series. So each team is going to be forced to play 3 different comps. Same National League rules if you did end up watching the National League last season. Don't think it was streamed on the official channel. It was streamed on the KR side, but... just great gameplay to watch. I think the Super Cup will also be streamed on the KR side. So if you guys do want to be updated, make sure you guys go subscribe over to the Korean YouTube channel on
Eternal Return KR, I think it was.
Yeah, it just type Eternal Return KR and it should pop up. And yeah, make sure you guys are subbed. Because and turn your notification on for when that does end up happening. It will be, I think, in between.
Subscribe.
It will be.
And put the notification.
It will be
alarm
in between now and phase 2. So if you guys want something to watch in between, that will be it. There's also going to be ERCS going to be taking place as well.
Yes, make sure you guys are keeping track of Eternal Return competitive. It's going to start getting quite busy, not just because ERM is going to be gone, but because we have a lot more other events that are going to be happening. So make sure you guys all keep track of that stuff. Check the website, playeternalreturn.com if you haven't already. That's where most of the information is going to be posted. Maybe not for Super Cup because we're not streaming it here, but if you check the Korean version of the website, you'll be able to figure it out. So yeah, auto translate is pretty good for browsers from what I've heard nowadays. Keep track of all this stuff. I promise Eternal Return competitive is still going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm gonna be playing in the year CS. So I'm very excited for the new competitive season, and yeah, gonna have some fun with that. But I think that is going to be it for us, Shumi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in phase number 1. We'll see you guys back here in about a month for phase number 2. Until then, please have yourselves a wonderful, wonderful season 6. We'll see you guys back here for phase number 2.
Take care. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
전장을 지배하고 있습니다. 누군가 연쇄 처치 중입니다. 내 소속? 그런 걸 알아서 뭐하게? 모든 것은 그분의 뜻대로. 빛보다 빠르게. 아, 미안. 다신 안 뽑기로 했었지? 눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 아, 그걸로 부족한데? 집어내 갈시! 기억할 수 있다면 모든 것을 기억해 주십시오. 내 눈이 저지른 일들을, 내 손이 저지른 일들을.
눈을 뜰 시간이에요. 제가 길잡이가 되어줄게요. 당신이 상상하는 모든 게 현실이 될 거예요. 영원한 행복의 세계로 당신 꿈에 날개를 달아줄게요. 현실을 넘어 이상으로 당신들의 모든 것들을 제가 기억하고 있을게요. 절 막으실 건가요? 잘 쉬는 것도 중요해요. 그렇지? 제 날개로는 모두를 품을 순 없었나 봐요. 기다리고 있어줘요. 그 세계에서 새로운 세상을 보여줄게요. 지켜봐 주세요. 모두가 평화로운 세상을 만들어 볼게요.